joining me today on this live stream. If you are watching it in the replay, today is Friday, September 5th. And we're going to rock on here. I'm going to give it just a few minutes for some folks to get in here in the stream. And then we're going to get started with today's tarot session. And of course, as always, the session today is complimentary. If you wish to donate to the channel, you can find my Buy Me a Coffee link in the About page on the channel, and that is appreciated but never necessary. And thank you in advance. Gonna see what happens here. Hey, good morning, Miss Amanda. How are you? I was wondering. I'm like, did I do that goofy thing again and make myself invisible? But I'm glad to know I didn't. How's your morning treating you so far? Are we pulling some cards for you this morning? Get a little messagey message. Any message regarding your online business you're forming? Sure. Let's take a peek, see what's going on. Yeah, first off, let's see, right off the bat, let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. And of course, I would like to call in my tarot guides, Archangel Michael. Please place a ring of protection around me and Amanda and any that are viewing the reading this morning or maybe viewing it later in the replay. I'd like to ask for Yeshua, Inky, and Thoth to be present with me as well. Allow me to be a clear channel for spirit, see what I need to see, say what I need to say. And of course, my tarot guides in as well. And for any beings of divine light, you are welcome here. Any beings not of divine light, you are not. Thank you, Ashe. Now, right off the bat, I'm loving this. Out of the first deck, we got Unfinished Symphony here and Peace. So obviously, it is a work in progress. But we also have Blessed and Happy, Happy. So I really think this is going to be a good one for you. At the bottom of, ooh, now it's interesting. I shuffled this a little bit. At the bottom of this deck, we had yes, and then as I picked it up to kind of shuffle and ask again, two cards fell right off. Well, with the way I had it turned up, was the top of the deck, but it became the bottom because of the way I had it sitting. But these two cards fell off of it. Take action and perfect timing. Sound like an answer to me out of this one. I don't even know if I need to shuffle anything else out of this because I did, like I said, I shuffled it a little bit and those fell right on out. Okay. Weight didn't fall out the deck, but I saw it in the split and then it said within the next few months. So to me, that says it may not necessarily go viral immediately, but it's still going to be in the long run. It's maybe something that you have to build a solid foundation for, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be just fine. Let's see if we can get another message here. What kind of business is it, if you don't mind my asking? Ooh, says you clairvoyant though. So you kind of seen this already, but you just wanted a little confirmation to make sure. And the ascended masters are backing you, girl. Yeah, you'll be all right. You're profoundly clairvoyant, and you do have the guidance of the ascended masters. That's the crazy part, because sometimes we don't even know. They be so subtle with it. Because we've been taught that spirituality has to be all this pomp and circumstance, and the heavens opening up, and it has to be this big, profound thing. They be guiding us regardless of what it looked like. The twin flame card came out of this deck, and I'm not sure about why that was, but hey, it could be a partnership coming. That's why Twin Flame came out then, because you are going to be of some serious benefit to people that are clearing and cleansing their energy and stuff like that. Awesome. Because I mean, when I get myself together, that's going to be a similar thing. I don't really do. I actually one time I thought about doing like the herbal yoni steams and like making a package for like the steaming seat and all of that. I'm not sure how that's going to play out with the move and the travel and all that. I may just stick to something streamlined. But yeah, I definitely understand. Let's see what's over here. Let it go, but I saw let's go. Kuan Yin is out here. She is like the ascended master or goddess, if you will, of peace. So truthfully, maybe I was supposed to see it that way. And health and healing with Hilarion came out. So yeah. Clear and shield your energy, and twin flame came out again. Yeah, you got this. You got this. I mean, it's something that's needed anyway, because there are a lot of people, especially from what I've been seeing in the tarot community, my own personal story, other people that I've talked to, people that are on that twin flame, divine counterpart, kingdom spouse, whatever journey. It's not a clean, oh, you was just born for this one and that one was born for you. Usually there's quite a bit of a starter pack. And so they got a lot of stuff to clear and cleanse in their energy, cutting cords, get prepared to basically purify that vessel to receive those counterparts. Yeah. And then you think about all of the toxic load that we carry anyway. Women are so full of like fibroids and this and that. There's fertility issues, and then like I said, all of the exes and they emotional and energetic baggage and all. Yeah, what you're doing there is a powerful need for. Shield yourself is here. Use your imagination. You'll see the answer. Your children are watched over by angels. We know that. And spend more time outdoors. This is the grounding and shielding type energy. Yeah, you on the right track. And definitely keep me posted. Let me know, because, like I say, I'm right there behind you. And I used to be so proprietary about, or feel weird about telling people about that kind of stuff. But I'm like, are you kidding me? There's 8 billion people on this planet, and we none of us can reach them all. There's so much room in that market. It really is. There's no need for nobody to feel proprietary about that, especially in the spiritual businesses. People are crying out for that help. Look at the mess we go through every night, like in the evenings on the live sessions. Some of those trolls are there because they're genuinely trying to create doubt, and they are true, hardcore spawns of the devil. But a lot of those people are just spiritually sick and don't even know it. They don't even know the influences that they're under. They're seeking for something else, and they just keep hanging around, hanging around, hanging around like the Walking Dead, hoping for the help that we can give them. We need to, yeah, we got to be in service. It is, yeah. And again, I think my doubt came from, at first, I think the doubt comes from imposter syndrome and feeling unworthy because we don't feel like we're far enough along in our journey to be guiding someone else. But somebody reminded me, You don't have to have all the answers to be a teacher. All you got to do is know a little bit more than the person you're teaching. And when we see these people limping into these rooms asking questions, and like you say, I don't think I got all the answers, but when I see the questions that they have and the things that they're going through, I know that I do have some information that can help them because I've been there. Not that long ago, I was there. So I can help them. And so it is important for us to talk about it, not only to help them, but to strengthen and help and build each other. Because we do get to a point where we're in that no man's land. Our energy, we've begun to heal, and our energy is rising. And of course, most of us don't even want to be at guru status or whatever, because we got to work our heads around accepting where spirit is taking us. Because quite honestly, we are being taken. We may not want to call ourselves that, but that's where spirit is leading a lot of us, and it's a good thing. I'm not saying we're supposed to step into that, because you can see online the people that egotistically step into that. I'm not sure how much help they're doing to themselves or the people that follow them, but you want to be that teacher and build up. But then, like you said, teachers need teachers too. Like tarot readers need tarot readers, psychologists need psychologists, mentors need mentors. So we get to a point where we do need to talk about it amongst ourselves and to each other, but amongst ourselves to form those, not a coalition, consortium, if you will, of like thought. Let me see, just because I want to pull some of these. It's super quiet this morning. You the only person coming in the room. You gonna get more cards pulled than you ever cared to know about. Somebody else will come along in a little bit. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Yeah, girl. First card out of this deck is Pluto, the Great Revealer. It says total transformation, heed the call, renewal, surrender, awaken, rebirth, clean slate, fundamental changes, purging. This is the Judgment card. So you right on time and doing the right thing. Ooh. At the bottom of the deck, you were asking about the business, and I've never seen this card come out for anybody. Cardinal the first, start of the season, original trendsetter, power, new experience, starts the party, leader, ideas, ignite. What does it say? Yes, with an exclamation point, take inspired action. You also want to provide spiritual supplies for your tribe, aura cleansing, supplies, grounding, getting into herbs as well. Same. Like I said, that's the only reason well, not the only reason, that and my credit card bill, that I'm kind of toying around with the idea of seeking a secular job for a little while, maybe for 6 months or so, and stack paper so I can get some starting inventory and supplies and things so that I can start offering those kinds of things. Because yeah, it right now, I mean, like I said, even with the circumstances that I'm under, I got some supplies in there. I could probably make maybe a couple dozen candles right now. And then I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get them all out. Well, I would do it in batches. I would just let them know that my shipments will go out once a week or twice a week, because I literally will have to take a ride share to the post office to even get them out there. But I'm willing to do that. Um, but once those are gone, I really truthfully need to get some money to get some inventory together. And that's one of the reasons I was considering TikTok too, because you can still do like incenses and other people's candles and things until you can do your own. But there's a lot of stuff you can sell in a TikTok shop. You ain't never got to touch it. It's like a drop shipping scenario. So I still want to make my own products to a degree, because like you bring you to a table when you do handcrafted products, your energy, your love, your all the rest of that. So there's gonna always be a place for that. However, There's some supplies, like you said, like vitamins, herbs, things like that, that you don't necessarily have to physically put your hand on. It's just making it available to people. Ooh, yes, spring into action is here. New beginnings, fresh goals again. Child is here, beginnings, new perspective. Wow, you know what? Yeah. Say you. Oh, so you're in the same boat that I'm in. Okay. And I gotta, like I said, I have kind of fallen off because you get beaten down by continuously applying for jobs and not getting the call back or getting them interviews, and then they turn around and pass you over. So I kind of slacked off it for a while, but I really think that if I don't hit that 1.7 this weekend, I think I'm gonna have to get my butt out there and start applying again. I'm looking for, I want to work from home job because I don't want to be out there in the. I'm in Atlanta, and I just It takes anywhere, even if I got a job here. For when I was working from home before, my home office was literally 3 miles up the road, and by ride share, that would be, depending on the time of day, it would be like $20 or $30 every day round trip for me to get back and forth to work. So, hey Latoya, how are you? You have a general whatever comes out. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the same. Well, energetically, I just kind of have to work from home. So, all right, Miss Amanda, are we good for me to move on and see what Miss Latoya got going on this morning? Or did you have another question before we move on? You good? Okay. And of course, if something pops up later, you absolutely can duck back in and we can get rolling with that. But all right, all right, all right, Miss Latoya. Let's see what. Nope, I don't want to go here. I want to go here. Here. All right. Uh oh. I got cards mixed in with here that I don't need to. What is that? Embrace divinity. I am a love child of divinity. Reality is a love story written for me. I sit silently and experience the loving embrace from my eternal mother. I store up the words of affirmation of my ageless father. The tender words that spoke my consciousness into existence become me. Okay. I wasn't necessarily looking for that, but it was kind of stuck in with this other deck of cards. And at the bottom of the deck, it says, trust divine time. There are greater forces at play. Release control. All is working out for the highest good. So maybe that's a message right out the gate for you, Miss Latoya. We'll see. Oh, there's another one. These two decks lay next to each other, so I'm not surprised that something got mixed in, but I still kind of pay attention to what comes. Smoke of sage. I am pure. The sweet smoke of sage purifies me. I'm spiritually aware of the divine wisdom that surrounds me. I clear the air of conflict. I trust my healing intuition. This can also potentially be a call for you to smudge your space. Get you some sage or sweet grass or palo santo or something. Goodness, why I can't keep seeing all these cards. Phoenix feather. I am reborn through the fire, no matter my history or circumstances. I rise above. I roar with strength and determination when faced with adversity. I overcome. I am the beauty rising from the ashes. And again, I have not actively intended to use this particular deck in a very long time, but Miss Latoya got 3 cards up out this deck with me just trying to pick up this deck. Okay, I had no idea I had that many hitchhikers stuck in the middle of this deck till I started shuffling it, and then I'm seeing them pop out. Ooh, a white heart. I love it. Are you going through a phoenix season, Miss Latoya? A lot of us are with that rebirth thing. It's been a kind of a little bit of a rough ride for some of us, but we were talking about it in last night's live stream. And I don't know if you're subscribed on my other channel, Latoya. If you aren't, I would highly encourage you to subscribe over there. We got a lot of spiritual content and different things. It's not tarot so much anymore. Um, but they were talking about the comet that's coming, and we're entering into a season where we're kind of marching. There's a procession. There's been a lot of planetary processions and things that are happening, but Saturn is actually coming into Pisces. So this is Saturn return happening for a lot of people. And then the full moon is coming up on Sunday in Pisces with a full lunar eclipse. That's it. That's like the first one. Eclipse season just started, and we coming out with a full lunar eclipse on a blood moon right here, and it's heading us towards. Like I said, the maximum energy of that comet is going to be closest to the sun towards the end of next month. So we're gonna definitely, yeah, a lot of ups. It's the energy is crazy, and definitely consider. I think I mentioned it in a post on here, and I'm going to put some more information up between now and Sunday. I'm going to be doing a group intention and full moon ritual. I won't be necessarily doing it on live stream, but if you want to be included in that, definitely email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com and we can figure out how to work that out. And it'll ebb and flow, it'll come and go, but sometimes just knowing what's going on so you don't feel crazy is kind of half the battle. I clarified or something your guys regarding your spiritual gifts reveal. Oh, okay. Oh, the what about the clairvoyance? Okay, okay. That's awesome. And listen, we had old Doubting Thomas in the live stream last night, and he does. People don't get it, and I thought about that a lot. I feel sorry for those 2 people that were in there kind of heckling to a degree, especially that last one. Whoever he was, the frog dude, because he admitted out of his own mouth he did not feel spiritually led to tarot. He did not feel he had a gift for tarot, but he chose for over a year to be a charlatan and just say what he felt like he needed and wanted to say to take unfair advantage of people. And then he want to turn around and put that energy out there for all tarot readers. I'm like, just because you a crook don't mean everybody else is. You know, kind of like old girl that made all her money making all of those oracle decks, and then all of a sudden jumped back into the church and declared everything evil. She'd have literally made millions of dollars producing tarot decks and oracle decks, and then all of a sudden she get a sudden epiphany and decides it's evil. I'm like, y'all are the ones that's evil. You don't understand that? But anyway, I'm sorry. Let's get back to you, Miss Latoya. We have, I don't, ooh, we got the first card that came out of here was Sun and Strength, Empowerment, Heart Chakra Opening, Compassion, Happiness, and Truth Revealed. Then we had Kisses and Love here, unconditionally loving, giving, and receiving affection, falling in love with Release and Purge, Surrender, Emotional Release, Clearing, and Walking Away. So my question to you, I ain't trying to get in your business and I ain't trying to be a home wrecker. But have you recently, well, it ain't even got to be recently, have you released a toxic romantic connection? Or are you looking to call in love? Are you currently in a situation you need to release? Or have you released it in the past and calling in love? Because, like I say, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. But if you are currently in a relationship, this release purge situation, this is talking about an emotional release, but it also is talking about walking away. So I don't know if that's something where you coming to realize what you thought it was ain't quite what it was, or if you already walked away. But either way, there is love here for you, and the strength card is here for you. Let me pull a few more and see what's going on with that, because we can look a little further. Listen is here. You're being asked to listen to your inner voice. It's been guiding you to do something or say something, and it's time to act on its wisdom. Some other weirdo. Oh, okay, that's why. You in the right space, my love. Cause trust me, there's no judgment here. When I tell you my people my story, and again, it's if I told my story to somebody that choose to be judgmental, it would be almost like I know they would want to call me a 304, but it ain't even like that. It was serial monogamy, not learning the choices, and basically still manifesting versions of the same type of raggedy energy. Knowing I couldn't stay with it, or they doing something so foul and jacked up, I ain't had no choice to leave, but then winding up maybe kind of getting a little bit better, but still not quite manifesting what I needed. And at the end of the day, because they appreciated the energy and I was way too nice and way too giving and all the rest of that, even though we were no longer romantically tied, every last one of them was still hanging into my energy. So I literally had four dudes hanging in my energy that refused to let go. One of them, literally, my youngest child's father, literally said, please don't cut me off out of your don't cut me out of your life entirely. I need your energy in my life. And that's when I knew I had to let that fool go. Our child is grown now. There's no reason for us to be friends. You ain't friendly. You know what I'm saying? Friends don't treat friends the way you did. That part. You have to do the cord removals. And people talk about cord cuttings. And the reason you have to do so many cuttings, Miss Yates, is because cut cords grow back. I had to actually go in and do a cord removal, visualize wiggling them out from the root, like pulling with a tweezer. If you just take the hip tip of a hair with a tweezer, it'll break off and then you got it back. But if you pull it out slowly and kind of wiggle it out, you pull the root of it out. And when you do that, those cords, and when you do the cord removal, remove the cords, and then at the end you wrap all of that in love and give it to Archangel Michael and the ancestors for them to return it to those parties in love. You ain't got to reach out for closure and call them and tell them what you did and all of that, because they gonna sense it. Oh, they gonna sense it, and they gonna try to spin the block too. When you remove those cords, be prepared for them to spin the block. You might have to change your phone number. You might have to do all kinds of stuff. Hey, Miss Brittany, how you doing? But yeah, we got this listen card here. Compassion. Be easy on yourself, because again, you ain't did nothing wrong. Unfortunately, that's part of the path of the chosen, I think, and especially I ain't even gotta ask you, Latoya. You probably are an empath. If you hear on this channel, there's a really good chance that you're an empath because of the intention that I set. We're forming a coalition of divine feminines that are returning to their goddessy. Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm a Hayoka. I know. Trust me. That's why I said there is no judgment here when I'm saying these things. Sometimes I say, and again, I got that auntie grandma type wisdom. So when I say some things, sometimes they're a little blunt and I have to excuse myself. Like, look, trust me, there's no judgment. I'm not trying to be harsh, but been there, done that, got the t-shirt. So I know how this thing gonna work. And I'm gonna just call it on out, call the BS and say it for what it is. You say you literally already changed your number, and one dude even. Ooh, child. See. And believe me, that popping up at the house, I got one right here in Atlanta. And thank goodness. We've been friends. It was toxic as hell. I done talked about him in some of the videos. One of the most toxic energies I've ever had in my life. And we were toxic friends for over 20 years. And do you know, in all that time, I never let him know where I lived. We meet up in public, on the phone, this and that. We haven't spent a lot of time in each other's physical presence, but he was still toxic even over the phone. And he calls me from fake profiles and Messenger because I changed my number and all that. And it occurred to me, I'm so very, very grateful because he'd been itching. He wanted to move in with me when I lived in Virginia. He'd been trying to get invited over here since I've been in Atlanta, but we both live in Atlanta now. And thank God I never let that man know where I live because I know good and damn well he'd be on my doorstep. I know he would. Yeah. But compassion is here. You're being asked to be kinder to yourself. Give yourself a break. Instead of being a taskmaster, a bully, and a horrible friend, be a loving comforter who always has your back. This is extremely important, especially as an empath, and especially because you got toxic idiots on your behind. We feel so sorry. We don't really want to hurt nobody, and we don't really want to be that person. We don't want to be the bad guy. We know how it feels to be the dumpy. So we don't want to necessarily be the dumper. Get them fools off your ass because they're going to play towards that. Well, if you were so spiritual, you should be able to da 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 da, and you should be able to you should be able to tolerate that, and I need you to help me. You so spiritual, I need your guidance in my life. The devil is a lie. No, no, they need guidance. God knows they do, but not from you because, and especially if they're men, they will try to loop you with that, but trust and believe, even the ones that ain't been in your panties, they trying to get there. And they gonna hang on and hang on. So if they are toxic dudes, cut them loose, all the way loose. No, we can't be friends. We can't even be friends for the sake of our child. We can respectfully and calmly co-parent, but no, anything that ain't got to do with our minor children, you don't need to call me about it. Period. And if the children are grown, cut that shit off. Because trust me, I was stuck for 15 years longer than I needed to be with that same kind of nonsense. That's why I say I ain't talking what I think, I'm talking what I know. And you won't, it will affect your spiritual journey. It'll affect your pockets. It'll affect some of everything. Boundless possibilities are here. You're standing at the edge of limitless potential. Don't limit your dreams based on past experiences. Embrace the boundless possibilities that await you. And this is what I was looking for. Let's get into seeing what's coming up spiritually, because now that we've identified what the issue is, we're going to see what's going to happen once we do something about it. And again, if it helps, eventually you'll be able to get past the anger of what they've done and what they've cost you if you can learn to understand that as painful as it is and as raggedy as they are and all of the hateful shit that they've done, at the end of the day, they are still high level soulmates to some degree. And that's the part that, oh, it aggravates me. It kind of hurts too. If you stop to think about the fact on some level, you contracted for these jackasses to come and teach you these life lessons because you are a chosen one. You're an old soul that's coming here to play the big boss, to level up and beat the game right here at the doorway of the age of Aquarius. And you had a whole bunch of them that you had lined up to take you through these generational curse level karmic lessons. Narcissist empath paradigm, huge lesson. Victim mindset, huge thing that's playing out in the Matrix. The poverty cycle, like I said, the narcissism, poverty, codependency. All of those are huge type of karmic lessons that we're seeing in mass all around the planet because those are generational curses and karmic lessons that a lot of us are having to go through so that we can heal that energy and ascend from it to get to the next stage of our spiritual evolution. So, in that respect, you don't still want to lock arms with them, but it helps to be able to shed some of the angst and the anger around what's happened with them. You said we so damn good. They said, "Hey, give me my shit now." Yeah, but truthfully, because I think about it, also you also have to remember, especially as an empath, especially as a female empath, a lot of these really toxic men that we've run across, they showed up to take us through our karmic lessons to see how we, not to see how, to help us figure ourselves out, to learn how to run through that lesson and it's get or elevate past it. But we're also, many of us are catalysts. So you showed up by divine appointment to meet up with these fools, and the lessons hurt and the this and the that. But that pain point, realize it or not, that's the very thing that puts you on your spiritual path of having to learn and grow, having to learn to love yourself enough to put your foot down and say no, having to learn to set boundaries and say da 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 da, learning to identify, to stop being so. They accuse me of being Pollyanna and naive and all of those things. It ain't that you're Pollyanna and naive. You came in here all pure heart. You put a white heart in here earlier. You came in here with a clean, pure white heart. So you loved purely, thinking that the world was just as good as you are. And you found out real quick the devil is a lie. No, it ain't. It's a lot of folks that's on that demon time, but those were the hoops that we had to do. Like, you can't build a muscle without taking it to a point of fatigue or pain. And as an empath, all of them toxic karmic relationships, that was our workout in the gym of life to go where we needed to go. But at the same turn, not only did you level up inside that relationship, that person catalyzed growth in you from bringing pain, but you catalyzed growth in them by not allowing them to completely jade you. Yes, it hurt, and eventually you had to step away from it, but you left them energetically and spiritually better than you found them. And you may or may not ever get evidence of that. If you bump into them later on, you'll find out eventually if some of them started getting their act together. They may not be up to your level yet. Ain't nobody said nothing about a reunion or a reconciliation. No, your that season is done with y'all, but you may have helped push them towards a better energy as well. So it kind of helps for you to be able to think about it that way, and so that you can release the anger around the things that have happened and what they've done. So, I am a temple, holy, divine, sacred. Let me get this is way too much over here. Ooh, limitless potential is here though. Let me see. We saw that before. Let's see what else comes out of this deck. Facing fear, courage and inner strength is here. Go through this one more time and see. Seraphim, guardians, awakener, purify. See, awakener. That's what we were just talking about. Now, I mean, you got some in your life too, but yeah, you're a divine catalyst. Let me see what other kind of ancestral stuff come up out of here since we got that. Ooh, stardom, achieving a high social status, famous in entertainment or social media famous. Envy, a life with not many to no friends. Use discernment in friendships, repeatedly encountering envy in life, difficult roads, spirit of perseverance, being prepared for great things, walking the hard path in life. And that just what we just talked about. And this is a brand new deck. I wasn't even holding this deck when I said that, and look what came out. But this difficult road in envy, it's gonna pay off in the end. You're being called for something greater than you realize. I wanna Yeah, I'm gonna do what I call the soul work spread for you. We got time. Like you said, it's not many folks in here clamoring for a reading, so we can take our time, and I love that. Is the lighting okay? Let me see what I think I need a little more light anyway for my sake. I don't know why I act like I can see. Yeah, that's a little better. Get some light on this table. Ooh, I didn't shuffle this one yet, so I will. But at the bottom of this deck, the card that came out of this was you have the ability to affect your own destiny. Yeah, right there. Yep. This being said, now we're getting ready to look more in to kind of get a word from spirit about the road ahead a little bit, or like I said, it's where you're headed and what could potentially slow you up on that path. But I just wanted to pull this one because it was kind of hollering at me. How can you sharpen your clairvoyant abilities? Ooh, spirit is giving you a spiritual hug and share the gift, Miss Latoya. um, Honestly, there are like guided meditations and things that you can look at that you might want to look into. There's a meditation the one that I did years ago, and I didn't even know that it had done anything at the time until later. Um, but it's a man named David Lyon. He was like a Las Vegas magician or whatever at some point. And I think along he got far enough in his spiritual journey. I don't he might still mess with magic a little bit, but I think he left that aside and he started teaching on YouTube. As you can He's got a channel, David Lyon, and he had a guided meditation he did years ago asking, like, it's basically asking to awaken or activate your spiritual gifts. And he's not the only one that has those, but I would type in spiritual gifts activation or something. In fact, let me jot it down. I'll try to. I'm gonna write it down. It may take me a little bit to remember to get in and do it, but I will find a couple of them and start a playlist on this channel as well for like I did on the other channel with like meditation music and another one for um like guided meditations and things, energy activations. I'll start a few playlists over here and put the link in for it. Let me see. Um, Opening spiritual gifts. Also, remember one thing that I would encourage you to consider: ask your spirit team to open your gifts to you, but they're not going to open anything before you're ready. They're only going to give you what you're ready for. I want more clairvoyance as well. I would love to see my spirit team in their natural state. But I also know that I was raised from birth to be afraid of everything I couldn't see. So until they feel I'm ready to see them, I won't. You're welcome, Amanda. And I did. Like I said, I wrote it down too, so I don't forget to look it up. I get so much stuff going through my mind that, especially if we have a particularly lit session and it heads somewhere, and when I get out of here, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be done forgot. But I wrote it down too, so eventually I'll look at that notebook and figure it out. Oh, you're welcome, my dear. Serapis Bay is here. Paradigm shift activation to grow, make the necessary changes. So we're gonna find out what these necessary changes are. Ooh, you said you too. That's why you asked for it, never really been afraid of the unknown. You always made you more curious. But see, like I said, I was afraid. So you might get it. Because some of y'all, I mean, I hear folks telling me the things that they are seeing and heard from an early age and all that they had. And different people have different gifts, and everybody experiences spirit in their own way as well. So just be patient with yourself and lean into it. And like you said, the fact that you're welcoming it in and allowing it, continue to cleanse, fast, do the meditations, ask for it, wean yourself away from, mainstream media and things that can weigh you down. For goodness sake, wean yourself away from fluoride and things like that. You may be led to use certain supplements, like you might wind up on Ormus gold and silver, and or you maybe Blue Lotus might be the thing for you. Go to cola might help, but there's a lot of different things. And the more you start poking around, that's why I call YouTube University of YouTube. I'm not saying everything in here is going to be the automatic truth, but your guides can kind of point you in a direction, and you'll start experimenting with things and checking things out based on what feels good to you and what you feel like your spirit team is leading you to. You do ask your guides when you're in meditation is coming, because been seeing little flashes of light. Exactly. And every meditation ain't gonna be you being whisked off to Mount Shasta up in the realms and going to the. Sometimes we do have them profound meditations, but it's not like that. But as long as you're consistently doing it, and I did years ago, I same thing. Every now and then I'll see like colors or an image or something like that, but it's not as developed as I like it to be. But for me personally, I think with what I was being called to do, I had to get really comfortable with my clairaudience first. And I think the clairvoyance and some other things might come in a bit later. I'm hoping they will. We'll see on the other side of this fast for sure. Mother Mary came out here for you though, Toya. Miraculous encounter, divine experiences. Do not be afraid of being powerful. And we was just talking about this. Oh my goodness. Let me see what else want to come out of here, and then we're gonna get on with this thing. Oh wow, that's cool. The moment you close your eyes and meditate, you immediately feel like you're in a rocket blasting off, and you see a black dot. That's pretty cool, because at least you know that you're consistently connecting. Some people just sit there, they may sit there for months and not actively understand it or feeling anything. For me, I started connecting when I first sat down to meditate. I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks before I really understood that I was connecting. And my son, oh yeah, Latoya, if you go to the homepage of this channel and scroll down to the bottom, you should see a heading that says My Other Channel. The channel name is Modern Mystic Messages, but I basically linked both of them together so that people could easily find them. We also had, look at here, Paul the Venetian came out, gifted one, revealing hidden talents, opportunities to shine. I'm gonna put this deck down now because it seems like everything we talk about keep popping up out this thing. Let me put right here, and then we're gonna get into your other spread that I wanted to do. I like it when that happens, but it's kind of funny to me. That's why I was like, I don't see how old boy could honestly say that there's nothing to it. He want to holler about Barnum and stuff. Any divination type thing is a matter of your inner being working along with you. No, it's not magic. It's not an automatic thing. It's your inner knowing tapping into the unified field. And this is just paper. So between your inner being and your spirit team, it's easy for them to manipulate whatever needs to happen. And some of it will resonate and some of it won't. If you're really, really tapped in, or if you are showing up by divine appointment to the right reader, that reading can have so many points of confirmation that you'd have to be crazy not to understand that your spirit team sent you there. I've had readings like that. It's a little girl over in Australia, New Zealand, somewhere, Tukey. She had a reading one time that had so many points of confirmation. I had to go back, sit down with a notebook, and take notes on them. At the end of that reading, I picked out 36 points of confirmation out of one 30-minute reading. 36. I had 5 pages of notes for my own personal confirmation during my healing journey. That's not coincidence. I don't care what the people, all the doubting Thomases want to say. This is kind of like when people are on their spiritual journey and they've opened themselves up to be a vessel of spirit. I pull cards all the time and not necessarily understand what they mean, but I don't have to understand. I just give the message with the understanding that if I record it and put it out here on the internet, it's here. It's like a message board, and spirit will lead the ones to it that's supposed to have it. And whatever all the message might be for them, it might be one thing in there for them. But the quantum nature of tarot, when you're sitting down with that understanding, you're going to hear what you need to hear out of it, what spirit got for you to hear out of it. That's all. Come to the edge is here. So it is happening for you. Deep, come to the edge, poised, and deep knowing is here. So yeah, you may not understand what all your gifts are unfolding for you right now, Latoya, but you are at the verge of knowing. Ooh, at the bottom of the deck, what you don't see coming, soulmates is here. There might be a love scenario coming. But again, community is here too. I don't, and I think it's at the bottom in the what you don't see coming thing, because I think the spiritual level up is going to have to happen first. Like you said, you got to release some of them folks that don't want to be released out your energy. And again, I ain't saying you still actively dealing with them. You probably are not. Like you said, and change the phone numbers and everything else, but they're still in your energy space. And you may have to do a series of spiritual baths and cleansing and cord removals and working with your spiritual guides and all of that. Because I did, like I said, I had people that was hanging in my energy from 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. Your energy is delicious, especially as an empath. And that's the thing that we don't understand as empaths, especially when we're hurt and we're going through the toxic stuff and the karmic stuff. We get plunked down here with our beautiful little Pollyanna, pure heart, want the whole world to be sweetness and love and light and lollipops, and we get plunked down into toxic families. Then we get handed off to hateful teachers. Then we might even go and do a thing through the whole spiritual sexual trauma thing if we get roped up in the wrong church. Then we get handed out to start getting past adolescence into these romantic relationships and stuff. And oh my God, then the toxic stuff come. But your energy be so delicious to even when you ain't feel still physically dealing with them no more, those ties are still there because you didn't know to remove them, and they damn sure ain't gonna remove them because your energy is delicious. They feed off of you. They are energy vampires, even though they may not be aware of it. Exactly, and you not. That's why I said don't worry about it yet. You don't care for love or relationships no more. That's even you saying that. That is a point of. That's why I said it's at the bottom of the deck because you still have a lot of soul work and healing to do. I'm gonna say something. You may not be prepared to hear it now, but just tuck it back in the back of the Rolodex for years later, or however long it takes. A lot of females that have gone through this stuff get there. Trust me, I've been celibate for 5 years now because same thing. I have been so sick and tired. I hit the wall even before then. I came out of celibacy. I've done celibacy in fits and spurts throughout time, but I had reached a point. I had a little mini breakdown, if you will, back in like 2010, 2011 or something. And oddly enough, I was talking to one of my karmic male compatriots. We had dated. He dumped me with no real apparent reason and then wanted to double back and do that weird friend zone thing. And one day literally had a breakdown over the phone, and I was like, you know what? I'm so sick and tired of being the one that everybody want to screw, but nobody really wants to stick around and love. I keep hearing where you been all my life and oh you a real one and this and that. But they're in. Thank God I didn't go the distance and marry none of them, because their energy was so damaged. They did want my energy around, but I wasn't enough of a hoe for them, so they would turn around and leave me and go and get all these toxic women that their energy was closer of a match to, and still turn around and want to come back and use me for energetic relief, armchair psychology, put me in the friend zone so they could trauma dump on me about them nasty, scandalous women that they was out there dealing with after they done me dirty and left me. Then they want to reach back as a friend. That stuff. You're familiar with that cycle too? Yeah. But what I will say to you, Miss Latoya, once you finish healing or get to a point in your healing that you step into this divine feminine, this exalted divine feminine, high empress type energies, reaching more into your goddessy, you will understand the usefulness of a healed divine counterpart for alchemical union. There's a lot to be said about sacred sexuality for manifestation. And at that point, once you're healed and level up to that point when you become a goddess, you might not feel so bad about having a God come in your life, especially if it's one that will allow you to be free, that's going to help you level up, that's going to support you and praise you and edify you in all the ways that you wanted to be loved and cherished and handled and supported throughout life and never experienced with those toxics. When you get to the point where your heart has healed enough, your energy is healed, and you've ascended, your spiritual gifts are in line, and all the rest of that, and you get to shining bright like the diamond that you really are and attract that divine counterpart, that show enough kingdom spouse towards you, it can be reactivated, because I believe that we are not necessarily meant to be single for a lifetime, because within sacred sexuality we become greater than the sum of our parts. And I think we're being called to be in those unions because couples like that are secret weapons in God's army of light. Wherever you go, just generating that love is a healing balm to the planet. So there's a bunch of us that are going to be activated that way. And again, it's not no rush for it. You ain't got to be in no hurry, because especially if you ain't trying to bring children into it, at that point it don't matter, because guess what? The yoni doesn't age. If you're not looking to bear children with this person, time is immaterial. Focus on you and the healing and all of this good stuff. And while you being prepared to receive your king is somewhere being prepared to receive you. And when you leave it in the hands of your spiritual team and the ancestors, oh, they go shopping for you. They gonna bring you a hell of a hell of them. But so it ain't no worry for it. Like I say, I'm not saying you definitely ain't gotta be. Ooh, see, co-create. I just split co-create off of here. You'll be co-creating with spirit, but also with your divine counterpart. Milk and honey is behind that too. So yeah, I think that's coming. I want to pull these other cards with this other spread. There's a particular spread that I do with a few decks, and I think we're gonna like this one. I really think we're gonna like this one. Ooh. Release your inner rebel is the first card out of this deck. Be yourself and create your own universe. See what I mean? Jelly bean. Ooh. Cross the bridge of happiness. It leads over the depths of your emotions. The lotus within you awakens. This is kind of your spirit team reaching out in this spread. This is the heart of the matter that's releasing the inner rebel. What can stand in the way of it or be the cross is crossing the bridge of happiness. But spirit is reaching out, telling you, and again, you are a master in light on high. So for you, it definitely is more about the spiritual journey at this point than seeking love or anything else. The love will be an extra gimme on the other side of it, but it's yeah. The lotus signifies extreme spiritual awakening. Like I said, that show enough level up, level up. Ooh, but look, it ain't completely out of the question though, because this is like the future spot, what can be upcoming for you, and it does say the time for romance has come. But again, like I said, there's no rush for it, so don't sweat the small stuff. Feel the power and blood of your ancestors is here. Rise above the dark days of life. What's this other one? And a new strategy is required. Find the path to love and happiness. Yeah, that's what. And the path to love and happiness is through the doorway of your spirituality at this point. So the time for romance has come. See it as an opportunity for a radiant life. And again, it'll come when it comes. No rush. With the power and the blood of your ancestors, you aren't alone. So they got this. And we talked about just releasing it to them and letting it happen whenever it happens. The dark days of life, he said, don't fight them, but have faith that the light will always return, and it will. And I think that you are so you on point with it. Yeah, no worries. And I think that's why you found this channel too, because there's a lot of us in here. I know Miss Yates is on that same path. Miss Brittany is on that same path. That's kind of where we are in this boat. We're gonna no, we're gonna be on the party bus together because it, like I said, it's no rush, none, no. You're past the point of being desperate for a man. Now it's like working on our spirituality and getting where we need to be with the understanding that the man will come when with the right man. Like I said, we don't want just any man. He got to be, like I said, divinity walking. Because you're going to be divinity walking. Everything is a reflection. Hold up the energetic mirror. This is here what is releasing your inner rebel. What do you need in your life that you're not currently getting? Ooh, this is an 11 card too. You get, well, like I say, you not you well, we get what you need that you're not currently getting, but you working on getting it. Oneness is the way. How can you show more compassion and acceptance toward those you don't understand? With this crossing the bridge to happiness, I think that first part that I was talking about releasing some of the hurt and angst and anger around some of the karmic lessons that you've been through might be a key to this bridge of happiness. And again, releasing the hurt and the anger around it is in no way excusing what they've done or saying that it didn't really happen. You do have to address your trauma. Some real shit happened and it wasn't cool and they shouldn't have done that. But when you can separate out and understand the karmic lesson in it, like Gandhi says, I bless those who bring me pain, for they are my teachers. When you can genuinely get to that point of your healing and spiritual ascension, it allows you to release some of that anger, which will allow you to find your way back to a different level of happiness than you may have found before. And that is a key to unlocking a door to a different place in the spiritual journey. You say you separated to go down your spiritual path. Oh yeah, no doubt. And it's Brittany, especially in your case, because like you said, yours wasn't super toxic. You didn't have, for what you were telling me. I'm not trying to put your business out there, but honestly, I think your example is a prime point to a degree. It don't have to look like danger, danger, oh my God, run, girl, in order for you to know that it's not necessarily meant for you and working. Sometimes the relationships we have are just the starter pack. And when you really call for this level of spiritual ascension that we're looking for and heading towards and being called to, if that person isn't like-minded and focused for it, they're not necessarily bad people. They just ain't the one that you supposed to end up with, because like you said, your spiritual walk is more important. You got your babies, you wanted them, and thank God, and he's a good person and all of that, and thank goodness. And y'all are even amicable in your split. Thank goodness. You're blessed, because like I said, a lot of us, I'm sort of kind of amicable only because I'm nice, but energetically I don't need to have nothing else to do with none of my exes, because they don't even know. They're on the surface, the world thinks they're nice guys, and they may be nice to strangers, but they're not good men, and they were not good to me. They were very emotionally and financially draining. So all of us kind of have a different place that we're coming to this place from. But once you understand that religion told us all of that till death do us part stuff, but that's very often not the case for the vast majority of people. Years ago, people just stuck it out because that's what they thought they had to do, and they just learned to go along to get along. But most of them was miserable, most of them. So we don't have to do that anymore, and we can shed the starter pack, because law of attraction demands that we attract what we are an energetic match to. So if you came out of a toxic family environment and abuse at school and religious paradigms that didn't serve you well and all the rest of that, and then you went bright eyed and bushy tailed out into the world and found you a partner, no matter whether it's friendly, not friendly, good, most of us it winds up being toxic. We may even have to switch them out a few times or whatever, but that's from a very damaged, unhealed place. When you finally start maturing as who you are and step into your spirituality and start leveling up into who you're genuinely called to be, your entire energy signature changes. That person that you found back then may no longer be a match to you. Doesn't mean they're bad, it's just not where you're heading. And I think a lot of women, because they haven't done the spiritual healing, they're still stuck in a point of desperation. So you say you needed to be single, you don't talk, though his girlfriend is jealous because she ain't healed either. And that probably means that he's not healed either, because he's still wanting to reach out energetically for your energy. And he, like I say, he ain't wanting to sleep with you necessarily, but he's still tapped into your energy. And of course, because y'all were married for a long time. But that's my thing about when you break those ties, taking that time apart to really truly heal. You did that. He went and got a girlfriend. So now he's got a girlfriend that's bringing her toxic whatever into there, and all. It's icky, energetically icky. And when we take that time as divine feminines to truly put a full stop, however that relationship ended, we do a full stop and focus on our spiritual level up. When we do decide to get out there and manifest again, you can't attract that kind of stuff again if you wanted to, because you're no longer an energetic match to it. That's why I said we get to that. I don't need a man. I don't want a man. I'd rather be by myself. But we aren't designed to be alone, and we genuinely are energetically better. If you want to stay young looking and all of that, you need a counterpart, because that energy is kind of what keeps you younger longer, for real. But we got to heal and get to that point, and then bring in the right one that is now a match for where we've ascended to. So, yeah, it's no rush, but do keep it in mind. Rest, renew, recharge. That's the key to awakening this lotus. Just put a park in it a little bit. What does your body crave and need right now? Like I said, solitude, spirituality, connection with your inner being and your spirit team and your ancestors, so that you can get to, like you said, you done graduated from the starter pack. Now you got to get to the graduate to the next go round. And even then, you learn to look at it. I do believe that this next relationship I foster will be the one that takes me to the end of the door. But I'm no longer dependent on that. Back before I had confidence in myself, I felt like I needed to be in a relationship to, like I said, that you complete me nonsense. No, I am complete. And if the next relationship takes me to the end of my days here on this planet, beautiful. If it don't, I'm not gonna be so jaded that, oh, I can't have it, I'll just die alone. No, no, because I'm a jazzy female. It don't matter how old I am. I find some, well, it might be because I don't like old men like that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a cougar at heart. I didn't want to admit that before, but I must be because I don't like wrinkled up old men. So it's gonna have to be something that's attractive to me. As long as I can pull one when I'm ready to do that, I will. Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Not right now. It ain't no rush for none of us. It really ain't. It's no rush. They'll be there when they get there. Let's see what we got with this time for romances come. Deep inward journey, you'll be rewarded for the work. How can you alchemize your fear? And that's what it's about. That's exactly what it's about. I'm not sure I've had that card come out for anybody else before. Certainly not recently. On the other side of that, with the inward journey and the alchemizing the fear, then it'll be time for the romance. Not till, not until. Feel the, let's see what this, feel the power and blood of your ancestors. The how is in the now. What has your intuition been trying to tell you? Why in the world? YouTube is tripping because I got the background music that I chose was from a channel that I know does not put a whole lot of commercial breaks in their tracks. That's one of the main things I love about her channel. But today, oh, YouTube said you gonna hear them today. Yep, but that's all good too, as long as they don't. I hurry up and mute them so I don't get a copyright. Yep. Now, with rising above the dark days of life, we have you create your own reality. What you want wants you to. What do you want to experience? And I think that's why a lot of us are being called to go inward and spend this time, this alone time, hermit time, what have you, outside of others, because especially as empaths, your whole life you've been catering to what other people want. Your whole life, from the time you were a little bitty girl, you was probably the one that was the mother hen in your kindergarten classroom. You were the one that was always healing up the boo-boos and the this and the that when people came along. You're the one that always catered to get caved in when your girlfriends or whatever, where do you want to eat? Oh, it's okay, whatever you want. Oh, it's okay, you've been going along to get along, just wanting everybody to just get along. And what, you don't even know what the hell you want because you done catered to other people's needs for so long. This downtime is about getting back to you because we done did enough of that. They done told us, oh, don't be selfish, says the selfish ass people that's wanting to mold you to their will. And we did that and we bought into that paradigm so long that now it's time for us to spend some time, like I said, get away from everybody so we can genuinely learn who we are, the good, the bad, and the ugly, to be learn to become selfish enough to stand up and say, "Nah, this is what I want, and this is how it's gonna be." Because there's nothing wrong with that. We been should have did that. They told us we weren't supposed to, but that's just because they was manipulating us to do what they wanted us to do. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Nope, nope, nope. Let me see. A new strategy is required. What's coming with that? You can make it through. Your higher self is always guiding you. What wisdom does your higher self have for you? Well, it's going to bring you this path to love and happiness out of this downtime. Now, next in this spread, I'm going to pull a little tarot with, oh, here's the deck that I use for it. Ooh, what kind of card is, oh, the Six of Pentacles came out with here again. It was a hitchhiking card. That and the 10 of light codes. The light code. That's the ones. Yeah. that burden, that feeling burdened or whatever. And again, these were two that came along with it. They should have been in a completely different slot, but they were here. The Six of Pentacles and the Ten of Light codes. The light codes are the wands in this particular deck. I'm gonna read this message though, because it's slightly different than the traditional tarot. So it might be a word in here for you. You being really consistent in your weight loss. Ooh, awesome, awesome, Amanda. I still forgot the way. You know what? I'm gonna do that. By the time, well, shoot, I don't go live tonight on the channel, and I really ain't wanting to tell nobody what I weigh now because I'm so mad that I gained all of that weight back. But hey, it is what it is for accountability. I'm gonna have to. But that's awesome. Um, let me see. Card 69 is the Sixth of Light of Earth Guardians. You reap what you sow. Check the balance of giving and receiving in your life. Are you open to giving, and are you open to receiving, and are you giving from overflow? Hold on. This card represents the circle of life, the flow of giving and receiving. What we put in, we get back, though perhaps indirectly from a different situation. This card is also a reminder to treat others with the respect you would like to receive. It is about equality and balance. If you believe in karma, this is one way of looking at it. However, also remember to practice giving without expecting something in return. Also, be careful not to give out of a sense of forced obligation. That's yeah, what we, that part. This can backfire and have the opposite effect, bringing you more of what you do not want. This is ideal if you can give from an inspired sense of overflow, cultivated by doing what you love. This card also reminds us to receive. When we allow ourselves to receive the gifts others wish to share, it will enable us the energetic abundance to give joyously. It is also lovely for the giver to see someone lit up by their efforts. When you receive this card, be mindful of the balance of giving and receiving in your life. Be aware if you're giving too much, running yourself ragged, or being taken for granted. It is disempowering for the receiver to be entirely relying upon you. Support them with the tools to help themselves rather than rescuing them by codependent means. Check in with yourself. Are you relying too heavily on someone or something that is not sustainable? If you borrow something, ensure you can return it. You are encouraged to manifest and dream big. Ensure no one is feeling exploited in the bid to bring your dreams to life. This card signifies harmony, the flow of outward energy being met with incoming energy in whatever form that may take, just like any healthy ecosystem. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. And I love when that happens because, like I said, we got a message here for Latoya, but it's also reaching you as well. That's the way it go. That's just the way it go here. And I wasn't even trying to pull from this deck at all today, and it wasn't next to the deck that I actually pulled. It was that other deck is in a whole different bin, but these two cards came along with, so that's why I felt like we're supposed to look at them. And I know I got a message in there too, so. I recently had to let go of somebody. Like I said, it was a friend of mine, but yeah, same thing. It's not. That's one of the reasons we wind up walking alone. Because again, whether it's romantically, energetically, or whatever, a lot of these people have mistaken our kindness for weakness and trapped us in a point of giving to where it no longer even feels good to give. We done gave until we done gave the hell out. Half the time we done gave till there's nothing left. And then all of them people that we helped are nowhere to be found to help us. Nowhere, but they still got their hand stuck out. If they think you gonna get something, if they halfway smell you might have got something coming, they come back with some kind of a crisis or a need, or can I need to get a favor? I just want to borrow. But how many of them borrow from you and they never give you nothing back? Nothing. They don't even give it back. Sometimes it gets so darn um, They take you so much for granted, they won't even say thank you. I've had that happen. Had somebody call and tell me about how they was in crisis mode, this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't really have it like that, but they spun a pitiful enough story that I helped them out. But I let them know I really needed it back. 10 years later, I still ain't got it back. But when I gave it to him, I had to call 3 days later to see if they even received it because he didn't even bother to say thank you. And that really let me know you need to stop giving to these people for real. Um, with the 10 of light codes, return to the mother tree. You have arrived at a completion point. It's time to recharge and reflect. Are you carrying unnecessary burdens? Discern what's gold and what's lead and what can be released with love. Yep. Yep. You can't, we've been carrying too much. So that's why you supposed to be. We have been too giving for too long, and the world says it's bad to be selfish. You better be selfish. You have to be selfish enough to stand up for yourself, because they damn sure won't. They accuse us of being selfish. That is narcissistic gaslighting. That's what that is, really. Because the very people that's accusing you of being selfish, why are you selfish? Because you ain't doing what they want you to do. They're being selfish because they're not just working in their own interest. They're wanting to work, they wanting you to work in their own interest at your detriment, and turn around and throwing the word selfish in your face to make you feel bad or try to guilt you into doing it anyway. The one that I was, when I came to mind, the one that came to mind when I was reading that Six of Earth Guardians, like I said, it was a spiritual brother. We're not romantically linked or anything, but I found myself helping over the years too much, and then I realized, hey Niana, how you doing, my love? I come to realize when I look back over time, it was a pattern. Every 2 to 3, no later than 4 months, at least, at the very longest, he might go 4 months, but at least 2, 3, 4 times a year, he would come up with some kind of crisis scenario that he needed some help with. And if I could help, anything he could do, anything I do, blah, 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 to be helpful and all of this other stuff. And it was always somewhere between $100 and $300 that he needed. Always. This man is married, got a whole family and everything else, but always needed. And then I realized, again, being taken for granted. He had the nerve to tell me one time, let me know it was his birthday, but he wanted to give to the poor for his birthday, but he didn't have no money to give to the poor. So basically, he was asking people to give him cash for his birthday, but it was so he could give to the poor, to basically guilt me and strong arm me into to giving. And when I finally asked him to stop asking me for money, and that was fine for a while, and then he doubled back a few weeks ago and fed me this whole scenario about supposedly there had been some kind of a gas explosion, and sent me this very graphic video that really looked like it was a forwarded news clip from somewhere else. He wasn't in it. It was just showing what happened over in this place, but he claimed he was affected by it too, and his brothers and all of this other stuff, and then asking me to pay his hospital bill to take the stress off his wife. Asked me to pay his hospital bill, and I'm like, bro, I don't have it. And he accepted that for a day or two, and then messaged me back a couple days later, gonna try to tell me that if he died, it'll be on my hands. That my his life is in my hands. That he needed me to go borrow money that I done already told him I don't have to pay a bill that he got coming in. And I was like, look, I almost used the N word on him then, but I wound up giving him a healthy piece of my mind, and I blocked him. I absolutely blocked him because that's ridiculous. If someone, like I said, when I first, the first couple, he had something what was going on with his baby or whatever back in the day, and I gave when I had it like that. I gave because I wanted to, but I've also noticed, especially with empaths, people like to do what I call dry bagging. They come and dump their problems in your lap because they know they don't have to specifically ask. If they keep telling you about it, what's going on? Oh, I'm not fine. I got this going on, and da da da. They forever trauma dumping their issues in your lap because they know you gonna. If there's any way for you to see clear to do it, that you gonna do it. Yeah, and that's why we need to cut half the time. We have to cut them loose just to get the leeches off you because that's what they are. They're energetic leeches. Oh, let me get back to this reading this because this card signifies completion. Breathe deep and relax. Know that you're held by the mother tree, a place of renewal, acceptance, and recharge. You may be feeling depleted from the burdens you have taken on along the way. As we go through life experiencing the adventures of being human, we pick up as much lead as we do gold. As we relate to others with their own stories and traumas, we can project on each other without realizing in ways that have lasting impressions. Take the time to tune into yourself. If you're feeling heavy or weary, ask yourself if this is yours. If you receive this card in a reading, it's time to return to yourself, take care of your needs, and tune into your unique truth. Consider that some burdens may not be necessary for you to carry. Perhaps you're taking on extra work to meet a long term goal. Thus, you will be spending more energy than usual. Perhaps it is time to clear out things in your physical environment. Objects can hold energy and reminders of previous times. Sometimes we hang on to things for unhelpful reasons and end up with a lot of clutter. Sometimes it's easier to clear your outer reality than your inner world. External decluttering parallels the sense of inner clarity and lightness. Consider those items that might have an emotional charge. You might want to feel into them and release them. Perhaps you're taking care of loved ones and feeling weighed down. Understand that your time with them makes a difference. Know that this is short term and you will have the ability to be lighter once these situations have run their course. In the meantime, do what you can to ensure you have enough energy. Prioritize self care, time management systems, and spiritual practices to get you through and help you stay centered. This will allow you a greater capacity to give more freely. Mm. Now, Latoya, that's your card, but Amanda, I think that's for you too. I'm gonna just put it out there like that. You came to mind in there. Yep, they be sucking you dry. You're absolutely correct. You say you got to get ready to go get your son. Oh, you're so very welcome, my love. You are so welcome. I'm gonna go ahead. What I'm gonna do, remember around 90 minutes into this reading, an hour and a half, you're getting ready to leave, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish this spread so you can come back later once it uploads. You can tap in right around 87 minutes in or so, and you can finish the reading. All right? Awesome. And have a beautiful rest of your day. And I am glad that you found us. We found each other. And hopefully you'll be able to join us on some of the evening live streams on the other channel. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll finish this spread because there's a couple more layers of cards that need to go with it. And then I'll move on to someone else in just a moment. Ooh, absolutely. Love you. Namaste. Have a beautiful rest of the day, Mama. Ooh. And the first card out of here that goes with this releasing the inner rebel is the King of Pentacles. This is generational wealth. I mean, it's the king instead of the queen, but again, it doesn't necessarily, it's not talking about coming from another man or whatever. This is about being in that position of being a change maker on the material level as a natural leader. But again, it represents generational wealth coming in. So that's good. Crossing the bridge of happiness was here. The hanged woman is here. So taking time to look at things differently, this pause, like we've talked about, is right here. That's exactly what this is. This is a sacred pause for the purpose of gaining a new perspective and gaining enlightenment. With the lotus within you awakens, what do we have? Ooh, the fool is here, which is that leap of faith. This is the beginning of the spiritual journey. This is about stepping on that path of enlightenment, and it is right here with the Lotus Awakening. The Six of Cups is here. The time for romance is here in this deep inward journey. The Six of Cups for me always has a bit of melancholy in it. It's talking about family relationships, nostalgia, quiet reflection, doing inner child work. And genuinely, that's typically what we have to balance to be able to be receptive or prepared for a romantic situation or even the next phase in our life. Like I said, especially as imbalanced or traumatized empaths, we often have a lot of early childhood family dynamic stuff. It may even be something that happened that your mind may have closed it back behind a wall of trauma. You may not even remember it immediately, but we have this is a signifies in that downtime and that deeper inward journey, doing that inner child work and the shadow work so that you can clear that stuff up to be prepared for that next relationship. Now, let's see, as far as feeling the blood of your ancestors, power in the blood of your ancestors, the chariot is here. The how is in the now. Says, what has your intuition been trying to tell you? And this is about the the power of the will, mind, determination, self-control. So you're driving your chariot, but you have your like I say, you ain't in this chariot alone. Your ancestors are right there with you, helping you learn how to steer this. So, ooh, that card does say you're not alone. I forgot about that part. Ooh, wait a minute. That's a half a deck. I can't take that many. Let's try that one more time. Okay, that is. Oh, strength is here. Rising. Whoa. With rising above the dark days of life and creating your own reality, the strength card came out here. So the chariot and the strength are side by side, and I love that because there is in this strength card, this looks almost like a chariot with the two white Bengals together. Most of the time, the strength card shows a female taming a lion with the strength, but it's still about courage, fortitude, about using your finesse basically to handle tough situations. So, yeah, this rising above the dark days is happening. A new strategy is required. Oh, two cards came out with this one, the Emperor and the Eight of Cups. So, yeah, and again, I guess it could have easily had just as ooh, three came and I didn't even realize that the Age of Aquarius is here. So truthfully, whether it's emperor or empress really doesn't matter. I mean, the empress is constantly birthing and that kind of stuff. The emperor talks about this divine authority, divine masculine type energy. However, as an empath healing in solitude, you balance divine masculine and feminine. And at this point, I think the divine masculine energy, the emperor energy in your life, does refer to you in solitude because in this age of Aquarius, you're doing a great walking away. Eight of Cups is genuinely walking away. In the traditional tarot, it shows them just, yeah. And she's walking away even here. It's a very dark card, so you might not be able to see it, but she's turned her back. She's walking into the moonlight by the pyramid, which truthfully, with this card talking about making it through your higher self guiding you, is guiding you away from this painful season, doing the introspection, all of those things, so that you're genuinely birthing out something entirely new with a more spiritual focus, a more independent focus. There will be wealth and all coming, but I don't, in this case, um, not saying that the man won't help you get some money, but the partner coming in is kind of immaterial to the wealth. And honestly, I think for some of us, it has to be that way, especially for the ones who have been misused or abused by men. Even we can heal to a certain point, but you're never going to be, unless you get a frontal lobotomy or something, you're never going to be so spiritual that you completely forget how those people how you got here, that painful road of misuse, abuse, and all of that. And so there remains a vestigial bit, if you will, of, dare I say, toxic masculinity. Not truly toxic. I think in our healing, it's just that we're not allowed to come to step completely into our feminine energy. We have to maintain a bit of that masculine energy to make sure that we remain self-sufficient and that no man can ever put us in that position again. And I don't think that that's wrong, because we've been too trusting in the past and gave the keys to our car to the wrong driver, so to speak, and they ran us in the ditch, and it leaves us a little bit mistrusting. So I really think for this particular energy and this kind of group of females, feminines, there is that level up. And yes, you want to love him and you want to be in your soft feminine era and manifesting and all of that. But to some degree, when the finances come in, you still have to keep control of them, because you're far too harmed from the past. You're no longer damaged. You recovered from it, but it left a little scar. So moving forward, you still, whatever he bring in is all good, and he better be doing something, and he gonna be zaddy, and he got the money, and y'all are gonna do it together as a team, and all of that. Kumbaya is beautiful, but you still gonna have to have a measure of control. You're not gonna just be able to sit back in complete feminine energy and just hand everything to a man, and you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to in this particular instance. um Now we're gonna, oh shoot, I done dropped part of that deck, but that's okay. We're gonna get, the way I usually end up this spread is with getting a couple of these light worker cards, then a couple of the uh universal law cards, and then a couple of the either Metatron or Yeshua cards. Ooh, initiation by water came right on out here, quick, fast, and in a hurry. You are a channel for spirit, loved one. That is exactly what that means with the initiation by water. We have orbs of light here. This is also divine assistance showing itself. Let me see here. And the third ray of creative intelligence. We're going to look these up in just a moment. I want to get over here with the. Whoa. The law of creation is here. Focus your mind to create your deepest desire. And the law of giving and receiving. Says give away a material belonging to you love to someone. We're gonna see what that's about later. Oh, but it also came here with the law of mental equivalent. Use your imagination to create your dreams into reality. Since those flip together, I'm gonna take them together, and then we're gonna get a Metatron card and a Yeshua card, and then we'll take a look at what they mean. So you've been at the hot tub meditating for the past 2 to 3 days. Ooh, I love that. I wish I had one to go. Well, no, I think we got a pool out here that I've never even bothered to get in, and that's so sad. But we live at the back of the complex, and it's literally like half a mile up to the front part. I don't even, by the time I got up there, I'd be like, you know what, I need to start walking up there, but I don't even want to be in the pool with other people and all the rest of that. So during the summer months when I know the kids are out there, I if I would go early enough in the morning, I could go before they all came out. But like I said, Labor Day they usually close it up anyway after Labor Day, so that's, yeah. Mhm. Hey Weston, how are you, dear? Welcome in, welcome in. All right. Bear with me. I'm finishing up a spread for Latoya, and then we can certainly take a look at some stuff for you if you need be. Where am I? Okay. With initiation by water, you go real early. Yeah, I feel you. Now, well, the reason I guess because wasn't doing the water thing, I do like my baths in the tub here. But when I go outside, I got like I just get on the yoga ball and put my music on, and nobody really messes with me out there between in the back of the complex there where they had that little common ground. I just go out there and get barefoot and do my stuff on either on the back patio or out on the grass out there. But that's cool that you were able. We don't have a hot tub. That's the only reason. Like I said, I wouldn't even be in the pool that long because I'm so cold natured. Even in the summertime, it's still gonna be cold for me, so I wouldn't even worry about it. But yeah, if we had a hot tub, I probably would be out there. But yeah. Oh, okay. Awesome, Weston. Now with this releasing the inner rebel, everything is a reflection in the King of Pentacles. We have this initiation by water. Your spiritual path this lifetime involves you becoming a clear channel for spirit. You're meant to communicate with higher guidance from the spiritual, loving spiritual worlds. Your initiation by water will further open your receiving channels, dislodge lower vibrational material, and sensitize you to the subtle realms of light. You're being open to a world of which you may only have dreamed, such as its beauty, grace, and love. And it's funny, Amanda, you sit there talk about going and using the hot tub, and initiation by water came out for Latoya. So that this applies for you too. Situations have been arising in your world that evoke emotional reactions and challenge your opinions and beliefs. You may not feel in control. You may feel like your world, your own emotions have become like a stormy sea in which you're tossed about, and you're doing your best not to drown in the chaos. Yet you are not to fear it. It is stirring that which has been held within so it can be released. The storm will pass, and the waters of your emotions shall become more serene. You say you studying geopolitics, so you just taking a break, trying to figure out. Well, if you know what, if you, I'm gonna pull a card for you anyway, if you're still available when I get done with this. Let's see. I don't know. Orbs of light are here. Truthfully, you might have came up because some of these might be for you, Weston. The spiritual worlds are delivering a message to you. You may have already heard it through telepathic reception and mistaken it for your own thought. Yet it is inspired by your higher guidance, those spiritual beings that love you without condition. It is an answer to a question and guidance to increase your happiness. It is possible to pray without realizing it. The universe is lovingly listening to every thought and feeling in your heart and mind. When you intentionally speak to the universe and ask your higher guidance to help you with an issue, this is a powerful way to call the light into your life. It works often quite rapidly. However, sometimes we ask for help without being aware of doing so. Worrying about an issue or pondering a question are all ways in which this happens. There are orbs of light around you. They are spiritual beings that love you. These orbs contain information and energies that help answer questions and worries through the intelligence and love of the higher spiritual worlds. That information might come through a song, a phrase, a feeling, or a color or a symbol that unlocks awareness in the deeper recesses of your mind and body. This that made me think about that what happened last night in the live stream. Somebody was all the way in North Carolina and saw a flash of lightning at the same time that a blip, some kind. It wasn't exactly an orb. It was more like a flash came across my screen, and I saw it. I didn't know that they had lightning or anything happening, and yeah, there wasn't no lightning happening here, but it definitely affected the phone. I thought, okay, that was some kind of a message or confirmation for him. Which, hey, I'll take it. Like I say, I know nothing happens by accident. The third ray of creative intelligence, it brings the gift of practical spirituality and develops the talent for grounding inspired creativity into the world. It empowers your manifestation. This ray brings many gifts, including new ideas and the practical support needed to bring them to life, the ability to organize, and syn- make connections and networks and synthesize information from various sources into one coherent whole. Archangel Chamuel helps you receive this gift from the universe with love and intelligence. The third ray of intelligence will help you gain practicality to organize and manifest an idea or vision into the world. It gives you the drive and the means to implement your plans. When this ray is active in our lives, we want to take action, bring something to life, not just to know or feel, but to do. With this oracle, a message about taking action and believing that even the most inspired and spiritual ideas can have practical purpose in the world. Your visions and ideas can and should be worked with so they can manifest. Oh, good. I'm glad you're getting some benefit from it too. Like I say, this is like the tail end of her spread, but she had to leave, so I'm just finishing it up. So she'll come back to the timestamp and get the rest of the message, and then we'll move on. But yeah, I always get a lot of benefit from these type cards as well. We got the law of creation here. Um, Focus your mind to create your deepest desire. Life is being created from spirit, your higher self, right now. The axiom is the first This axiom is the first cause and mode of operation of how the creative process of the universe works. It is the unfoldment of thought through universal law into form. This law is based upon the primary axiom of spirituality, the reality that life is created from spirit, your higher self. Spirit manifests itself in and through all creation, but is not absorbed by its creations. The manifest universe is the body of spirit. This creative principle works for everyone equally. The oracle's message: you are directing energy upon universal law and manifesting the outpicturing of your life right now with zero effort whatsoever. By drawing this card, your higher self desires for you to awaken the truth of who you are. You are a divine spiritual being creating your reality via beliefs within your soul. This is a message telling you to acknowledge yourself for all the beautiful things and experiences you have created up to this point in your life. Pick one thing today to create without getting sidetracked and complete it. Once you have accomplished this one thing, you will experience more of your divinity and ability to consciously create. Uh-oh, I just dropped something. Hold on a second. Oh, here it is. I dropped the card. It stuck to my elbow. And then we have the law of mental equivalence. Use your imagination to create your dreams into reality. All of life is the outpicturing of the mind. Individually, you know someone's beliefs because you can simply witness their life and see what beliefs they're embodying and demonstrating. Collectively, we can observe the manifestation of the one mind by the circumstances of the cultural environment. Cosmically, we witness the divine correlation of the cells of the body and the astronomical entrainment. The oracle's message: by pulling this card, it indicates that you must wake up and realize that life is the ultimate mirror of your consciousness. Who you are being and how you are living indicates the exact beliefs you're embodying. If you do not want what you're experiencing, it is up to you to reprogram your subconscious mind and redirect energy upon universal law to manifest and demonstrate a life you love. Imagination is the secret to creating your dreams into reality. And then the law of giving and receiving. Give away a material belonging you love to someone. The universe does not know the difference between giving and receiving. They are both divine exchanges of energy, the expression of love. For us to receive, we must give, and vice versa. The extent to which we give what we desire is the degree to which the universe will abundantly shower you with that. This interchange is the currency and flow of prosperity. The oracle's message: are you holding on to a particular item which is communicating to the universe that you're not ready to receive? There is not any difference between giving and receiving, they are one and the same. By drawing this card, your higher self desires for you to expand your ability to flow in the exchange of energy with all of life. The first step is to let go of everything that no longer serves your life. Someone else will benefit from these items that you do not need. When you let go of what you have been holding on to, the universe will bring new energy into your life. You are going to receive something big. Awesome. And then we've got a Christ consciousness card or two over here. The first one is follow my lead from Yeshua. Come, and I will make you fishers of men, was Jesus' first call to his disciples. He calls us again. He calls again to us, this time knowing we understand more than we originally did 2,000 years ago, and that to be invited to hold his presence and embody his teachings is a lifeline that changes the game for all who answer it. This may not be the first lifetime you've walked with him. You may have had an incarnation as an Essene, or another age where you may have been persecuted or have been the persecutor for aligning to what man created wrongly in Jesus' name, be it war, crusades, material wealth and institutions, or other aspects. None of this was his desire or wish and was a distortion of all he stood for. His message was simply to love one another as I have loved you, and now, via the living flame of Christ consciousness, you receive another opportunity in time to pick up the mantle and follow his heart-led example, healing all that has gone before. Your light and truth are not to be hidden in dusty old buildings, but are out there on the street, in the shop corner, within families and relationships, and at your workplace, to be a living testimony to love, to help heal, illuminate, speak, and express it because you are it. And in his name, you truly remember that. Be confident. You are a beloved child of God, a spark of creation, a unique presence that this world needs to make it whole. He asks that you never deny your greatness, your own divinity, or all you came here to be. Instead, to set the benchmark for others to follow via your inner peace, radiance, stillness, tolerance, non judgment, and more. Awesome. You say you found you want to burn your candle at both ends in life and twice the light. That's what happens. You get twice the attention of the monsters. Sometimes we have to just sit back and chill because we want to do. The chariot card came out here, and there is a place for us to steer a little bit. But when it comes to the spiritual journey, I look at it like, and again, we can't do this now because everything that got so popular. But when I was a little kid, 100 years ago, as my children would say, think about sitting on daddy's lap in the car, and he gonna let you drive, and you just swear up and down you doing something. You got your little hand on the wheels, and he got his knee propped up there. He's steering it, and you only going creeping in the driveway at 2 miles an hour, but you swear you doing something. But truthfully, he's got control of it. That's what we're like on this journey. We want to do, we want to know we're guiding, and to some degree we are, but truthfully, we're only shopping for the finer details. We're putting the finishing touches on our stuff. The trajectories that are in place are being led by our spirit team, and we got our little hand on the wheel and we swear we're doing something. But the more we can lean back and understand that daddy is really running the show, the better off we're going to be. The better off. The horses control the chariot. You can train them to follow your suggestions exactly. In the tarot, the horses are driven telepathically, but like you say, at the end of the day, it's still the horses that are running the show. They weigh 50 times more than you do. They are pulling that chariot. You're not doing it. They're following your lead, but they're the ones doing the work. And that's exactly what it's like with spirit. You are right. Now, this other card that came here was 38. Just be you. Excuse me. I gotta get a sip of water here. Hold on. Excuse me. Jesus' energy is one of freedom. As a man over 2,000 years ago, he broke away from many of the expected traditions and norms of his day. To some, he was a revolutionary, to others, a threat. But for many, he quenched their appetite to move beyond old structures, thoughts, and goals. He saw beyond what already existed and was a trailblazer for new ways. Holding Christ consciousness will see you too as someone who pushes against that which is unjust, as well as asking you to stand up for those who are forgotten and ignored. You will be asked to see the higher picture, to be the better person, to be able to let things go and detach where necessary from that which doesn't serve you, often going against the crowd to do so. All of this is helped by embodying a free sense of being, and it is important to remember that this is also a state of mind, not always an actual external expression. In other circumstances, we can be free even when imprisoned by circumstances beyond our control or shackled up in some other form, i.e., by political oppression, financial restriction, or physical incapacity. True freedom is linked into holding the peace that Christ consciousness teaches, having no malice, staying in alignment to our hearts, and knowing that our lives are eternal and we are divinely loved. In addition, freedom lies in grasping that you are truly a child of the universe. Your soul cannot be contained by any one experience or incarnation, and there are multiple times and excursions to discover all that it is to be human. Indeed, God wishes for you to have free reign to explore as much as you can, and has given us our senses through which to do that. You may be in a situation, relationship, or job where you don't feel free, but the lesson is that this is an illusion. You are where you're meant to be for what you're currently learning, but you always have the key to change anything, and like the bird in the cage, can fly out and be free. This flight of freedom occurs when you have moved beyond what no longer serves you and acknowledged its reason for being present and the learning acquired. Having a bird's eye view of your life can clearly show you the parts that are worn out or needing attention. This can also include how we treat ourselves. Are we imprisoned by destructive habits and behaviors, routines, and our own negative thoughts? If we can adopt a new course of action, then new outcomes can be found and healing discovered. Your wish, your spirit wishes to break free, to register as much as possible every day, to make an impact on others and enjoy all there is to be savored, because life is meant to be joyous. Freedom is also about discarding what others expect you to be and embracing all you are, including the age and life stage you're at, your needs, and more. You may be living someone else's script of how your life should be via a job, belief system, persona, or anything else. Release it now, and any guilt, as when we have surrendered, we find ourselves in flow and will be taken to where we need to go. Just as the hot air balloons ride the thermal to navigate the journey, be like the balloon that travels safely with a light load, not weighed down by any excess baggage. It has the ability to soar as well as the ability to come in for a soft landing, replete from its experience and enjoyable excursions. Wow. You said your dad let you drive his truck because you was tall, so at a young age, oh, it was on a law enforcement training. I mean, I learned to drive. I learned to drive earlier rather than later too. But I was talking about like the little, like 4 and 5 year old kids that still, like say, young enough, 3, 4, 5, young enough to sit on daddy's lap. You ain't really doing nothing, but you swear you doing something. That part. That was the image that came to mind when I was thinking about the spiritual journey and what we're really doing at the end of it all. Now, we're going to close out this spread with the Metatron deck. We have creation here. It's sunny out, but I swear the air smells a little bit like it might rain. I got the window cracked and I can just kind of smell it a little bit. Expansion in your life. Card number 3 links to the planet Jupiter, growth, abundance, blessings, and unlimited resource. Every single thing within the universe starts from an initial thought. To create anything, we first have to think it, dream it, and above all, believe it is possible with every sense available to us. The energy of creation is there to help change and improve our lives. Sparks of creative light that can be sent out and brought back manifested as something tangible and real. The flower of life shown here is a sacred symbol that assists you with creating. Every action, thought, and deed is boosted by focusing on its geometry and energy, helping you to kickstart, expand, or grow anything we want. Focusing on the image alone will bring healing to any block that prevents us from being so. Draw the energy of the flower of life into your sacral chakra and let it encourage this center within you to get its creative juices flowing again. There are no limits to what we're capable of creating. We are all master creators, able to manifest whatever we set our minds to. And yet, Archangel Metatron reminds us that we have to create with our hearts as well as our minds. Our minds know only what they've been already experienced. The heart can lead us on a path to bigger things yet not imagined. And last but not least, here we have card 9. Action, movement needed. Card 9 is supported by the energy of Mars, planet of action and dynamic movement. Successful completion of anything worthwhile belies the fact that much work, effort, triumph, and setback has likely gone into its making. Whatever you're asked to be, or do, whatever you're asked to do, be, or try at this time needs to start not just with a thought, but with action. Action, however small, needs to follow thought. It is the law of the universe and the way anything is created. So often you stall, waiting for the perfect condition to begin, and yet, why wait? Tomorrow may never come. You only have today to live, so live it now. Don't put off any longer that which you wish to do. Any step toward the goal you seek at this time is correct. There are no wrong paths to take. Any mistake to be made is part of the learning process, and every achievement is acquired to spur you on. It said to be active also means to be healthy. Seek fresh air, sunlight, and a body that serves you well. Feel Metatron close to you. Visualize, imagine, and feel his light alongside you, helping you strive for more to be in the best shape and to achieve all that you came here to do. But it starts with movement and often steps away from comfort zone into uncharted areas. Move, walk, run, write, play, create, live. It is why you're here, and do it today. And I know that one applies to me. Well, a lot of us, I've been hearing people, a lot of us are like looking into fasting. So folks are intermittent fasting. We have one here that's doing daily meditations in the whirlpool, all kinds of movement, but that also those things are moving you towards the creations and manifestations as well. Somebody, Amanda wanted this morning confirmation on what she's starting as far as her online business. I think that serves as a confirmation of that as well. So yeah, it's happening. It's happening, and spirit is looking on the sidelines. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep tapping in for encouragement where it's needed, because the Spirit is more than happy to give you those confirmations and encouragements whenever you need them. And yeah, it's onboarding and on the way as we speak. Now, I'm clearing this away. Is there anyone else here in the live stream that would like to have cards pulled for them? Oh, hey, Niana, I'm glad you're here. I can't see the genuine number of people in here because it's only showing 2 right now. So I know the other day it was showing like 4 or 5 people in the stream, but it was more than that. It was actively talking. So I knew that the numbers I'm seeing are not necessarily correct. And again, I don't know what this is, old new channel, so I'm just going with the flow and trusting spirit to get uh, whoever needs to be here, and you know, I know how it go. And you right, Niana. That's the part that I have to remind myself because we do get impatient, especially if the money ain't lined up quite right, or the like I said, the viral moment hasn't happened just yet, or we didn't get that call, or whatever it is that we were looking for to have come in. But we got to remember, most of us were put in this form, some period of stagnation or shutting down after the tower moment, hermit mode, whatever. We had to come to a bit of a full stop in order to stop that crazy momentum of that stuff that was happening out there. And just like you can't stop a train on a dime, you can't start it on a dime either. It's not like a race car that's gonna go 0 to 60 in 2 seconds flat. It take a little time to get that motion going back. You said, how do you get rid of fear? Do you just transmute it? You keep doing what you're doing here, showing up, seeking confirmation where you can, looking for the signs, trusting in your guides, talking to your guides, collecting, associating with like-minded people, so that spirit can give you that spiritual hug and that big up. And you know, it's it's gonna come back because, like you say, like I mentioned last night, we get the "Are we there yet?" When you're looking around, you try not to notice that the thing you're looking for hasn't happened yet, but because very often the things that we desire, we've asked for from a place of hurt or lack or wanting it. Said your mom called you yesterday to tell you to be still. And is that something she normally would do? That might have been spirit nudging her to tell you that I'm trying to. It's hard, Niana. That's why I say I'm over here reaching for words because I wish I knew what to tell you, baby. I'm in that same boat. I've told y'all see what I go through. I try to be as transparent as I possibly can, not from some place of whining about it because I'm not complaining. And yeah, it's not something she would normally do. Spirit used her as a mouthpiece in that instance. Peace, be still. Spirit is more in control of it than you know. And again, I go through that when I was sitting there itching. I need a job. I need a job. I need a job. And Spirit is saying, "Hold your horses." But I need money, Spirit. I know, but hold your horses. Keep still. But it is difficult when, especially when we don't have the things in place that we're looking for and asking to bring in because we're so used to doing our part. And there will come a time to do that. I'm not saying you're supposed to sit on your hands forever. Action is required, but it has to be at the right time. And we get impulsive because we're not seeing what we want. Hey, how was your day? That's what's up. Good deal, good deal. But yeah, we get to the point where we get impatient and we want to just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And that really winds up spinning our wheels a little bit and sometimes can even be counterproductive to take us further away from the things that we're wanting to do because we're spinning our wheels and throwing mud at the wall, which only makes for a muddy wall. It don't really get anything to stick. You just have a whole bunch of dirt up there on the wall that now you got to stop and clean before something can stick. So it's not a perfect science. And I wish I knew. I wish I had that level of insight to be able to pinpoint the thing that I need to go and do and the time that I need to go and do it. Well, no. That's where tuning into intuition comes, I think. Because then the time will come where you just know that you know some circumstance, opportunity, person, job, something lands in your space that is so different and out there. I wasn't. So anyway, I'm so sorry. You said it looked like rain out there in California too. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes I think we get to a point where the impulse will come when it's time for you to genuinely move. Spirit will make it so that you won't have no choice but to. And it's going to look weird and whatever. And it may be spur of the moment or it might be completely counterintuitive from other people's standpoint. But you won't be able to not step with it. And then you'll know. You really know. I'm even kind of trying to debate with that myself, because I keep thinking, well, you know what? The thought about looking again for a job, getting back into that and knuckling down keeps coming back. So maybe that is spirit telling me that that's what I need to do. Certainly in a situation like that, it can't hurt. If I'm not supposed to have the job, I certainly won't get it. But I had gotten kind of beat up from the job search for a while, and was being, quite honestly, I'd love the idea that the windfall is going to come so that I don't have to get out there. Because if I'm honest, like I said, I don't really want a job. I don't. Not a job. I don't mind working towards the things we want to work for, the things we've talked about here. I got plenty of energy for that, but a swipe a card just to make a paycheck, job, hell no, I don't want one. But unless or until the windfall comes, I'm gonna have to do something, so I may have to balance that. And I do look and understand it's going to require a level of balancing. That's why I'm saying now it's showing zero. I'm seeing zero here in the live stream, but I'm actively talking to y'all. So I honestly got to just stop looking at that number. And as long as people are responding, do what I'm going to do. So I don't know what it is. Well, again, YouTube make you earn it a little bit. And by this channel, by me choosing to activate this old channel rather than to build one from scratch, it's probably going to take me a little while to get up to speed and get into the stream like that. So, but I felt like at the time that that's what I was supposed to do, because number one, the first 40, 50, I think it was like 46 people that subscribed to this channel, they did so on a leap of faith just based on the comments that I had been placing on other people's content through over the years. So they're not fully aware that I'm here. They probably don't even have me set for notifications and stuff, because I wasn't producing any content for years. This channel is 13 years old and I wasn't producing any content on it whatsoever. So they don't have notifications set to even know that I'm active on the channel yet. It's going to take a while for them to be able to find out that I'm here and come back, for me to be able to do the live streaming enough to start coming up in people's for you and suggested and all that stuff. So it's just a process. To me, it's no different. Like I said, if I started it from scratch, I'd have to do the same thing. So it's just, time is what it is. Weston, you said uh, you were chilling. Did you have a particular question or anything that you'd like for me to take a look at, or shall we just pull something at random for you? Thank you, Niana. I honestly had thought about doing a not truly ASMR, because honestly, the way my ADD or my neural whatever is set up, ASMR aggravates the fire out of me to listen to it. But I do know that my voice can be soothing when I intend it to be. And I thought about doing like a story time type scenario, kind of sort of ASMR. I won't be doing the whispering thing because that's annoying, but I can do it in a lower voice and get a very like a sensitive ASMR style microphone and start doing story times and things like that. I considered it. Or even like you said, just reading other books. I probably could get like come up with some story topics, or even expound upon, like get some AI story generators. I don't think I can rely strictly on AI story times, because I watch some of those AI story time channels and there's stuff in there that irritates me as well with that. So I would probably take the story prompt and expand on it myself as a writer. Oh, the main thing is you hope you can drive to Georgia, be working on Boothang's Ranch, and grow as a person. 2 kids, no more. Yeah. All right. Let's see. As far as, wait a minute, bruh, you asked the question. The main thing to drive to Georgia, working on Boothang's Ranch, and grow as a person, maybe have 2 kids, no more. So you do other stuff to make money, building stuff out of pallets. Okay, all of that. And again, Your story is unique. There's so many people that monetize as a couple. There's all kinds of ways you can come into income. You're young, got the mindset to do that, and she's cooperative. And here's the thing, y'all aren't starting from scratch. I have dozens of ideas, but without startup capital, that's a problem. She doesn't have that issue. She's a working attorney. You got some stuff going on. Y'all aren't coming to the issue with struggle, love, and struggle pockets. Y'all are gonna be fine. But when you said that about coming to Georgia, the first card that come flying up out this deck was new home, new job. A new home, job, or lifestyle is on the horizon for you. Wow. You said I could make $100 an hour, charge $20 per kid, sit them in the park on a blanket. Oh no, I don't like people children that much. No, honestly, I love children, but I didn't even have an idea to do anything live like that. Um, I was talking about doing stuff online at this point for real. Because again, I'm trying to do something that at whatever point not only can start to generate an income and have the potential to go viral. Like I said, the spiritual channel probably not gonna go viral. But if I did like a story time channel or something like that, those sorts of things do tend to monetize more quickly. And then that's something that can generate an income that I can take with me as I begin to travel and vlog, which would become another hopefully source of income if I do it right. As I'm traveling to sacred places around the planet and vlogging and doing food and travel vlogging that way. And then there's, of course, like I said, the candles and the Reiki and all of those sorts of things. But all of those are things that I do anyway, just using my spiritual gifts. Uh, yeah, but again, that was still, and that it would require a level of personal on the ground marketing that I don't necessarily want to do because that would put me in this position of being a babysitter to people. We don't even really have a lot of parks near here for me to even set something like that up. I have to think about I mean, we got some nature, whatever, but as far as like, mm, if I were gonna stay here longer term and had transportation, that might be something that I'd look into further. But knowing what I'm doing now, I think most of what I need to do is gonna have to be online. Weston, if you still don't have all the answers, though, Spirit says it's okay to feel confused. Your angels want you to embrace your differences. So you and Boo Thang do have some differences, but I'm trying to tell you, I think it's playing to your differences that's gonna get y'all paid. I really do. Look at here, no guts, no glory. Be brave, go and do what you want to do. Ha, that part. Yep, yep, yep. What you laughing at, Niana? When we talk about not liking other people cheering like that, I do. In theory, I love children, but again, I know I'm neurodivergent, and I know that a lot of children, unfortunately, are being shaped by some folks that are dealing with some very much unhealed traumas and stuff. It's not even the children's fault that they're being raised the way they're being raised, but it do still pluck my nerves, so I can't. Ooh, ooh. Relax. It says go with the flow, relax, and it'll all work out in the end. And then connect with the divine. My mission is to keep the light in your eyes ablaze. Weston, love it, love it, love it, love it. I feel like I want to pull some love cards for y'all now, especially since Boo Thing is at a distance and blah 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 blah. Let's see what we got. I just want. I'm nosy as hell, you know. I love love though. I really do. Mm. I'm working hard on my finances for you, for us, for our future. Ooh. Yeah, I'm on the north end of Atlanta, which is kind of, it ain't exactly the suburbs, but kind of, sort of. I could go days here and never hear a siren or anything like that. I can leave the doors unlocked here and it not be a problem. I'm not in the thick of things in Atlanta. And that's beautiful as far as the energy and the air here, but it also puts me kind of out of pocket for a lot of stuff. And in order to get the kind of in place audience that you're talking about, I'm not even sure how I would go about finding that, because people here are so focused on their money and the this and the that. It's not, Atlanta ain't particularly a kid friendly type place. Oh, you got 8 kid? Oh, girl, child, boo. Yeah, that part. Bless your heart. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I ain't got that kind of patience. Like I said, I love them in theory from afar, but I had 4, and that was plenty. And I said some people, and again, I know my limitation and my lane. Um, I'm not bad with children. I'm decent with children, but I had patience enough for mine. You know what I mean? And then little spoiled brats that's hooping and screaming, and their parents don't want you to say nothing to them, and you can't do nothing. I'm old school. I believe in, if they're acting a fool, I spank that ass. And it's a lot of folks that don't want that. And I'm just that new gentle parenting thing. I'll be gentle right up until you start getting real dangerous. And if you get way out of line and start the nonsense, I'm gonna go old school, and I'm so sorry. So it's just better for me not to bother with people, children like that. Weston, we have thank you for being there for me when I needed it the most was here. Let's see if anything else comes out of here. I daydream of our future together for sure. That might be good for both of y'all. When I'm sad, I look at your pictures and I feel much better. Maybe that's what she's going through. Y'all, but arranged marriages, yeah. I know how strong you are, yet I feel so protective over you. Mm. Get up out of there. See what else we got over here. Pull some more. I got some more love messages though, so we'll figure that part out. Honestly though, Niana, and it ain't even about the number of kids. How many parents? And again, it would. It's not impossible. I could market to find those people, but in this day and time, how many parents are into that kind of stuff enough to go that would be willing to pay to take their children to a live storyteller? Not that many. Maybe you, like you said, because you are that kind of parent, you that girl, but it's not that many of them. She likes how you look from the south and the middle and the east at the same time. Oh, this is past energy with that snake energy. I'm not even taking that. You said y'all had arranged marriages, so that's cool, but I'm not looking at it right now for that. Mirror, you're mirroring each other, self-reflection, introspection, and inner wounds. So you both healing, and that's good that you recognize that. Building friendship, coffee cup is here, meeting and talking, savoring the moment, feeling elevated, and building friendship. Ooh, oh, here they go. I didn't even realize. Okay, we got picture here, looking at pictures, missing you, nostalgia, and making new memories. Cupid's arrow, have faith, love is coming, surprise invitation, struck by love. Insane chemistry, passion is here with insane chemistry, sparks, and having fun, equal interest, and burning desire. The way you talk about this lady, I already know you going. I just really think that the time is right. I love the fact that y'all are taking your time, that you have already scoped out ways that you could be of benefit to each other, that you are, you see, you can speak the snake language when someone says, 14 is 14. In Mandarin, you always laugh. Okay. You don't, but that's what I'm saying. When it came out, it was right after y'all talking about being in arranged marriages. I don't think you're gonna have to worry about too much snake energy. I think this is gonna be a healthy union. I really do, because you're looking forward to it. You're taking it as a fun, flirty place. It sounds like it's basically reviving both of you with a youthful energy that you're both kind of overdue for, and I think it's a good thing. Let me see what comes out of this one. You say you look from the South and the Middle East at the same time, and you want to do business in China to provoke. Again, if you, as long as y'all both have, you are both money motivated, you're both cooperative, and y'all are bouncing ideas off of each other in mastermind. You both are healing from uncomfortable relationships and understand that. So you're not coming in looking to be a toxic partner. You're aware of each other's previous traumas, and basically you're healing your own and looking to soothe each other's. I really feel like this is going to be a healthy scenario for you. Just listening to the way you talk about her, I know you're excited and looking forward to this. Yeah, my emotions have always been intense, but that's not a bad thing when they can be, when you can finally, like I talked about in some of the earlier readings, you get past the starter pack relationships, those things that you attracted to yourself from an imbalanced place, and you start healing and ascending, and your vibration has risen. And the person that you attract to you from that point is completely different than anything else you've ever dealt with. When you when you can able to bring your unjaded intense emotionality to that higher vibrational, healthy relationship, it's passionate, it's beautiful, it's productive energetically all the way around. And like I said, if y'all are maybe children still in the mix with it, it's cool. You ready to head out now today? No, I don't think he ready to go. But hook everything up, put the dogs in there, and on your way, huh? Tired of hiding my true feelings for you. I don't think you're gonna have to hide. You might be somewhat shielding them because you don't want to scare her with your intensity yet, but I don't think you have to hide your feelings because I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to tap into her energy, but I strongly suspect if y'all are still in communication and conversation, she probably is just as excited as you are. And why wouldn't she be? You know? She's taking some time alone and healed and all of that. And here's a cooperative person that's here, that's coming in, that can help her work the farm and help her get out of that corporate grind where she doesn't really want to be. But y'all are both looking at creative ideas to expand and grow together and stack your paper and have a good time physically. And y'all both kind of like the way each other look. And oh, you might want to throw a couple kids in there too. And you may even be able to do the social media component and why not? It's a win-win, win-win, win-win-win. She's going to China this month, so next month it'll be the month. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Your smile is making me melt every time I see your face. That's that gushy gushy. I love it. My emotions for you are running deep. I love it. We're both working together in unison, even if we cannot see it yet. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Now I'm gonna pull from this twin flame deck because I really feel like I want to see what's over here. I like that. I keep saying I'm gonna do a love reading, and my tired behind keep going to bed. I'm gonna do that damn reading though, since I'm not live streaming on the other channel tonight. I think I'll be able to get it done tonight. I'm gonna do some I'm hope I don't know. I'm gonna finish the book of Enoch this weekend. I got to because this just drug out way too long. It's not that long of a book, but I need to finish that, and I want to get that love reading done, especially Well, I'm gonna do one anyway, but Sunday night with the full moon, I'm gonna pull another love reading. I'm gonna pull a collective message for like the star seed message for the collective under the full moon energy and the eclipse, but I'm also gonna pull a love reading for with under those eclipse energies. See what we are bringing in and manifesting. I'm excited for you though, because now that means you on the countdown. You've been wanting it and itching for this meeting. Please send me energetic support. Use the frequency of love to uplift me because I need your help. Yep, that you've been doing that. Y'all are helping each other in that regard. But that's a union card, so it is coming. Mirrors, I've watched you change and grow so much. I'm trying to release my attachment to identity so I can change too. Y'all are both still, like I say, in this kind of mirror energy. I need to move slowly with this, but trust that I'm moving, even when it seems that I'm not. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. And how long ago did y'all meet? We are coming into union. I love it. 2 months ago. We are alchemists. We transform fear into love and shadow into light. Now, that is kind of fast. It is. But sometimes when you know, you know. She's a little older. You're a little younger, but you're not so young that I'm worried about it. I think, and didn't you say you're like 28, 29, something like that? Or am I thinking about somebody else? If I remember correctly, you're 28 and she's like 35. Yeah, okay. Y'all are both old enough to know what you want. I mean, if honestly, I feel more comfortable with that scenario than if you were both 28. I really do. Because at 35, she is beginning to know. And that's not saying that she's not going to morph again into somebody else, because she will. She'll become another woman at 40. But at 35, she's old enough to have been past the bad boy phase and all the rest of that and got some of them other crazy dudes out her craw. But she's still young enough to have fun and light your fire and all the rest of that. Yeah, it is a perfect age difference, in my opinion. And again, I'm not saying I'm the be all and end all relationship guru, but just from life experiences, in my opinion, it's a wonderful age gap. You are young, but you're old enough not to be flighty anymore. You know what you want. That's why I say it ain't been that long, but it doesn't have to be that long when there's two mature people that are looking for something. That was just something on the split, but it's not yours. Let's see. Uh-oh. I'm trying to figure out this connection. I've never experienced anything like it before. I'm not going to give in to fear. I know fear is only an illusion. This is maybe y'all had karmic ties in the past, but I don't think this is a current situation. It said that the heart is with another right now. You have to finish a karmic contract in order to be free, but I believe you finished it. I really do. Yeah. Let me see what's under other about that, because I got well, I'm excited for you though, like I say. And honestly, she's in China. She's in China this month, and y'all are going to continue to communicate. So 3 months, and I don't know if you're coming in the beginning of October or towards the end, but it'll be almost 4 months. I don't think that's too soon to, because it's not like, um, yeah, yeah. Again, like I said, it's not like y'all are both coming into a struggle love scenario. So honestly, I don't think 4 months is too soon. You got somewhere to be. You're not moving over there out of desperation. You moving there because you want to be with her. She's not in a desperate scenario. Yeah, she needs somebody to work the farm and stuff, but it ain't like she, like I said, she's got a stable income as well. So yeah, y'all are gonna be good. Look at here. Okay, we got. Oh, the Emperor came out. That was the first one. Aries, um, sign of fire. This is you, I believe, in this Emperor energy. And then the Chariot came here with water within 1 to 3 months during the summer. Then we have Elephant here. Gentle, lucid dreams. Keep your wits about you. Easily removing obstacles. Telepathy and supportive. Cardinal, the first is here. Start of the season. Original trendsetter. New experience. Leader ideas. Beginnings. Yes. Take inspired action. And then we have Milky Way here with networking, marketing, internet, fame, expand, spotlight, social media, publicity, connected, and exposure. And y'all were talking about doing something with the Chinese market and all of that. Yeah, this is something that y'all are getting ready. This is going to be cool. Ooh, Falcon is here on the bottom with Rising Above. Balance is here. And Twin Flame. Now, honestly, and Woman is here with Wheel of Fortune. I don't know if this is your twin. Do you feel like it might be? Do you even believe in twin flames? Because, like I said, if you met somebody and it popped off this easily and y'all really, really see, it could be. Honestly, it could be you coming in union with a twin and you may not even know y'all are twins yet. You may not even know how the twin flame thing works yet. She wants to hire you since she has ranch hands leaving, but you also met outside of work and I already told her you're interested and she expressed that. Yeah. And honest, there's nothing wrong with that as long as a man's ego, as long as her ego is balanced and not in toxic masculinity, and as long as a man's ego is balanced so as to not have an issue with that, ain't nothing wrong with working for you her, because if she's got a working ranch, you gonna be there doing the work anyway. She might as well put you on the payroll. So for tax purposes, it helps her and it puts money in your pocket. Yeah. Hey John, how are you? Good evening. Is your Leo wife starting to change and get obsessive with you? Is that what you feel? Bear with me just a moment. Let me finish up here with Weston and we'll get that. But yeah, there's movement here, Weston. You know what's going on. You're moving towards it actually on a horse coming out of Oklahoma. I love that imagery. Travel is here, news, visitor, delivery, full speed ahead, progress. I think that does kind of finish you up for real. Made her single and focus on her career as an attorney in the oil field. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, since you don't have that kind of an ego scenario, you're there to help and all of that, but it's appropriate that she pay you for tax purposes. She need to pay you. And as long as y'all are understanding about it, don't worry about what somebody else think or what they're going to say or any of the rest of that. Work together, do what you gonna do, go get that paper. She's an attorney in the oil field, so she ain't in no struggle love. You coming in as a ranch hand, but you gonna handle more than her ranch, and I ain't mad at her. That's the making that sound like a Lifetime movie or a romance novel in the making to me. But again, I ain't mad at you. So do what y'all gonna do. And like I say, I want to see the story when it happened. And honestly, that is something that is extremely marketable in social media. I can't think of the name of that lady. It's something Queens. He's a big white dude. When I say big, look like he could be like a wrestler or some big old mountain of a dude. And she's real slim. She honestly, she's built like an exotic dancer. She had a horrible relationship. Dude, her husband or whatever had left her with, I think, two young boys or whatnot. She's a black lady, and she got with this dude, and I don't remember exactly how they met. Or I don't even know what he does for a living. I don't remember. I used to follow him, but she's a little toxic, so I don't follow her like I used to. But their story took them to that viral point to being monetized on YouTube in big time. Yeah, their videos, their little short reels and stuff was kind of leaning towards the sexy side because they'd be dancing and he flipping her all around. And like I said, and then I think the main reason I stopped watching her so much is because she started really playing into the race thing in a way that I didn't like. I don't have no problem with biracial couples, but why is it that you in here being as loud and ghetto as you know how to be, or constantly talking about the race issue in your family and doing live streams with your hair standing all over your head looking like a ghetto bum? To really, they were started playing up the race difference in a way that I felt was unhealthy. That's why I stopped watching them. But people love them. They making money off of YouTube just by monetizing their life. So you're a good old boy coming from Oklahoma to help run a ranch for a black attorney in the oil industry who's having difficulty. You're here to turn her ranch around, but it also becomes a romantic partnership. Dude, go get your money. You said it's a good lullaby story for your kids. Yeah. And again, either way, whatever your race is, still coming from Oklahoma to help turn a ranch around for an attorney, and then y'all become a working power couple. Like you said, she's got the legal expertise in the oil industry, but y'all are trying to do something with the market in China, and you're doing other things, and the ranch hands leaving. There's all kind of story that can come out of that. That if you do it right, it'll get you paid. I'm just saying. And on top of the other stuff, you just like stacks on top of stacks on top of stacks. And I ain't mad at you. Like I said, make your paper, daddy. You and mama do your thing. At the end of the day, you're an African great ape like her. Are you actually, I mean, are you black? Are you mixed race, heritage, whatever going on? I'm just saying for the aesthetic. I'm curious now. It doesn't matter either way. Because again, all of us are Africans at the end of the day. Every single person on this planet came off that continent. But I'm just curious as to your physical aesthetic at the moment. The skin you in this incarnation. All right. While he figuring out whether he gonna answer that or not for me, John, you said I'm doing very well. We're gonna pull some questions over here. You got your wife is a Leo. Is she starting to change and get obsessive with you? Is the question that you want to know. You're primarily Scottish, tiny bit of Welsh, and a little bit more Prussian. Your dad is second cousins with Joe, Exotic, or the Tiger King. Okay. That Scottish thing, y'all gonna wind up looking like another. What is her name? I think it's Queen something, King, Queen, Scream Queen, something Queen. I don't know. We're gonna move on along here and see what's going on with John. And honestly, we're gonna pull cards, but sometimes your heart know what you know. Honestly, you feel like when you say she's getting obsessive with you, have y'all had reasons in the past for her to distrust you? Has there been infidelity? Does she have an issue with self-esteem issues and jealousy? Because if she's ever had that jealousy bug and you don't get it under control, it can get out of hand rather quickly. Says it rekindle is the first card that came out of here. Every relationship has those magical moments that can be rekindled. So that's why I'm asking. You're asking, is she becoming obsessive with you? Are you starting to feel pressured? Are you the one that's pulling away? And maybe she's her attempt to spice things up. You're taking it as obsessive because you're wanting to pull away from her. Talk to me, John, because I'm trying to figure out why you feel like she's being obsessive. You need trust in a relationship for it to thrive, though. Trust is here. Marriage, the marriage of souls is the union of two divine opponents. So it's not going to always be what we think it is, because you got two different people from two different areas raised under two different belief systems, and then you put them together, and because she starts to wear your last name, sometimes we feel like everybody's supposed to be the same. They're not going to be the same. They're still two individuals. Soul came here. Your soul is preparing to reestablish trust in the process. Divine soul matches have amazing moments of synchrony. So it may just be a situation like that where you're starting to feel clingy because of what you got going on. It might be in your head. Of course, people have problems, but that's what I'm saying. If you're not, you feel like she's being obsessive, that what you feel is being obsessive might be her desire to try to rekindle something or try to get to a deeper place in your relationship to overcome some of those issues. Have you tried to talk to her about it? Yeah, more time. But again, the reason I'm asking him the questions about him, because the first question he asked was, is she becoming obsessive? That term obsessive is what has me asking the question, because if we feel like someone is becoming obsessive, that generally makes us kind of, it doesn't feel good anymore. And so that makes me wonder if he's feeling that pressure and not feeling good anymore because he's pulling away, not because she's overly obsessing, but it might be because he's pulling away and he's feeling her reaching out, trying to get that closeness back as a point of obsession, because it may be something in him that he needs to address. So before he talks to her, he needs to get clear. You're in no contact right now. Oh, let's see what's going on. Hold on. How long have y'all been no contact? For some months now. Okay, you still living in the same area, or you like has she moved to another state and went on by her business, or y'all just in the house doing that silent stranger thing, ships passing in the night? There was a deck that came to mind, and I'm trying to get it back in my head as to what. Oh, I know what I want. This one. Okay. Y'all are in different homes now. Okay. Well, truthfully, that answers itself. If y'all are in different homes and you've been no contact for several months, she's not obsessive. That's for sure. Because a woman that wanted to be back in that situation, she would be finding a way to come around to stalk, send a message, looking at an email on your social media, some kind of way. She would be letting you know what's going on here. Mm, mm, mm. John, I ain't liking what I'm seeing over here, but I'm gonna show you in a minute. Okay, now I see why I saw that other one. I wish I had kept it now. Stay optimistic about your love life came out, and I'm gonna look at it and see if it comes back out. There's two sets of cards here, what's happening and what's coming. Yeah. Hold on a minute. I want to pull these other ones before I say what I'm about to say. Because I'm seeing something here, but it's a little heavy, so I gotta. It's not bad necessarily, but it is different. All right, one more set, and then I think I'll be prepared to speak. I was wondering if I'm gonna pull tarot. I honestly don't. I may still, if we just want to look at it further, but I don't think I'm gonna need to. I think the oracle's got it right here. Um, yep, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Thank you, Spirit. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, bro. This ain't it. I don't like to tell nobody to lead their partners. I'm not telling you to do it, but you asked me the question, and y'all are currently in separation. You wanted to know, let it go. Um, what came up in here was decide to be happy now. Write about your thoughts and feelings. Get it out. Put it on paper. And honestly, once you put it all out there on paper, only you'll know. If write it on paper and then objectively go back and read it. Maybe not even the same day. Put it away for a few days, a week, whatever. Go back and read it. And when you go back and read it from a third party perspective. If a person that was a friend of yours told you about what's going on in this relationship now, the way it is, the way it all of that overall, would you tell them to continue to pursue that, or would you tell them to go ahead on and cut bait? Prayer will help with the situation. Self respect is called for. Dear God and angels, thank you for helping me see myself as you see me through the eyes of love. Thank you for honoring and respecting me. Please guide me to do the same for myself and grant me the courage to speak up on my own behalf. I ask for your protection in all of my relationships so that I am surrounded by loving and kind people. And that came here with new beginnings and a fresh start. That is from Archangel Michael deck. Then I pulled from the Romance Angels. I got healing family issues here. Your love life benefits as you forgive your parents. I don't know if that's her or you. There's a codependency issue here. It says free yourself. It's time to take back control over your life. Love yourself first. Your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. And deception is here. Someone is wearing a false self mask in this relationship. Those were the cards that came out of the romance deck. And trust and believe, they're not all negative. Most of the cards in the deck are very positive. That's why I was hesitating whether I wanted to use it because I wanted to make sure of getting a true and clear message. But once you do that, that's why I say all is not lost because it looks like something else will be coming in. There's worth waiting for here. Divine timing is at work in your love life. This could be the one you're already met, the romantic partner you seek, and give your relationship a chance. Work on your partnership. But again, it's not, I don't think it's this current one. I think that that's a situation of just leaving that alone because I here we have no need to worry. Choose a new direction. There's something better. Peaceful resolution within the next few months. And then a yes card came out with an exclamation point out of this deck, and I wasn't sure because it flipped, but it didn't come all the way out the deck. So I put it back in, and as I started shuffling, another yes popped out of this deck. So what I was thinking, and I asked myself, okay, am I right on seeing this redirection? Yes. When you do, not only will it help heal your heart, but it's going to lead to some more abundance for you. And I'm gonna say this because I'm just going with what I'm hearing in my head, kind of, sort of. I understand the idea of you being confused, and people are used to giving females counsel on these things because, let's face it, usually it's most more women turn to like tarot and things like that to try to figure out how to salvage things than not. But I'm very well aware that very often, again, I'm trying not to speak in absolutes because I know that there's exceptions to every rule, but very often women love faster, but men love harder. So I get it that y'all have been in separation and you still want to look towards her and you want her back and all of that because you genuinely love her, regardless of who messed up, who didn't mess. Somebody messed up, or y'all wouldn't be in separation. I get that part. You both had problems. Very often, men can forgive and move on. Sometimes women cannot. Don't even matter who did what. I'm just saying, we carry grudges, and especially an imbalanced, unhealed female. Oh my God, they'll carry a grudge even when they're in the wrong. They'll carry a grudge. I'm just being accountable enough and honest enough to understand that. Men love really, really hard, and a bad breakup can really, excuse my French, fuck a dude up. You know what I mean? I get that part. Oh, it's 1:44. Hey, CC, she right on time. Welcome. But when that happens, because you love so hard, you want to make it work at all costs. And I've asked three different decks here. I just really don't see that. She's not making an effort to reach out to you, and y'all have been separated for several months now. And I know what you're gonna do. You're going to try to reach out and see if you can rekindle anyway. And I'm not telling you don't do that. Because you got to know, you got to get the closure. You got to make one more effort because you really care, you really love her, you want all of that, and do whatever it is you need to do. But be prepared to understand that you may have to cut bait in order to get what you really supposed to have. Okay? Because honestly, when you're coming up on 4 months of separation, if she wanted to, she would. And please be very, very careful and pay attention to whether or not she's actually engaging with somebody else at this point, especially if you're married, even if you're not. If she been out there for 4 months and ain't making no effort, she's not stalking your pages and trying to connect with you and all the rest of that, before you get back with her, please make sure that she ain't sleeping around. Make sure that she goes and gets a clean bill of health medically and all that. Hey, Brittany, welcome in, love. Yeah, protect yourself. But from what it looks like, Spirit is saying, and again, I don't know y'all situation. You didn't tell me all of the stuff that's going on or whatever, but the impression that I got just as I'm handling the card, the thoughts just running through my head, I don't think you're the problem in this one. I really don't. I think the deception is on her part. I'm just saying. I could be wrong. I'm not a fortune teller. I'm just a tarot reader, but I do pay attention to the thoughts that run through my head as I'm shuffling and pulling cards. And I didn't see you being the problem. I think it's her. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think this is a case where you're going to have to find some closure for yourself, focus on your healing, because I really believe that there is a healthy, respectful love on the horizon for you. But you got to get this lady out of your craw. And if you do decide to go ahead on and cut bait, so to speak, make sure that you do your series of spiritual cleansings, your cord removals, so that you can get her energy out of your system. That'll help a lot. Okay, a lot, a lot. All right, all right, all right. Is there anybody else that has a question? Need cards pulled? What we going, CC? You got anything for me today? What you need? What you need? You said is she what? Ask the question. Go ahead. We don't have to be done. I thought you were. Yeah. What you got? I didn't ask the question if she's cheating or not. I can't see that far. I didn't. I don't really. Let me see. Okay, Brittany. I want to finish up with John here since he still looked like he wasn't quite complete yet. Put your question. Finish your sentence, John, please. Bruh. Bruh. I keep trying to get something different to come up out these cards, but let go came here. It's up to you. Reconsider and big happy changes on the end of that. You don't think she's doing anything wrong? Okay. It says somebody wearing a false self mask in here, so maybe you need to fool yourself. Maybe you fooling yourself and reconsider. And again, I'm glad Brittany came in when she did, because this is a prime example. And she says she doesn't mind if I bring her example of the things that came out in her reading and stuff. If it can help someone, she doesn't mind. So I'm not getting in her business. I have confidentiality where it's called for, but I'm gonna speak in general terms. Brittany is in a situation where she's now single and she has a relatively amicable split from her partner. It's not a super toxic situation. It's not, they're able to peacefully co parent and all of that. She ain't said not now one negative word about this man, but he just wasn't the one for her in her in her spiritual elevation or expansion. She grew out of her partner. And he is understood that he done gone on, got another girlfriend and all that. He's still cool and friendly and all, but he just wasn't spiritually evolving the way he needed to. There you go. You don't want to look. I done already told you that, and you don't want to hear it. Let's see if we can get an answer. Again, we done pulled this deception, love yourself first, free yourself, codependency, healing family issues, and that something else was coming, but you don't want to leave her behind, and that's very common, and especially with you being a guy, it's very common. I get it. Even the ones, my toxic friends and exes and stuff, I didn't want to leave behind because they had me so conditioned to hang around in that weird ass let's remain friends thing that I was allowing energy vampires to keep me in their energy. They didn't want to do right by me. Pay attention to the red flag just came out of here. You ask if she's cheating. I understand you don't want to leave her behind, but the card is saying pay attention to the red flags. The signs are cautioning you. Sometimes some people separate and come back together, but honestly, for every one of them that actually successfully manage to come back together, you'll find 1,000 who don't. Exes are exes for a reason. And that's what I was getting at when I was talking about Brittany's scenario. From a law of attraction standpoint, John, you have to understand we attract what we are. And it again, I'm not, she doesn't, I'm not, she may not be cheating. It may not even be cheating. It may not. My youngest child's father, it wasn't cheating for him. I had to get rid of him for something completely different. As I began to grow and expand, he was hiding gambling from me. Later on, he hid something in his past. I don't think he was actively using substances, but there was a big chunk of his past I didn't know about, and he had some issues from that and all that kind of stuff. Um, but we attract from where we are energetically. We attract what we are. So I don't know how long you've had this lady, but let's say I'm gonna be hypothetical. We're gonna make it real extreme so you kind of get where I'm coming from with this. Let's say, for example, one or other of you, either one, grew up in a toxic environment at home. Maybe there was some narcissism and codependency that you saw played out. Maybe there was some physical trauma, or maybe some sexual trauma, things like that in your energy space that put you in that type of vibration. Then you get out of the home and go and meet your partner. Now you are in a traumatized place and you don't even realize it. No, no, no. I didn't say she wasn't a good girl. Again, please, John, understand. I'm not saying she's not a good person. I'm a good girl. I've been hearing I'm a good girl my whole life, and I got 100 miles worth of traumatized bad road behind me because of trauma that happened to me in childhood that I was unaware of because of my pain. I hid it behind a wall of pain and just tried to put on a happy face to the world. But because of that, I was manifesting partnerships with very toxic people. They weren't bad people. They just took me through a lot of toxicity. It wasn't even cheating. Like I said, it wasn't cheating and it wasn't beating me or anything else. It just was unhealthy stuff for me based on the traumas that I was healing from, abandonment issues and things like that. And they still kept me in that space. Now, we parted friends, toxic friends still, but they wanted to stay in my energy and this and that for 10, 20 years or so. Exactly. So it's familiar to you. But what I'm saying is, wherever you were at energetically over 10 years ago when y'all got together, if you, especially if either and or both of you are on a spiritual path or an ascension path, awakening, that sort of thing, it's almost guaranteed that y'all came together from some point of toxic energy to a degree. Again, not saying you're bad people, not saying she's a bad girl. I'm saying from an unhealed, excuse me, energetic place based on the traumas of your past, what you manufactured may have been a struggle love just to basically comfort each other and come together as a shelter out of the storm. And it's not to say you don't actually love those people, but that may not be who you're supposed to walk your entire life with, because no matter how comfortable it looks on the outside, struggle love is still struggle love. And if you're being called to ascend or she's being called to ascend, Both of you may be being called to awaken in a sin, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be with each other. It may be. I get that you don't want to let it go, but you got to face reality. If y'all have been separated for 4 months and she ain't blowing your phone up, trying to figure out how y'all can talk it out, work it out, go into counseling, get back together, I miss you, hook up for old time's sake, none of that. She just done got gone for 4 months. You may have to face some hard truths here. To reach out to her and try to see if you can rekindle it if you can. But if you cannot, I'm saying it may help you to understand that you and her or her may have evolved energetically or spiritually, vibrationally, whatever you want to call it. You may be in a place where you're no longer compatible energetically. It may be time for you both to move on, finish, heal, grieve that relationship, heal from that relationship, and then move on. Honey, I don't mean to be offensive, but if you were familiar with my other channel, you would understand some of the most toxic relationships you ever gonna find, the most trauma and drama and damage you're ever gonna sustain is inside of the church. I'm sorry, it just is. Christianity teaches you to be misogynistic. It teaches you to be codependent. It teaches you to have a sense of a lack of worthiness, that you're damaged and dirty and in need of salvation. Christianity literally teaches you out the gate that you ain't shit and ain't never gonna be shit. Those are toxic relationships. And if you're being called out of that to heal and ascend spiritually, it just may be time to do something else. I don't know. Yeah. And like Brittany is saying, if you really, really trust that you want her back, let her go. If she's going to come back to you, she will. But if she's not going to, you may have to face the reality of it. You asked the question, and like I said, and I didn't necessarily I see a deception. I didn't see nothing about no cheating in these cards because you wanted to defend her. She's a good girl. I don't really think she'd cheat. I didn't say nothing about no cheating. You don't have to be cheating to not be compatible anymore. But like I say, she's been gone for 4 months. If she really wanted to, she would. It's hard for a woman to really, really want a man back to stay gone for 4 months and you not know nothing about it. I'm telling you, she'd be asking your friends about you, stalking your social media pages, calling just to check on you, making some excuse about some lame little piddling something she left at the house that she need to come back and get. And when she come back, she'd be smelling good, dressed to the nines and flipping her hair and all of that. If she was genuinely trying to make her way back to you, she would be making some overtures. So if she's not doing that for your mental and spiritual sanity, that's what I'm saying. Think about it, heal, write it out, pray it out, talk it out, all the rest of that. And then at the end of the day, you're going to make another effort just because you got to. Because I see right now you're really, really pushing for that. You want her back. So you're going to make an effort, but then make that effort and then let it be known how you feel, put it on the line. You like to reconcile, all of the rest of that, whatever you learn, whatever you're led to do. And then leave it alone and go back and continue to work on your healing. And if after she's heard your piece, don't keep pushing and poking and stalking at her. Say what you're going to say and let it go. And you may have to accept that as your closure or lack thereof. If she still don't come back, you may have to face the truth. I'm going to pull some tarot here just to see. Or actually, let me do this. Hold on. Where is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, that part too. Like I said, it's been 10 years. So she just out there doing her and don't care, getting a breather or whatever. But he's having a hard time accepting that. So if he just won't listen to what he asked for the card, a message from the cards, he's not prepared to accept that. He gonna make another last ditch attempt because he just gotta, and that's fine. But once he does that, he need to let go and stand back and let it happen. And again, if she's still in her feelings, her feel that, don't be dismissive of that. You're saying she's stubborn, she might still be in her feelings. If she stay in her feelings for 4 months over whatever happened, then that's her feelings. That's a valid feeling. You're not gonna be able to just move past that and make her accept something she don't want to accept. You sounds to me like you don't want to accept that whatever she said, she meant what she said, and she broke away from you, and she intend to stay gone. You want her for her. I didn't say it wasn't real, honey. I didn't say that, but there's two people in this scenario. It's not just about you and what you want. If she doesn't want the same thing, here's the thing. You said before that y'all had problems in the past. You said that you had problems in the past, and it finally reached a head to where, for whatever reason, y'all have separated. And it sounds like it was a decision that she made to separate from you, and you're wanting to know, is she coming back? But y'all haven't had contact for 4 months, and you're saying she's stubborn, she might still be in her feelings. Well, damn right. I promise you she's still in her feelings because she meant what she said, and she said what she meant. And for whatever reason, y'all didn't get it together before it came to the crossing, the parting of the ways. And she might genuinely be done. If y'all been together over 10 years, most of the time a parting of the ways don't come because of one disagreement or one fight. Whatever happened, she had enough and she separated from you. And you're saying she just being stubborn, she might be in her feelings still. She gonna stay in her feelings most likely, because it's not an easy thing for somebody to decide to turn their life upside down after 10 years and separate from somebody. She meant that shit. She's done. She's gone most likely. Now you might be able to get her back, but you also might need to wake up and smell the coffee and realize it might be done. Sometimes we don't get a second chance. No one owes us a second chance if we've pushed them to the point that they had to leave and part company for us for their own well being. I know you love her, but if you was out there fucking up before it got to that point and whatever happened, she didn't had enough, you might just have to realize you fumbled the ball on this one, and eat that and do better next time. Do ground yourself though. When you detach from awareness of your body in the physical world, you become ungrounded. Although it's pleasant to float heavenward, your attention and work are needed upon the earth. Yeah, ground yourself. There's something here about focusing on service, daydreaming here. You might be able to work on this in the ethers because daydream came here, but blessing in disguise also came right next to it. What appears to be a problem is actually part of your answered prayer. You'll understand the reasons behind your present situation as everything resolves. Trust in heaven's protection and infinite wisdom to answer your prayer in the best way. Sometimes the answer is no. We ask for things and we pray for things and all the rest of that, but for real, sometimes, sometimes the answer is not now, but sometimes the answer is no, too. We just have to be able to hear and accept the answer. Focus on service. Your soul desires only to joyfully serve and to swim in a constant stream of bliss. This stream continuously feeds you everything you need. Put your entire focus upon staying in the stream of giving and receiving in all that you do. And honestly, you may just have to, like you said, kind of detach from this for a minute. If it's going to have any chance at all of coming back from you, coming back to you, you may have to detach from it. Uh, let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna do a little quick spread and see what I can come up, get any advice for baby boy. I feel for your situation. I genuinely do. Because the longer you talk and try to defend this woman, the one thing that I'm seeing or hearing or what's running through my head, I hate to even say it because I'm not trying to toy with your feelings, but I strongly suspect you love her more than she loves you. Because if you're saying it was a small falling out, either you're delusional about the smallness of the falling out, or if she's willing to upend your place and space after a decade and leave the house and stay ghost for 4 months and create a whole new place to live, if she did that over a small falling out, then she don't love you the way you love her. And she trifling. I'm sorry. So one or two things is here. Either the falling out wasn't one of three things. Either the falling out wasn't as small as you think it is, meaning it was a small falling out, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. It was a small thing to you, but it was piling up on a whole bunch of other small things, and she just didn't had enough. Either it's that, or it wasn't as small of a deal as you decided to make it in your mind, and it's a big deal to her, or she's just done with you and decided she don't want to be bothered no more. No woman is going to leave a 10-year marriage and have to go, and especially in this economy, have to figure out somewhere else to live and all the rest of that for this devoted man who's there pining after her, wanting to do for her, and he really didn't do nothing. It's such a minor thing and all the rest of that. Them two scenarios, something isn't matching here. The math is not mathing on this. So either you really irritated her and you don't really want to acknowledge that you were being a butthole and you pushed and pushed and pushed till she done had enough, or she just done fell out of love and went on about her business. But the scenario that you're giving me from a common sense, a woman standpoint, somebody that's almost 60 years old and have been through some toxic relationships and seen a lot of other stuff in the environment, if she genuinely left for no reason at all, she's not mentally stable. And either way, you ain't nothing you can do with that then. Somewhere in this scenario, the math is not mathing. But we're gonna pull these and see what, if anything else comes out of here. I don't know if it's gonna be for you, her, the both of you, or what. But we're gonna pull some cards and see what's going on. Truth. So there needs to be some truth coming from one of the both of you. Maybe you need to. You might be, dare I say, lying to yourself, fooling yourself, however you want to put it. I don't know. But truth is the very first of these cards that came out. Grounded. We're back to this needing to be grounded scenario. Focus. In other words, you looking at the wrong thing here. Release. Protection. And shift. I was looking to see if there was going to be, there's a bunch of others, like say money, power, all of those good, divine masculine, divine feminine, all of those cards are in this deck. None of that wanted to come out for you. Let me see what else we got over here. Why is truth here, Spirit? Message of concern. You already know something came in. There is a message of concern. You just not wanting to accept it. Child is here. Now, this may not be an actual physical child. This may be about a new project, something that you may want to get off the ground, a business, a project, at some point of expansion. But it's here with this grounded energy. You need to ground if you want that thing to come in, whatever it is you're working on. Or if y'all have children, it may be about a child. With focus, we have journey here. Sometimes this is a literal journey. Sometimes it's about, like I said, just moving on energetically, or an actual trip. With release, official person is here. I don't know if this is something that's coming y'all's way. This might be Hierophant energy. This could be about you becoming official person, or an official person coming through with this relief scenario. There may very well be something going on in the background that you're unaware of. Despair is here with protection. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With truth being the first thing coming out and message of concern, and then release with this official person, focus and journey, grounding, and the child protection is here with despair. You're in denial about something, my dear, and I'm trying. Maybe we'll get to it at the end of this spread, but if you're not going to be honest with yourself, there's really nothing, no reader or nobody else. Imprisonment. You are in a self-imposed prison of the mind right now because there's something you're refusing to face, and it's not going to be an instant thing. Pathway is here. This is a spiritual path, but it is a longer path. They used to call this card 2 years patience. And main female is at the top of the deck, so it does concern this woman. We're going to keep pulling and see if we can get to a point where you can hear it and accept it, but you can ask for all of the readings in the world. Yeah, in denial about something. And you don't have to tell us if you're uncomfortable with it. I'm just hoping if the cards come, you'll hear what you need to hear in the message anyway. And maybe you can come back and watch this at some point later in time. Yeah. 3 people have weighed in. They feel it too. And these women are here. They're very spiritual. They're in my collective, but they're very, very spiritual females. Honestly, I feel like they're part of the oracles of Delphi or something. And they're sensing the denial, or the, like I said, something. Either you're not wanting to tell the whole story, either to yourself, somebody else. Envy is here with this message of concern and this truth. With grounded and child. What do we have here with grounded and child? Indecision. With focus and journey. The thinking woman is here, and financial constraints popped out together. So I'm gonna keep them together because focus and journey, that is literally about going somewhere. So I don't know if she got her mind together, if money drove y'all apart. I don't know. You don't have to tell me. Again, you're not being forthcoming. All I can do is pull the cards because spirit will give you the message that you need to have if you choose to hear it. Why is release an official person here, spirit? It do have to do with getting to caring connections. And when I pulled those other cards before, it was saying if you allow yourself to get past this and heal, I honestly think, as much as you don't want to face it, there's nothing wrong with her per se, and it may not even be anything wrong with you per se. I honestly think she was your starter pack, and in order for you to get to what you're supposed to really, really have, I honestly think that you're gonna have to release this lady, grieve the end of that relationship, heal, and then the next relationship that comes in can be healthier and happier. Finances weighed heavy on her decision. Yeah, I think so too. You don't want to talk about it, but it's all good. What is this? Wow. Protection, despair, and journey came out here. So I don't even think she necessarily wanted to leave either. But, and again, I don't want to automatically go to somebody doing spell work or whatever. It could literally, protection could be Typically, that talks about needing to protect your energetic environment from haters, outside people, what have you. It could have been outside parties, getting in somebody's ear too much or whatnot. But she may have made this separation of this journey for her own protection because she was in a point of despair, either about some sort of financial lack, some sort of financial abuse, misuse, maybe. I don't know. Again, you're not saying anything. Shift and imprisonment. Why is that here? Oh my goodness. That shot all the way up out the deck and onto the floor. Third eye is here. With Archangel Metatron. One or the other of you are being called to some kind of spiritual level up. Like I said before, you want it to be somebody's fault. I think it's just that you're called to awaken and ascend, and y'all aren't on the same wavelength, whether it's her ascending or whether you are ascending, whichever the case may be. Quite honestly, the way you're pushing and arguing so much against this and arguing for your limitation, it might be her, but it's a third eye issue. You are in a self-imposed imprisonment of the mind and being asked to make this shift. And unless until you do that, you're in a self-imposed imprisonment and imprisonment, and there is despair here because of it. So it ain't just about the money, it's a spiritual issue for sure. Maybe that's where that protection issue is coming in. And maybe she sensed that and somebody had to be the bigger one, or the bigger, like I said, somebody got to be the mature one. For both of y'all to be able to awaken and ascend, you may have needed to separate from each other. You catalyzed a certain point of growth to each other, but in order to truly expand and finish it, especially since you said there was a religious factor in there, in church every Sunday and all of that, maybe she's being called out of religion and felt like she needs some space to get her head together around that. Because I'm trying to tell you, toxic relationships, yeah, man is here, and you are the one that need to face this truth, because this was to deal with this message of concern, envy, and truth. Man came out of the deck with that. Why is this grounded child and indecision here, spirit? This is your cross to bear, so to speak. As I said, this mountain represents a difficult journey. There's a little bitty deer down here and a huge mountain up there. It's a difficult journey, all right, and maybe that's where the indecision comes in. Maybe it was indecision, something around children. Wow, and with journey we got the boat, which is another daggone journey with this thinking woman and these financial constraints. With caring connections, release an official person. What's here? Oh, a letter. Is this a Dear John letter? It looked like it with these caring connections. I'm trying to tell you, you want what you want the way you want it. Spirit is not saying that you can't have a healthy relationship. You just, hey, Niana, glad you're back, my love. You want something that is basically gone. Journey, despair, protection. Yeah. I think she had love for you too. But in order to preserve love for herself, or even like you said, like Brittany said, to even give a chance for a possible reconciliation, she had to get gone on this journey. And yeah, you're in despair about it, but she needed to do what she needed to do. Maybe, it may be. I done tried to tell you with this need for protection and despair here. It may be some kind of witchcraft being done, but quite honestly, I don't think so. I think this is the imprisonment of your mind. Because typically, y'all already been together 10 years. There is some kind of love here, though. There is love here. Um, do a spiritual cleansing bath. That can never hurt. Do a series of spiritual baths and cleansing so that if someone is doing spell work over you, it can be released. Uh, I'm not seeing out and out witchcraft, because I would have seen like evil eye or talisman or something, but there is a need for some kind of protection here. And typically this is angelic protection, because this is like that shield. I think it's talking about like the seven archangel protection type deal. Um, So let me see. Let me see. I got a deck that if there's some witchcraft involved, it might come out for you to be able to see. Hold on. You've been had a calling since you were young, but there's a lot of folks that are finding out their calling isn't ending where they thought it was. I've had a calling since I was a child too, but I was indoctrinated in Christianity, heavily indoctrinated in Christianity. And I didn't find out until recent years that my calling is to teach, but it is exactly the opposite of what Christianity is even about. Christianity isn't what I thought it was, and I had to heal and ascend to a point that I came to understand that. So you do have a calling on your life. I'm sure you do. And that may be part of why you needed to be separated from everything so that you can get to a place of understanding. Like I said, going within, meditate, focus on yourself, your healing, and all of that. You're focused on trying to get her back. And the more you push, the harder it's going to be. But the calling, I can guarantee you, if you sitting here talking to me as a tarot reader and the spirit tribe and the intention that I set for the spirit family that I will be calling in, I promise you, your calling is not inside no church, bruh. And that may be part of the problem. She had a profound realization that she was imprisoned in her own mind and she had to leave for her own good. There could be because there is love here. The two of these look, the two of this is the two of cups. So I see it's not that she doesn't care. And you said for her own health and well being, and Zapana came out here at the bottom, which is genuinely about spiritual health and well being. No, you ain't wrong. Because the cards are saying this basically the same thing. This represents love. Caring connections came out here with this release and official person. Protection, despair, and journey came here with the swans. They mate for life, and this is the heart card representing love. And then with shift and the third eye and this imprisonment, this ring represents love, enduring love. And then we got Zapana and the two of cups. So it's not saying she, like I said, I'm not seeing the cheating. I'm not saying she doesn't love you. Honestly, it looks like because he's stuck in his head, he's not understanding where this in his spiritual evolution, level up, that sort of thing is happening. She may be happening too, because typically most of the time women start expanding spiritually first, so they might be up a little ahead of the game, and she might be out there. It's like stepping away from Christianity, trying to get her spirituality on, step out of religiosity, kind of into spirituality and all that other stuff, trying to get her head together, getting more information. Here a letter can the letter can also be about receiving information, um and like you said, for her own self protection, because he's just a little bit further behind and not really you John, you got a little bit of a doe in the headlights situation going on right now, and that's not necessary. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. That's why I'm saying I'm not fussing at you. I'm not telling you that you got to go one way or the other. I feel intensely for your situation. I think it's about you needing to focus on you for a minute and getting your level up on. And who knows, this might be one of those rare scenarios where you can come back together if you're catalyzing growth in each other. Yeah. And again, because remember when I saw that card, deception, it says someone is wearing a false self mask in this relationship. It wasn't pointing a finger at her, it just says someone. And quite honestly, pulling this spread now, I believe it's you, John. And again, I'm not saying it in an accusatory or any ways hateful way. Sometimes spirit needs to allow us to kind of hold a mirror up so we can see what's going on. I believe that you're at a point of awakening or ascension. You may be just at the beginning of the spiritual journey where you're starting to ask these questions. And again, you were so caught in the church thing that when we start being called to pull out of it, Sometimes it's very difficult because we're programmed to feel guilty about that. We're programmed to believe that religion and church is the only thing you can do. And if we do anything else or examine anything else, that's evil and wrong and demonic and all that. And that's not the truth at all. But we got to get brave enough to put our big girl panties and our big boy shorts on to be willing to ask those questions and pull back a little bit. And then that spiritual awakening can actually start happening, and we start getting information from outside stuff. And like Brittany and them were saying, you said if you want her back, be a better person. If she sees you becoming better, she may come back. Women notice actions, not words. Don't message her telling her what you're gonna do, just do it. Yeah. So, and in this case, it may not even be about being better, as in you were a bad guy, but if she's beginning to awaken spiritually and you were still trying to drag her up into church, that'll make her run for the hills in a heartbeat. So if you're also being called to awaken and ascend, explore that. Go dive head first into your spiritual expansion and then see what happens, like for real. Hold on, what we got here? Oh, look at here, look at here. This is my dude, the Legua, the road opener. I'm trying to tell you, and that's right here. Yeah, the road opener. And truthfully, that would have been here with this journey and focus and all of that, because I didn't lay them out on this grid of six that way. But yeah, he'd be at the crossroads and everything else. And the Ace of Pentacles is here. It is affecting your money and it will continue to do so. The Six of Cups, that is melancholy. This does have to do with this older family relationships, that situation, this the kind of despair over this love and the journey scenario. Female SU is here. So it can work out. This is Pombagera. It can work out, but you're going to have to allow this shift. You have to. Let me see if I can clarify this with the tarot. Women can tell you what's wrong a million times before they leave. You know why she left. It was something you dismissed, but was important to her. Like you said, because he said to me she's stubborn, but she still may be in her feelings. I thought, of course she's in her feelings, because you decided it was a small thing. It don't mean it was small to her. But I honestly think it's a spiritual issue too. It may be that, like I said, whatever she actually said she left over is kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. But this spread brings out this underlying need to allow the spiritual transformation. Either she's shifting or he's being called to shift and he's resisting it. And like I said, I really think he was still trying to drag her up into church, and she don't go to church like she used to. It's not me. I want the best for both of us. Again, did you not hearing me? She don't go to church like she used to because something in her spirit is telling her that ain't where she's supposed to be. She's shifting, and she's hoping, I'm sure if she hasn't already gotten with another person, she's hoping that you'll get a shift, but you still want to run her up into church. You're resisting your own spiritual transformation. Your angels, your angelic team, your ancestors trying to pull you out the church so you can truly become spiritual and leave religiosity alone. I really, really would love for you, John, to go to, and on this homepage, if you go down to the bottom, you'll see a icon for my other channel, Modern Mystic Messages. You need to be over there, because that's what we all about over there, is learning new information that can help us learn the truth about what's been done in the name of religion all around this planet for the past 2,500 years, and helping humanity awaken so that they can truly ascend and step into their spiritual being and be builders of new earth. Please, brother, I'm begging you to do that. And genuinely, in this, if you want your lady back, at least give it a go. Can't nobody force you to shift if you're not ready to receive it yet. But you may hear some stuff over there that maybe it's gonna go against what you done heard in the church. Now I'm gonna tell you that right now, but I'm gonna back it up with the scriptures and with other texts and information that may help catalyze your shift and allow yourself to come out of religiosity enough that she may be willing to see the shift in you and come back. I can't promise that, but I can tell you right now that's why she's gone, because she has shifted. It's right there with this Pambagira is here with the shift and this love and this third eye issue. You're the only one stuck in this. She ain't stuck. You are. You're in this self-imposed prison or a spiritual prison. It ain't even self-imposed. You on spiritual lockdown because you still stuck up in the church, and she done shifted, and she's asking you to shift. So if you will, cool. If you can't, here's this Six of Cups issue again. It came out here twice. This is melancholy, family bonds, the bond, all of that good stuff. You're gonna have to deal with it. What's with the grounding scenario and Wheel of Fortune? Wheel of Fortune is here with justice. This is about closing karmic cycles, all of that. Yeah, she don't have no choice but to leave, and it broke her heart to have to leave. This is literally the card of heartbreak. It broke her heart to have to separate from you, but she had to for her own self-preservation, so she could release this and become this official person. Protection and despair. Why is that here, Spirit? Because she was divinely appointed to do this. This was her spiritual. Again, it's catalyzing her own growth and whatever, but hopefully it'll catalyze growth in you. This is literally spirit tearing things down so it can be built anew, something completely different. The tower doesn't feel good. That is literally everything crashing and burning. But it's crashing and burning so something can rise new up out of the ashes. It may be with her, it may not be with her, but unless or until you can truly hear what I'm saying, it ain't gonna be with her because she done shifted, and so unless or until you do, her spirit, she loves you. She does love you. I done seen it come out here. Six of Cups is out here twice. Two of Cups was out here. That's a companion card. The ring is here. Pambagira is here. So she does love you, but her spirituality is more important to her than holding on to somebody who refuses to shift. Six of Wands. If you do this, if you can make the shift, there will be some point of victory for you. You'll come up out of this prison scenario. And I know you're worried about it. Nine of Swords is here. Empress is here. Eight of Cups. You're going to have to walk away from that old way of life. You got to. Now, I want to pull, I'm going to pull some light workers here. Maybe there's something in here that's upcoming that you might be able to hear. Because I get you can't hear it right now. You stuck in your heartbreak. I'm hoping that you'll come back when this uploads completely. I'm hoping you'll come back and listen to listen to your portion of this live stream again and be able to hear it again, maybe from a different place. No, you don't get to decide that. You don't. You're being stubborn now. You accuse her of being stubborn. You're being stubborn. You're shifting. No, you ain't, because you was just talking about being in church and she don't go to church no more. You ain't shifting. You trying to drag her back into the church, kicking and screaming, even though she done told you it's time to go. And she ain't lying. That's a burning building and you don't even know it. You're so programmed into religiosity, you don't know. You're trying to drag her into a burning building by insisting that she turn back to the church. She's shifted. You need to shift, but you want us to both shift together as one. Well, if you had an awakening and ascended, but everyone shifts at their own point in time. If you awaken, and typically it doesn't happen exactly at the same time. Most of the time, because women, by virtue of the way we cycle energy, our womb and all that, our wombs are a portal to the divine. We are just naturally more spiritually inclined most of the time than men on average. That's a reason why all the oracles of Delphi were women. Now, I'm not saying men can't be spiritual at all. I'm not saying that. Religion that we're in now, the Abrahamic religions, have basically removed the divine feminine from religion and men are in all of those spaces, and that's part of the reason why we live in such a crappy world, because by pulling that feminine spirituality out of it, it created a very toxic, very hurtful, very damaging, overly masculinated spirituality. But typically within a couple, there are the female will typically awaken and start shifting first, and then she can catalyze growth in her partner. At the time, 4 months ago, you're saying that you're shifting now, but she may not have been feeling that 4 months ago, and she may have left because she needed to for her own sake. So don't be in no hurry to try to, ta-da, I changed, take me back, take me back. Keep doing what you're doing and work on your spirituality, and let her know that you maybe, I mean, you, if you get an opportunity to, it sounds like she ain't, she just over there doing her thing. But don't be in no rush to drag her back in until she can see, like Brittany said, she don't want to hear about you shifting. You telling me you shifting now, but I'm not feeling it. I don't really feel that. So you can tell her that, but she's not gonna feel it. She needs to be able to see it, and she'll see the growth in you when it happens. And then you might have a chance of getting her back. But you don't get to call the shots on that, on the shifting together as one. You can shift together as one, but you're going to do it in separation because she done already left. But don't let that stop you from doing what you do. Keep rising. And then y'all may catch it, because you ain't got to be 100% in lockstep. But a person that has that real spiritual calling to step out of religion and step onto this path during this mass awakening that's happening planet wide right now, when they call to get up out the church, they gonna get out. You say you think you smell something burning? No, not burning. Let's see. I understand that you're focusing on the, you want her back, but right now it's your spiritual life that's on the line, not your physical life, your spiritual life, and you got to tend that first before you worry about the woman and the nookie and any of the rest of that. Focusing on the wrong thing is going to keep all of it from you. It'll keep her from you and your spiritual shift from you. You got to focus on the right thing right now. Yeah, you trying to convince yourself. Ooh, three of these popped out. Ooh, I see why they did too. We got karmic clearing here, messages in the numbers 1111, and trust in the plan. And we're going to definitely look at all three of them. The way they shot out, I ain't got no choice. Mm. Hold on. What did I do with that book? Lord have mercy. Hang on. I just, oh, Lord, I can't see. Lord, no, there it go. We're going to start with 11 here. The universe is speaking to you through numbers. From 1111 on your phone to the repeating number patterns that catch your eye, information is being transmitted from the creative universal intelligence into your cellular awareness. You may feel energetic healing as you receive these transmissions of number frequencies. Numbers are energetic medicine. They are particular frequencies in a universal language of love that helps heal and guide you. There are no negative numbers. Healing vibrations of numbers are working for your soul now. Which numbers do you notice most often at this time? The frequency of the one is about beginnings, taking the initiative, believing in yourself, and accepting a leadership role in which you step ahead of the curve, beyond the consciousness of those around you, to guide the human race forward into love. Now I'm interested to see, because we said we had that the sixes with the Wheel of Fortune. Hold on. Yeah, the frequency of the six is love, money, beauty, and abundance. Many people are afraid of the six vibration, especially multiple sixes, which some teach are a sign of evil. In Christianity, they teach you that. But there are no negative numbers, however. The six is a sign of material abundance and healing of prosperity, love, and romance. So you need to heal, like seriously, because we had the six of cups twice here and the six of wands. So yeah. Now let's go to karmic clearing, number 5. Baby boy, I'm trying to tell you, I don't think you nearly as woke as you think you are. And again, there's levels to it. Like Meek Mill says, levels to this shit. You can be woke, but that's not being awake. That's that toxic nonsense you see out there in the so-called spiritual community where folks is saying a lot of stuff and all that ain't the real spirituality I'm talking about getting to. There's stages of awakening, and you'll begin that initial awakening is fine. Woke is that first stage of awakening that you get stuck in. A lot of folks get genuinely stuck in that. Allow yourself to have the ego death, cleanse, like become fully awakened, and then begin your ascension path. There's way different stages to this than just woke. I believe you are spiritually woke and it's hurting you right now. It's not serving you well at all. That part. You can't be spiritually woke been trying to get her taking her back to church. Them two things don't go together. You said you was in church every Sunday. That ain't spiritually woke. That's asleep at the wheel all day. Lull to sleep with your mouth in the tit of Enlil. Spirituality is literally worshiping the devil and don't even know it, according to what Yeshua said. And most of the world is, the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. 75% of the planet worships Yahweh in one form or another, whether they call him Jehovah, Yahweh, or Allah. 75% of the world is worshiping the very being that Yeshua said was the devil, and they call themselves woke. They're not woke, they're asleep at the wheel, firmly ensconced in the matrix. Okay. Karmic clearing. You're fast outgrowing a level of consciousness to which are attached particular wounds, issues, and struggles. As you outgrow that consciousness, these issues will release their grip on you. You are receiving divine notice that karmic clearing is taking place through a combination of your own efforts and spiritual grace from the heart of the divine. It is time for an old wound to be released once and for all. We back to this truth and release. Literally came out in the reading in a completely different deck, but karma is not punishment. Karma is essentially your soul's plan for this lifetime carried over from past lifetimes. It is the way we grow and develop as a soul, sometimes through challenges and sometimes through blessings. What in the world? Our positive karma is seen in the skills and talents we've mastered over many lifetimes. Also, when opportunities flow easily and healing happens swiftly, there is a sense of positive karma and easy grace that effortlessly takes place in your life. This is what happens when we are clear enough of our own past pain to have little resistance between us and the natural flow of life. More challenging karma is revealed in the lessons we're still learning. These usually appear in the guise of painful circumstances or reactions that repeat themselves in our lives. The stronger the soul, the more challenging the lesson it is to master this lifetime. It is willing to master this lifetime. As with any education, the higher the level of training, the more demanding the work. Okay. The higher the level of training, the more demanding the work. When you're working through big challenges, it is often a sign that you're on an advanced spiritual path. Must you always have struggle in your life as an advanced soul? Of course not. As you master your lessons, you'll find you'll develop an ability to live your life more peacefully. However, it would be incorrect to interpret a struggle as a sign that you're not progressing spiritually. Sometimes the more painful a struggle has been, the more difficult it can be to release that pain and associated memories or scars. The spiritual worlds know that you're in need of divine intervention to help clear a pattern that was once painfully lodged in your body, mind, and soul. Enough of the struggle. Divine love now offers healing and freedom. We clear karma by learning to trust and relax, by choosing not to punish ourselves with shame, guilt, fear, or unworthiness, by continuing to balance our efforts with a surrender into divine grace. We take responsibility for our own healing, doing all that we can, and trusting that the universe will lovingly and effectively handle everything else so that we can progress and succeed. If you've been struggling with a long term issue, this oracle card comes as a particular sign that the universe wants to step in and assist you. Repeat the invocation below, and then it says that you can invite this healing blessing of karmic clearing through love and life now. So why'd you even bring that into the? I'm just going by what you told me. You said she used to go to church and she don't no more. You used to be in church every day, but you're saying you haven't been to church in years. So again, how woke are you if you even throwing that into the mix? You're not being very self-aware, John. I'm seeing stuff that needs to be brought to your attention, and I'm bringing it here. Either you can accept it or you don't. I'm just reading the cards. That's why I say I know you feel defensive right now, and I can't help that. I'm again, there's no judgment here. I just work here for spirit. I bring the messages. What you do with them is your business. I highly recommend that at another time, maybe a few days from now, once this has been uploaded to the channel, that you come back in and listen to it. This is going to be, let's see, we're at 2:40 now, so this is about 4 hours in. So somewhere between three 3.5 hours to 4 hours into this live stream. Write that down somewhere for some from for yourself so you can remember that you can go in and find your portion of this live stream without having to watch the whole thing necessarily, and then go in and go back and listen to this and see the messages and see how they hit your head then when you're not in a mood or position to want to push back against it. Just pay attention to the messages that come to your mind as you're watching the replay. That might be better for you, because in real time you're having a tendency to want to argue against it. If you watch it in the replay, you might get another message out of it that's for you. That's all I'm saying, because there's a lot of good messages in here for you. Trust in the plan. You're wanting it right now, and however it goes, spirit and your wife is saying not right now. You keep smelling burning, CC. Wow. Yeah, you need to go find out. Make sure it ain't literal. You might just be picking up on something spiritually. I forgot what the I can't remember what that's called, but to be able to smell things like we have clairaudience, clairvoyance, clairsentience. There's the ability to smell and taste certain things. Hey Tegan, what's up, my dear? Welcome, welcome. Trust in the plan here, John. I think it's going to be your last card for today. In preparation for radical growth, there can be temporary disorder and chaos. Whilst the mind may worry that something is going wrong, the spirit knows that this is a way for the old to disassemble so that the new can be formed. That's that tower energy that we just saw. We had your tower came out for you. Although you may feel out of control during such times, you do not need to resist the process. There is no need to attempt to impose your own sense of order upon the greater plan. You do not need to seek solutions, for there is no problem here in need of solving. What has been is being cleared away in preparation for the next chapter of your life. Have faith, all is well. So do not fear. You may see the life you have known appears to be ending. You may find that the things you used to do or the way you used to think no longer seem as relevant as they once were. You may feel your relationships and friendships are changing. Some may even be ending. Perhaps you find you no longer have the energy or motivation to keep certain relationships going in your life. However, your energy is meant to be withdrawing from what it once supported. This is not an abandonment or betrayal. It is not selfish. It is honest. When you trust in your spiritual growth, all that happens is love. That means that even an apparent loss always serves love, whether it is immediately obvious or not. It is sometimes necessary for both parties to become free to live their true destiny. OMG, that part. Life is a loving, creative journey for your soul. That means there will be times when the very thing that you've worked towards needs to crumble so that the next evolution of your soul manifestation upon the earth can take place. It is a natural, it is natural, and although it can be challenging to trust in a greater creative process during times when it seems as though there's only chaos and confusion, you are strong enough to spiritually do so. To feel peace during such times, you must trust in your own inner knowing over what appears to be. You are divinely scheduled to evolve at this point in your life. Can you sense an exciting growth phase happening for you? There is another way for you to live, to be, to thrive, and love in this world, and you are rapidly heading towards it. This is a time to surrender control and allow a higher power to direct your course. Many exciting new opportunities, situations, and connections will come into your life as a result of what you're experiencing now. It is all part of a greater divine intelligence unfolding in loving service to your own sacred life path. Have faith and stay true to your spiritual principles. Trust in an unfolding higher plan. Know that all changes in your life serve your higher good. The universe knows what you need and is in process of delivering it to you now. All is happening for a greater purpose. You can flow with the changes in loving trust. Your perfect time for resurrection will follow this deconstruction and it will occur in the perfect way. Okay, Cece, you understand you woke. I church is. I'm woke. I church is. Businesses and pastors know that. All right. Again, I'm not finna argue with you. I done told you what the card said. We done been through about 8, 9, 10, 11, at least 10 different decks here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Yeah, I done pulled cards from 10 different decks and gave you the message. So interpret it how you will. I done told you what I feel it meant. The sisters here in the live stream with you, then they was feeling some of the same things and told you what it was. So either you'll take the information or you won't. That's completely up to you. I'm not judging you. I ain't mad. It's no skin off my nose one way or the other. But honestly, if I were you, I would highly encourage you to come back and listen to this once it's uploaded, and maybe you'll be able to hear it from a different space because you're not genuinely hearing right now. You're arguing for your limitations, and it's going to continue to keep you stuck. You asked me the question, and I told you in as many ways and languages as I know how, and you still don't seem to be able to hear it because you're busy trying to tell me that it ain't what it is, even though Spirit done told you something different. Spirit and three different oracles in the same live stream and told you. But okay, that's good. And again, once you finish doing what you need to do and doing your spiritual leveling up, because it is levels. I ain't saying you ain't nowhere. You may not be fully asleep at the wheel, but you got some spiritual leveling up to do. She may or may not come back to you. I don't particularly see that. I see you're saying she's stubborn. I'm sorry, I've got to call it. I see stubbornness in you. I see self-denial in you. I'm not seeing that you're being willing to hear what spirit is trying to show you. And unless or until you do that, that I can't really, I'm not going to lie and tell you I see a reconciliation that I'm not able to see. I think she left because she needed to, like I said, for her own self preservation in her spiritual journey. She loves you. I see that very clearly. She loves you. And she may wait around for you to get it, but you digging your heels in and arguing for your limitations is not going to help you get you your wife back no sooner. It's going to keep it, the longer you do that, the longer she's going to stay away from you. Sorry. And I don't mean to sound harsh. I'm just telling you the truth. When we push against stuff, the thing that's trying to come to us can't come. The harder we push against it, it can't come. It wants to come, it can't come. So I'm just giving you the real. I would be doing a disservice if I mollycoddled you and tried to tell you something different. So yeah. Miss Tegan, what's up, my love? Is there something I can pull for you today? Or are you just watching just because you want to watch? You got a question or a comment, or you just want a little feel good, a pat on the back from the universe? We got all of that. You can get in on some of that too if you need be. You said Brittany dive in? Yeah, I can pull. Oh, okay. Yeah, your mom wanted me to pull something for her too. Did you have a specific question, Brittany, or you want me to pull for Tegan first? It's up to you. Well, since you ain't answering, I'm gonna grab this deck again because I'm nosy now. I'm still gonna do that other detail reading for her on this one, but I wanna pull here. That's not the one I want. Oh, of course, CC. Yes, ma'am. I got you. I got you. And I'm gonna do a shorter reading for Tegan today because I'm gonna do a longer reading for her, but I'm gonna do it off, not on the live stream because it's one where we're gonna have to get a lot into the book meanings for some of this stuff, and it's just gonna take more time. In fact, that's my project for this weekend. Get that done because I did say it. I need to stop talking about it and be about it. Hold on, let me grab some more incense here. But since she graced us in the live stream, I definitely want to pull a card or two for her today. So we're gonna go there. Oh, and let me see this one, this one, this one. Hmm. I got an incense that smells so good. It's honestly, it smells too good. It's wait a minute. Let me see if I can. I may have thrown the box away. Oh, I still got one. It's by Calm Veda. This Oud Agarwood incense by Calm Veda. It is so good. Thank you, CC. I appreciate you. Absolutely. We definitely would. You said, oh, it ain't no hard feelings to have, darling. Like I say, I just work here. I don't take no personal offense to nothing. I just feel the resistance. So I'm just calling you out on it because been there, done that too. I've bucked against stuff, but eventually, just like they tell that story in the Bible about Jonah going to Nineveh, you're gonna end up in Nineveh one way or the other. So you might as well just go ahead on and take the short journey. Because other than that, you gonna get swallowed up by the fish and your butt gonna get spewed out right on the banks to Nineveh. So I get it. Especially when it's something that we want so bad and we want it now, and that's the human condition. And again, sometimes the answer is not now. Sometimes the answer is no, sometimes the answer is not now. And in your case, I honestly think I had to reevaluate the longer I dig into this reading. Before, I was thinking it was a flat out no. I'm not even seeing that now. I think it's a not now based on the next level or the next phase, if you will, just a little more in the spiritual journey. And again, it's not even, I'm not saying you're not making some progress. I'm not. But sometimes, especially depending on the programming that we've had, sometimes we get in a place where we think we made more progress than we have. Sometimes the opposite is true too. We've made more progress than we think we have. But yeah, when you're coming out of a religious programming, whether you've been actively sitting in church or not, it's the belief system that's in here, and that is hardwired from childhood often. Yeah. So yeah, definitely best wishes to you. And honestly, please do stay subscribed and come back and let us know from time to time how it's working out. If you have more questions or you catch me on a live stream and you need me to pull for some more for you or whatever the case may be, I'm more than happy to do that. But yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, Brittany, that's what I was saying too. I'm hoping that he will come back to the channel. And again, these longer live streams take forever and a month of Sundays to upload, so you might not even see it until tomorrow afternoon sometime. But do come back and watch your portion of the reading here, or even maybe not even just bookmark it, earmark it, whatever it is. You'll be able to tell because I'm wearing the red caftan. Go back and find that thumbnail and come back and listen when you can listen more objectively. Maybe just like I said, to true, and even if you're objective now, when I listen to readings, every time I listen to it, I get something new. I really do. You say you hear the sage? Okay. Yeah, it will. They'll be in the live tab. You'll be able to see from that I'm wearing this red or whatever because I don't wear red too often on here. But when you find that live stream, tap in at around 3.5 hours in, and you should be able to find your reading, and and then get a chance to watch it when you can hopefully get something new come out of it. All right, Tegan. What we got? What we got? What we got, Miss Tegan? Spirit guides here. Look for signs, philosophical discussion, and supervision. Light seeker, light quest, visionary, mental strength and resilience. And then Lord Melchizedek, lifestyle change, ego actions. This might be being part of the order of Melchizedek. You're a bit young yet to worry about that, but it may become evident later on. That's like that priestess type energy. Golden ray light or golden light ray, love and laughter, receive and giving gifts, passionate projects. Cool, I like that. I love this card too. This light seeker with this dragon behind. I don't know if you can see the etching of it, but I think it's a really cool card. So now let's get in here and see. Oh, I want to pull this. Ooh, why did that jump and flip like that? Inner Oracle, you are the channel. Was at the bottom of this deck. Self fulfilling prophecy, deja vu. I like that. The sacred union, beloved within, inner and outer relationships. What's this one? Mm. Inner call, the rose thread, inner call, soul led, the mystic, living courageously. That was a nice card with the dragon. I had to, especially like I said, Brittany, they got a thing with the dragons over there, so I knew they'd love it. The Rose of Venus is here. It's about alignment, flow, right relationships, and harmony. And the Mystic Rose, compassion, devotion, humility, humanity, and grace, along with sustainability. Slow down and tend to your garden, what you're doing. Yeah. Let's see. If we can get an affirmation or two or three, and then I'm gonna pull a couple of these Lemurian Star Child, and we're gonna look at the book and see, and then we'll go on to Mama. Ooh. I take actions daily that awaken my personal power. This is your solar plexus chakra. I just love the fact that you are awakening and attuning to spirit at such a young age. I love that. I really do, because everybody doesn't. At day's end, rest. I find peace in nature and I rest my body and mind in order to connect to spirit and find your bliss. I am following a path I love and I am fully aligned to my soul purpose. Ooh, sun goddess. I celebrate each sunrise and recognize the healing energies of the sun and reach for your dreams. I am the creator of my own dreams and I achieve them with confidence. Wow. All right. It's weird because I don't know. I don't even know why or how I kept the title card in this deck, but this is the Conscious Spirit deck, and it was poking up at me out of the split when I pulled that. So. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now we're gonna get over here. Excuse me. You said you burning wood sage. That's awesome. I gotta go in my box and dig out a fresh bundle of sage because I be lighting it with the candle, but mine done got so little to when as it lights up, I'm about burning my fingers. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Awakening is here. Ellen of the Waves. Attune to nature's signs to find your way. Follow your heart. Awakening is here. DNA activation. Elders. Wait a minute. Do I want elders or well of dreams? Hold on. This is what came out, so this is what we're gonna take a look at. Let me see. Hmm. This is about spiritual mentoring, equality, stability, and wisdom. Dear one, can you hear the call from your elders? Whoever your mentors are, physical or etheric, allow their calls to be heard. Whether they are devas or dolphins, human or Pleiadian, angels or ascended ones, allow their energies in your heart. You've drawn this card because mentoring is on your path, either as a guide or to be guided. Do you feel equal in your mentoring relationships? The old paradigm of inequality is over now, and the elders would like to show you the joy of walking side by side with each other on the new earth. Let me see, the new paradigm of mentoring. In the new paradigm of mentoring, there are no criteria or demands. The new mentoring is about being in the heart, away from any kind of competition or trial of strength, except that if you are a mentor, you are also being mentored yourself. You are passing on a message, but you are not the source of this message. The source is the divine. This is true humility without making yourself small. Allow the new paradigm of mentoring to descend onto you. Whether you're giving or receiving guidance or both, you can feel this new energy. It guides you into a new way of relating, a new mentoring relationship. This relationship is based on equality, joy, love, and support. The new atmosphere of respect is energy of guidance is also one of deep strength, stability, and wisdom. This energy is carried by the elephant and the whale and many other beings from the natural kingdom. These beings are mentors as well, for they exist not only in the physical realm but also in the higher dimensions. The elders are also in the natural and Devic kingdoms. You can attune to these shamanic realms for guidance that is grounded in divine truth. And honestly, I wonder, meditation came out in the beginning on one of those other conscious spirit thing, but yeah, I was looking at this too because, like I said, I strongly suspect she's an ancient soul in a young body, and with the new paradigm of mentoring, it reaches a point where, like you said, we have to stop falling into the traditional roles of what we think adults and children are supposed to be. Now, I get it, to some degree, children have to be respectful of their parents and all. We have guidelines in society that serve us well to keep order and all of that. But from a spiritual plane, Yeshua told us often, be like the little children. So we can, children learn from adults, but adults can learn from children too. And in a spiritual mentoring ship, especially because she's younger and she's, oh wow, yeah, especially as she is um, she's becoming aware of her spirituality at a much younger age. She's not really dirtying her lens with a lot of the stuff that's out there in the world. She's going to come on board with a lot of spiritual gifts and wisdom through the other side of the veil a lot younger than a lot of people around her, her peers maybe. So she's going to be in this mentoring energy. And like I said, it ain't no point of being, it's not no guru, I'm up here and you're down there type thing. It's just that you're a conduit for spirit, and you need to be respected as such and recognized as such. Yeah, and definitely meditation together is cool too, because like you see, when you both start kind of tapping into the unified field, that energy, you get that hive mind thing going on. It's really cool. It may even help awaken your, like, your clairaudience, your telepathy, things like that. It certainly can't hurt at all. We do have awakening here with the DNA activation. Let me get over here and see what that is. Know who you are, DNA activation, consciousness, and deep healing. I see through God's eyes of pure consciousness as the eternal seer because this is the realization that is upon me. She's very sensitive to emotions like you, yeah. You say you don't think you qualify. She feels hard and can get irritated, overwhelmed. Honestly, it's not even about you. Again, I don't think it's saying she has to have a mentor now spiritually. She's 10. She ain't got to worry about no spiritual mentor. It's going to naturally happen, and a mentor will line up as it is. You may be, she may be a mentor to those around her. Again, a teacher don't have to know everything; you just know a little bit more than the others. So, as she does integrate with some of her peers or whatever, she's supposed to just be a kid right now. This is just information for her to tuck into her hat for a later date. I would be very careful about seeking a necessarily an outside mentor for her. Be very sure of their energy if you do decide to introduce her to a mentor, because if they are in a place of ego and they see her spiritual capability, they literally may burn her out trying to make her rise farther and faster than she is supposed to. She's still a kid and she can enjoy being a kid. She's a hell of on the spiritual plane too, but that'll be a natural unfolding. And I don't anticipate that really becoming an issue until she's well into puberty. She's going to see a shift when she hits puberty and adolescence. And she needs to be able to experience all of that and enjoy that part too. But that's going to awaken something in her as far as her gifts. Then in her later teen years, it may be time to look more at some mentoring and stuff. But right now, she's got you, she's got me, she's got YouTube. She don't need no outside mentor. She need to just be 10. Yeah, and like I said, there's so much information online that she can tap into as far as guided meditations and spiritual information and the videos and stuff. It's enough, more than enough, to keep her busy without running the risk of putting her in touch with an in-person person that might see her spiritual maturity and her gifts in such a young age and kind of run with that to her detriment. I think a lot of kids, really, really gifted kids, need to get the chance to just be kids, that don't burn them out so early. Oh, y'all do EFT and meditate exactly, and that's all she needs. Yeah, you don't need that. Y'all do EFT and the meditation and all. Like I said, you say you don't feel like you qualified. You're more than qualified, because guess why I know you was qualified? Because Spirit saw fit to give you these two beautiful sisters into your care and keeping. They chose you as a mother, and Spirit said, "Okay," and did it. So you qualified. You doing exactly what you're supposed to do right now. Um, You've drawn this card because you're opening doors of remembering, of reconnecting with your divine energy from Lemuria, with frequencies from the angelic, elemental, and cosmic realms. The realization of the cosmic heart source brings you in full alignment to be an earthly channel that the higher realms can be received in. You are awakening or deepening your awakening, and anything that blocks this flow will come to the surface. Shedding old skin, old beliefs and identities, or deep feelings and emotions can challenge your old reality, but it is also a celebration of love and light. Call in the Lemurians, the elemental beings, the angels, and cosmic beings to guide you in this process. What are you waking up from? What constructs of the human mind made up your old reality? Lemurian visions show that life can be joyful and effortless, a divine flow of oneness, quite different from the ego paradigm. Are you questioning who you were in the old paradigm, such as seeing a truth that is much deeper? Trust to know that you are waking up to the light and not to a nightmare, because fear can confuse the dark for the light and the light for the dark. Can you feel the joy from Lemuria, the love from the Pleiades, and the guidance from the ascended masters? Do you feel excited and curious about the light you're awakening to, ready to discover more? You might see a big contrast between the old paradigm and the new one, between the mental space and the heart. Many go back and forth for a while, but the old vision becomes outdated, loses credibility, while you're recognizing and remembering you're at home in your heart, embracing the new paradigm. There's a lot here. I'm not going to read all of this, but ooh. Talks about awakening. Oh, wait a minute. I skipped a page. No wonder. Okay. Yeah, it talks about awakening, bringing in healing for yourself and all beings. And like I said, it's just DNA stuff whenever it comes on. Hey, Robin, what's up? What's up? So there was elders. Oh, Ellen of the Ways is your last card, Tegan. You said you're on your lunch break. Awesome. Attune to nature's signs to find your way. Follow your heart. This is about ancient knowing, visions, and shamanic ceremonies, circle of life, and plant lore. Ellen of the Ways provides a clear path of light that is beyond the density of the mind. She comes in times of turmoil and places of the old paradigm to show the way back home through innate wisdom. She comes to show me energetic vortices and pathways that are ancient yet beyond linear time. And she's come to you today to show that whatever is going on around you, you can connect to your heart of light. It shows you the solution in the path, which was always there beyond space of time. You have walked this path in many dimensions, including Lemuria. Listen to this guide now, for she has much to share. Cool. The affirmation is: when I remember I am one with all life through the love that I am, I easily find the sacred path unfolding ahead of me. Cool beans. All right, all right. Now, let's see. Miss Brittany, I think we're going to look at when I was pulling this for her, for whatever reason, the fairies are hollering at me. So I think we're going to pull a few fairy cards for you today, unless you had something specific you wanted to ask. And then you said Brittany and Niana. Wait a minute. CC, hi, Robin Williams. Brittany and Niana, she can go before you since you're on your own. Okay, yeah. Perfect. I'm glad you said that because I was going to ask. I didn't want to upset the apple cart. Can I pull something for you, Robin? Did you have a specific question or you just want a word for today? Okay, cool. Yep. I think I'm going to grab since she on lunch break, we're going to try to make it kind of short. A word for the day. All right, all right, all right. We're going to see what the fairies want to say for you today. I don't know. Like I said, they just decided they want to speak up. So we're going to see what we see. Mm-mm. Okay. And I also, I don't know, I think I want to grab this one. Okay. So you feel like you just don't know where to go from here? I know, yeah. Honestly, we were talking about that earlier today. It's like we feel like we're so used to I need to do something. You're on your path. Sometimes we just have to chill because there's a sacred pause in there. There's a time buffer, and we're all kind of in it. And I think that's when tarot readings and things like that really come into benefit for you because it's kind of like spirit giving you a little hug and a nudge, like just chill, cool your jets, you'll be all right. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm almost done. I just want to pull these, and then we'll look at them. These require a book number. Oh, that actually, because of that nut card, I'll do see one more deck that I want to pull. I'll get you a number for today. You say, yeah, that's way too many. Maybe the bodacious bulldog. They may have a word though. We'll see. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. And I'm gonna start out here with these because it started out with the numbers. Your angels could be whispering numbers in your ear. They're special messages. And honestly, I'd be like, you know what? I get that part, but I wish y'all would whisper some lottery numbers in my ear. But that's just me. um, Gratitude is here. Raise your vibration and attract good into your life by consciously thinking thoughts of gratitude. Yep, yep. Empath, you may be an empath and actually feel other people's pain. And I think that's where some of that I need to be doing something comes from too. A lot of times we're picking up on stuff that ain't even ours, like for real. And lose your cool. Everyone has done something wrong. Even good people lose their cool. So yeah, if that somebody at work got on your last nerve and you had to, cuss a bitch out, then that's all right too. Sometimes forgive yourself, keep it moving. That's all. People get me. They act like because you on a spiritual path that you ain't never supposed to get upset. And truthfully, they use that as their excuse to turn you into a doormat. And if you react at all, then they want to try to act like, oh, you ain't spiritual. Yeah, Jesus sat down and braided a whip and whooped them up out the temple. So guess what? Come over here, Cletus. You're gonna walk over here, but you're gonna limp back. And it's still all good sometimes. Sometimes you gotta do that. All right. Come to me, attracting like a rose, receive abundance and desires is here. Clarity, a fresh start, and a positive outlook. Codes of the seeds, the blueprint is within you. Take the next step. And after the rain, silver lining, relief, hope, mercy is over, acceptance. Yeah, you're just in the sacred pause. I know you want to do something because we're used to wanting to push something into place. You're on your path. There's really nothing left to do. Just come in here and get these spiritual hugs from spirit and tell them they telling you just sit down and chill. We got this. Sometimes if you got a master chef cooking up a specialty for you, you may have to sit for a minute and wait. Yeah. It had to be because, like I said, I was kind of wondering why did that card come out, but yeah, I get it. Because they're gonna keep coming back and trying your nerve and your patience, and sometimes I think it's just to see. I think spirit allows it to see whether or not we've really learned enough to stand up for ourselves or whether we're going to go one more round of that same nonsense. Because we're not supposed to. Spirituality does not mean being a milk toast and a doormat. It don't. And sometimes, if they keep pushing your buttons and they want to get back to the old you, they can't. Oh, kumbaya, sweetness and light, all the rest of that. But guess what? I was raised kind of sort of in the hood. And if you really, really push me, if you want to see Shema Kwandia, oh, she can come out. She can come out. What was that? In fried green tomatoes when she was talking about Tawanda. Yeah, if you want to see Tawanda, you can get her. You can get her if you want to. And then I'm gonna go right on back, cleanse myself, take a salt bath, meditate a little bit, and I'll be back to the kumbaya and the sweetness and light if I have to. Yeah, I don't like getting to like that, but sometimes you gotta meet people where they're at, and you gotta speak to them in the language they can understand. So if all of the kumbayas and the namastes don't get them, you may have to go Queen of Swords, scorched earth on that ass, and do what you got to do. That's all. Your native tongue, yeah. Before you got the spiritual, exactly. I got my customer service voice and my beautiful teaching, loving voice, but guess what? Get up off my last nerve, or else it's gonna be a problem. And we have to be that way because if we don't, they'll continue to walk on us. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's called self preservation and wisdom. Growth is here. Focus on personal and spiritual growth, and you're doing that. Faith, trust that the universe has your back. You know that. Compassion, show compassion toward yourself and others. We've got the others part down. It's ourselves that we have to be a little more compassionate with. And believe, have faith in your power to create your reality. And again, like we said, you are creating your reality, but what you're creating and walking into is so flippin' big and beautiful. It takes time. And it's that time buffer while spirit and the angels and the ancestors and all them are working things out. That's what we get stuck in, is in that time buffer. Because should I be doing something else? I'm not seeing the kind of action and growth that I want. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? That that's exactly what you're doing wrong. That's all. You're supposed to stand up for yourself. And that's why I say you can be timid, you can be shy, you can be sweetness, you can be light. But sometimes you got to show them what you're made of, because they will mistake your kindness for weakness and take unfair advantage. And sometimes they gotta let them know, yeah, yeah, I know, I'm a priestess and all of that, but don't get it twisted. I'm a woman first. The red sage and the gray sage, John. The red sage has just been dipped in dragon's blood powders, dragon's blood sage. In my opinion, it smells a little bit less sagey than sage, but it's still all white sage underneath it. That's just been treated with dragon's blood. Now, Robin, I did pull some numbers when that numbers card came out. I pulled a few numbers for you. 666 came out here. Reflect, love and affect, love, affection, compassion, kindness, attention, and self-love. Several unexpected developments will enter your life and impact how you feel. This is a chance to reevaluate your identity. You need a mental shift toward greater optimism, self-assurance, and trust. Put your faith in your gut and your inner voice. Pay attention to your feelings and use them to help you become a better person. So again, you own the path and you know it. It's just we all do that. It's a little bit of imposter syndrome coupled with a little bit of impatience, um, a little bit of self-doubt, fear of failure, and fear of success. I think world together. Oh, you're welcome, my dear. Welcome. And I'll see you soon too. 1144 came out here for anybody that was resonating with hers messages. She also had divine intervention, prosperity, big ventures, fated events, faith, purpose, and higher calling here. Love or other happiness lurks around the corner. It will be something much better than in your wildest dreams. A rare opportunity, an exciting encounter with like-minded people, and it will exceed your expectations. Along with 2323, endless cycles, charisma, communication, society, movement, journey, repetitive circumstances and patterns. There is some truth you're resistant to accept over and there is some truth you're resistant to accept over and over again until you're tired and restrained beyond depression. It takes a decision to live life for yourself. Life is all about passion. Then you make a change and the world around you follows. I don't know who that's for. And it's 333 as we called out this 2323. Yeah. So like I said, there's somebody not wanting to accept something. But like I said, when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, you'll get out your own way and allow it. Period. Until you're tired and restrained beyond depression. It takes a decision to live life for yourself. Life is all about passion. Then you'll make a change and the world around you will follow. So this is the card of you're stuck because you choose to stay stuck. And when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, you'll get unstuck. You said with is more clear, pendulum or cards. It depends, John. Different people use different divinatory tools and work with spirit in different ways. I wasn't called or led to use the pendulum. Some people, it depends. If somebody works with the pendulum, they may find that more accurate. For me, I enjoy the cards because they do point to different areas in life. And by working with multiple decks, so if you notice, or you can't see my table. I got to get a different camera angle that allows me to go live and see more of the table. But when I pull cards, the way my guides taught me to do it, I typically will do a spread based on either the pendulum spread or the Celtic cross or something like that. And then I will layer decks of cards together, and I still find that they will bring a layered meaning to each position in that spread. That's just the way I do it, though it's not right or wrong. Different people handle stuff different ways. Yeah. And if, okay, so, and again, it's interesting. You came back into the reading and spoke up just as she was leaving, but I was still led to read these messages. So this might be something for you. And in that note, we are gonna get with Brittany and Niana and Cece, but I'm gonna go ahead and look at these fairy cards that came out. I pulled them in case number one, in case Robin wants to come back and finish her reading after her break. She may go into this after it's uploaded, but this also may be a message for someone else here. Let me grab the book. Oh goodness, I gotta rearrange my shelf here. Put this back because I got some stuff about to fall because I done pulled too many books out of here. All right. 59, the Bodacious Bodoc. You said not now when I get to you? Okay. Wait a minute, that'll be your question. What changes do you need to make? Or how are you blocking yourself? You think you're more interested in is motorcycles? Oh, Lord. Girl, be careful. I used to want to be a NASCAR driver, so I can understand that. Unfortunately, thankfully, it went out of my system before I got old enough because that stuff is just so dangerous. Just so dangerous. Just be careful on the motorcycle thing. Don't get sporty and want to go out there without your helmet and your gear. Road rash ain't no joke. You did what you wanted to too, Sky CC, and especially when like Danica, Patrick, and all of them was out there doing the thing. Man, I wanted to be like tearing it up. Yeah, but I'm good. Ain't it interesting though? We're talking about she's talking about wanting to get into motorcycles, and we're talking about the spiritual journey. But remember, Danica Patrick had a major awakening, and then wound up on with a podcast, like focusing a lot on spiritual things. You raced cars for 5 years when you were younger, CC. Awesome. That reminds me, maybe Tegan, you might want to look up. I don't know if she's still doing the podcast or not, but Danica Patrick has like a spiritual podcast, kind of on the level of Next Level Soul or um, Amrit Sandhu and all of them. Yeah, I used to ride a motorcycle too. Wow. Ooh, this is about sabotage, helpful fixing, and order. The bodacious Bodoc is a meddler. Um, he means well, he tries to help, but in the reading it says someone somewhere is meddling uninvited in the issue. It may be you, it may be someone else. See if you can work out who it is and begin to untangle the messy web they've woven of confusion and disorder and misunderstanding. It will take great firmness to get this person to keep his sticky fingers out of your affairs. The amount of tact you use in sorting this out is up to you, but the Bodoc type person does not usually notice hints. Remember, whoever it is says they mean well. They may even believe that. It is very hard to believe that the Bodoc's bad results are always just an accident, as he insists. He may believe this, but we don't have to. The word sabotage comes to mind. If you don't want to be Bodoc, if you don't want the Bodoc hanging around looking for ways to help, make sure you don't leave things in the wrong place or dangle any loose ends. He might find some bodacious things to do with them. Wow. Race cars, a lady racing car. Yeah, there have been a few, ain't a lot of them, but like I said, Danica Patrick. I can't think of any others right off the top of my head, but yeah. The RAR is here with 52. And oh, I'm about to say, well, the other one I can think of here is Cece. She said she raced cars for 5 years. I hate to be the one to tell you, they always give the stereotype of women not being good drivers and not being good marksmen. When a woman takes her mind to it, a woman often is a better marksman, a crack shot than men. There are several like government paid uh, sharpshooters out there. Women can do stuff like that, and when a woman genuinely gets out of her element and stop being into the old girly you thing, women are damn good drivers. My kids used to look at me because I follow the speed limit and I do this and that, but when I really got to put my foot in that tank and drive, I can drive. They was laughing at me one day because I was driving a 36-foot trailer. I backed a 36-foot trailer into a trailer park and parked it between two single wide trailers with no whatever. And they like, I didn't know you could drive like that. You don't need to know everything. That don't mean just because I don't show out on the road driving like evil Knievel on any given Tuesday don't mean I can't drive. You did demolition. Wow, that's awesome. I was a tomboy too. Yeah. I didn't do a whole lot of dolls and stuff past early childhood. I was out there shooting BB guns in the, out swamp stump jumping and riding horses and whatever else with the boys. I was a serious tomboy. You know, the only reason I wasn't into climbing trees is because my mama threatened to whoop my behind if I did. She didn't want me up in the trees and stuff, but I did everything else they did. Now let's move on here to the raw. This is wild energy and pure potential. Say the Rars are not naughty or wicked, they're just energetic. They're also not very discriminating. They like to join whatever excitement is going on and add energy to it. In a way, they're pure potential. They potentialize or potentize whatever is happening. Rars are attracted to mobs rioting and meditation groups rising toward ecstasy and any other strong energy states. They're kind of like Tigger in the Pooh stories. They bounce, they zoom, they go off on wild tangents. Think of the Rar as a growling dog. They don't discriminate. It's up to us to do that. They put a live spark into whatever's happening. A RAR in your cards encourages you to be especially attentive to what you're doing with your energy and intentions. Don't get carried away by the RAR's bouncy enthusiasm, but do take advantage of the energy. You can accomplish a great deal with the energy being made available to you. This is a good time. Note that the raw is not grounded and is not meant to be, but humans need to keep their feet firmly on the earth. When you encounter the raw, breathe slowly, center, earth yourself, be clear about your objectives, and then go for them. And that's kind of interesting here with what was that other card? Oh, with the bodacious bodog. Those two together can be a little dangerous. It's like you said, somebody putting their nose in your business. They're saying that they mean well, but left untended, it can be a problem. And then you got this bouncy, tiggerish, raw energy together. What else came with this? The topsy turvets and the singer of transfiguration. Yeah, some this might be for Robin because she was saying she got a lot of stuff going on, and there's some folks at work. There's some folks in her business, like big time. Especially, I'll look at the topsy turvets, but it's kind of that same thing. It is fresh new looks, new ways of seeing. Said when life is confusing. Oh yeah, this is okay. This is the back of the card is the front of the card because the topsy turvets are what the outer card of the deck looks like. But this is the actual artwork that it was taken from. When life is confusing, the turfets may come to visit you. Nothing draws them like a bit of mental muddle. They don't cause our disarray. We're very good at doing that for ourselves and each other, but they are attracted to it. Confusion is an important stage of growth, and they delight in helping things grow. They live everywhere. Not only humans need their help, and they're exceedingly busy. Fortunately, they're quite prolific, so there are a lot of them. When the topsy turvets show up, it indicates that someone needs to look again to make an effort to see things from a different point of view. It suggests that confusion may exist because we're asking the wrong questions or perhaps we have made assumptions that are incorrect and we have run into a brick wall of those misconceptions. The Turvets ask us to back up, to question our assumptions, and to try to see things from the viewpoint of the other people involved in our muddle. They ask us to let go of our attachment to our own point of view, to stop saying ought and should, especially about other people. Mm. Most especially, they suggest that we start trying to see things as they really are instead of as someone thinks they should be. This card is a warning that someone involved in the question or issue at hand is mentally upside down or possibly sideways. Yeah. In a reading, the Turvet suggests that things need to be looked at from another angle. We need to back off from our emotional entanglement and look anew. Much of the apparent confusion about the issue is caused by a faulty point of view. Get the opinions of honest others and then relook at your own. Defensiveness and denial may be causing much difficulty. Try imagining that you're looking at the situation from the point of view of each of the others involved. This is not an excuse in deciding how others ought to see things, but in discovering how they really do. Words like he ought to see that are not useful at this time. If the Turvet's card turns up and another point of view does not readily suggest itself, it may be useful to draw another card for future information, or you might choose to do another reading addressing that issue independently. Remember to pause to listen for hints from the Turvets themselves. Okay. John, I'm gonna reach out on a limb here. It's To me, it's extremely telling you had ducked out of the reading or you were being super quiet at a time, whatever the case may be. And as Robin was leaving, she said, I have to go back to work, but I still had some cards that I had pulled. So I was strongly led to pull them anyway. And we get this card here about being resistant to accept something over and over again, that sort of thing, along with the bodacious bodock, the rar, and the topsy turvets. And it said that they can come up in the reading when you look for another card for further information. The final card that came out in this deck is the 11 card, the Singer of Transformation. And the Singer of Transfiguration. And I'm going to go ahead and read this because I really believe, I'm not saying it don't apply to Robin too, but I believe your energy shifted and bumped back into this reading. I can't help but think that because of what's the way those cards lined up and came out of here. This is transformation, transcendence, and metamorphosis. The Singer of Transfiguration tells us that we have been through the gate, we have passed through the initiation process, and we've reached a new way of being, reflecting deep transformation within our lives. Things will never again be what they once were. Things will never be seen the same way by us, and this is a good thing. The singer's joyful, passionate, bright blaze of color heralds a time of fulfillment and accomplishment. As with the other singers, the power and joy of this one radiates especially strongly to the things being symbolized by the cards around it. Like the reborn, renewed phoenix, this singer is aflame with vibrant, expanded life. There really isn't much I can say about this. Not even the fairies seem to have anything to add. They're just sitting around here smiling blissfully, even old Gluminous Doom, and humming an ethereal and beautiful melody. Jackpot. This card in a reading signifies the joy of success after a time of trouble. So even if you don't see it yet, this is what you could be heading for. Again, once you get tired or get tired of being tired and let it go, that's why I say they bring you back to a point of recognizing all of this wild energy bouncing all over the place. Can't quite see it, can't quite understand it. All yeah, folks got their end in the pie. This one ought to, that one ought to, and they're saying no, no, no. Go within, set that down, allow this transformation to happen. Um, a new way of life has been accepted and is being integrated. A sense of inner peace is growing. The struggle has been worth it. This is a time of consolidation and joy and is both a reward for past achievements and a time in preparation for the next climb up the path. And again, even if it comes reverse, it said this card simply suggests that the realization or completion of this process is just around the corner. So you may not really have it, understand it just yet, but yeah. Yeah, that I made that analogy about sitting on your dad or your whatever you in this case your uncle's lap and they're kind of guiding things, but you're still yeah they're handling it. But I love that. All right, all right. Now I think Brittany, we up next, or is it Cece? I can't remember. Niana, you still in here, or is it we're back to Brittany? I think. And you said you just want to know where you at, what you're going. I'm gonna pull some of the fairies for you too, because I really think that that's kind of where they were the ones. You were the person that they originally came in line for. You said you feel like everyone's had too much to say in your marriage. You don't understand why. Just jet, and you feel like you're supposed to have your own business, or where you blocking yourself and where you need to change. Okay. If you feel like you're supposed to have your own business, then John, you are supposed to have your own business. But and it may have been too many people in your marriage in the past, but at this point in time, it ain't because it's down to whatever is transpired. Now it's not a point of trying to go back and figure out where the blame was. It's to figure out where, if anywhere, you can go from there. And like I said, if you once this uploads, go back and listen to your portion of the reading again. And I think you're going to see and hear more than what you may have been able to see and hear this go around. Because it's really not a bad thing, I don't believe. I honestly just think that it was a case of y'all needing to separate for both of your individual growth. She can't take you, bring you spiritually kicking and screaming, and you can't bring her. Sometimes people just have to awaken and ascend separately. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot, and that's true. When people are talking about people, too many people in their marriages because they allowed it, you have to shut that crap down early on, usually in the dating stage, even because they mean well and all that. But if some and women, some folks are guilty of that. Dudes had their fellas in their head, women had their girlfriends in their head, and fellas had their mama in their head, and the girlfriend may have her mama. All that you have to shut that down because the scriptures say you're supposed to leave mother and father and cleave to your wife and be one flesh. And you wanted to find out, let me see, Brittany, where you're blocking yourself or what needs to change. Let's see. I don't know. Let's look at this. This. I ain't pulled from these in a little hot minute. We're gonna take a look at the Akashic Tarot and see if anything comes out of there for us. I think I'm gonna see if I can get you an angel number or two anyway as well. While I'm at it, we're gonna do this right here too. And that may well be true, John. It may have been too much of the people in her ear, in your ear. But the thing I need for you to be able to process and at some point down the line accept is if she chose to allow people in her ear, you can't control that. If she wasn't ready to get them out of her ear, and she still, whether she, if she is now, fine. If she's not, then no matter how much you love her and how much you wanna, whatever, if she at whatever point for whatever reason she allowed those people in your ear, in her ear, in your marriage, and all of that to the point that it's driven a wedge between you, you may have to accept that. Hopefully she'll come around, but you have to be prepared to do what you got to do if that's not the case. Girl, Brittany. Mm-mm-mm. I don't feel like it either, but he ain't wanting to hear that part. So I just wanted him to understand, even if he feel like it was somebody else's, if she allowed it to happen, you can't fix that or change that. That was her choice. Ultimately, you want to blame it on other people because you just want to blame it on other people. And I get that part because she's a good girl and you love her and it was pure love and you just don't want, you just ain't trying to hear what these cards is trying to tell you. And I get it. But at the end of the day, every tub stand on its own bottom. My grandma used to say that all the time. Whoa, what is this? Interesting. I wasn't trying to pull this deck at all, but these came along with a hitchhike, so we're gonna definitely look at them, and then I'm gonna pull this. Nobody's saying that you wasn't a good dude, John. Again, you're wanting to shift blame. That's one of the reasons I know that you're not quite as healed as you'd like to think you are, because you just can't hear that. You still want it to be somebody's fault. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm not saying you're a bad person. Sometimes things just don't work out. And again, like I said, if she shifted before you did, it doesn't have to even be anybody's fault. It's just a growth pattern. Sometimes we genuinely, just like when we were kids, we used to outgrow our clothes and our shoes. Sometimes we just outgrow people. And it's not sometimes they'll come back to us and sometimes they don't. And we have to, for our own sake and our own development, we have to accept that and learn to be kind of sort of okay with it. You may not ever like it, but genuinely you're going to have to learn to accept and be kind of sort of okay with that. It's like you're trying to figure out what can you do or say or whatever to push this back to where you want, because you want her. And I get that part. There's some folks that, I mean, I got exes in my rear view that I wish I could have made them awaken and ascend and made them treat me better, because overall they really wasn't that bad, but they just wasn't lining up to do what I needed to have done. And then eventually, for whatever reason, some of them left me, I left some, however it went. At the end of the day, I could sit back and woulda, coulda, shoulda. If this had a been better, then we could have, and then we. None of that's gonna actually change any of that. They're not bad people, but they just wasn't the person for me any longer. Yeah, and it is easier when both parties acknowledge it. Like say in Brittany's case, it was a very amicable parting because they outgrew each other and they both recognized it, so they were able to part and still be somewhat friends and move on and go on about their business. You're stuck because you don't want to accept it because it wasn't a mutual recognition of growth and a mutual split. That's all. That is a good question, John. What did you mean by you a good dude now? Sometimes we make what they call them Freudian slips or whatever that give us some more insights. Okay, let me get this and this. I'm almost halfway through your pull. Bear with me a minute. Hey, John, you done got quiet again. We were wanting to know. You put in your one of your comments. You said you made your mistakes, but you was a good dude now. What does that mean? You a good dude now? And again, you may not want to elaborate on how you made your mistakes, but you need to be willing to see those and address those. Don't sweep it under the rug that because you're a good person now and because you're sorry about it now, that it wasn't enough, that she got to accept it back and got to forgive you and got to move on. Because she don't have to do that. If whatever it was that you did that led you to say you made your mistakes, it may have been to the point that she was willing to walk away, and you may have to accept that, yes, I'm glad you ascended, you changed, you whatever, you sorry for what happened. But if you can sit there and acknowledge I made my mistakes, then that may be the answer right there. Whatever it was that you did, she chose to leave. Do you mind me asking, John, did you ever step out of your marriage? Did you ever cheat on her, whether it was an emotional affair or an actual physical affair, or give her a reason to suspect you might be considering flirting with someone else or anything like that? I'm not saying she did. I'm asking you because you're talking about you made your mistakes. Or was it an ego issue? I know. That's what I was wondering. Was it an ego issue, financial abuse, cheating? What was it? You ain't giving up on her? That's my point though, John. Depending on what the scenario was, you can sit there and say you're not giving up on her, but what you may be doing is just deluding yourself to end up alone and lonely. Obsessing, or you're asking if she's obsessing over you. No, dude, you're obsessing over her. Whatever happened, you dropped the ball somewhere in your relationship and she left. And now you're deciding it ain't over till you say it's over. That's a little egotistical, don't you think? She's gone. She ain't said nothing to you in over 4 months, but you're still talking about you ain't giving up on her. She ain't studying you. You the one that's sitting asking a tarot reader is what's going on. And I done shown you in the cards that the issue isn't necessarily her. And you still won't accept it. And you saying that you ain't giving up on her. Well, you ain't got to, but you're gonna be sitting there delusionally on your own. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be mean, hurtful, or nothing else. Sometimes we have to accept what is and stop trying to force our will upon something, on a situation or somebody else. Because there are two individuals left here. If there's something to salvage, maybe it could. And I was trying to be as gentle as I could about that. But you keep coming back saying these very egotistically driven things that kind of sort of let me know it's not a case of whether she's coming back. She'd have made her decision. Again, how you mean the door will always be open? She knows that. You told her that. Again, This is back what I'm talking about. You told her that the door will always be open, but she don't want an open door. She hasn't made any attempt to walk back through it. So because you said the door will always be open, don't mean you coming through. You talking about you ain't giving up on her. Do you, boo? You don't want to hear it, and that's fine. You ain't got to hear it because she done told you. And letters, what is it? What's that song John Deere Green they made years ago? It's staring you right in the face, and you still refuse to see it and hear it. So okay. Yeah. Are you back in, CC? Okay. I'm just pulling Brittany's cards here while we was looking at his stuff. I don't see all of that. I know. Yeah. Check go find a manifestation channel. He ain't gonna be again, you can't manifest a person. You can try it and it ain't gonna work the way you want it to. Honestly, that's one of the most dangerous things somebody can do is trying to manifest a specific person that don't want to be manifested. But again, we done try to tell him 15 different ways and he don't want to hear it. Let's see. No, it won't be. Look, she ain't looking back, John. That's the point. Talking about when she looked back. You're so stuck in your head that she's going to look back for you. It's been 4 months. She ain't looking back. Again, if you just need to reach out for closure and find out where she really at, but she done told you, she done showed you she ain't studying you. It's been 4 months. Or you can't move on with another woman. You don't need to move on with another woman. No way. You need to heal. Because then you would just be, you haven't finished grieving and you haven't even accepted the end of this relationship, much less grieved it and healed from it. You don't need to worry about going on with another woman. You need to get over this. It sounds to me like, honestly, in that instance, I almost wish you could talk to her. I don't know if you're able to reach out to her because, again, she might be so through with you, she ain't even willing to talk to you. If you can talk to her, don't even try to talk. Again, she'll let you know where she stands on this issue. You're going to be sitting there trying to talk her back into the scenario, but you might get your feelings hurt, but at least you'll know for sure what she's talking about because I strongly. What's with you and all these scrolls, girl? That's crazy. Oh, he trying to convince us. He need to be. He trying to convince himself is for real. Because I don't, like I said. Okay. Ooh. All right, Miss Brittany. You said you want to find out what's going on. First, I got to look at these cards that I wasn't even trying to pull. They were in, like I said, hanging in with another deck. We have nourishment here, change. I feel you, John, and nobody said you didn't really love her. That's what I'm saying. I recognize that you love her. You loved her deeply. You still love her, and that's why it's going to be difficult for you to get over that. But for your own sake, you need to start healing, especially if you get an opportunity to talk to her and get some closure and find out that she's not really trying to hear that and not trying to come back to you. If you feel like, if you realistically get some kind of a proof of life from her that she may be considering taking you back, that's one thing. But if she's letting you know she's well and truly done and she's moving on with her life, I recommend that you do the same. Even if you both waken and ascend and grow, and I hope you do, but sometimes it's not waking and ascending and growing to move on back to that, is to move on to the next phase. And here's the thing, if you get out your own way and actually heal, again, please let some time go by, because you really need to heal from that and clear that energy and grieve the loss of that relationship instead of unrealistically, delusionally trying to convince yourself that it's just on a temporary hiatus. If she's on and gone, trying to convince yourself she's coming back like that, that's not, yeah, that is jumping the gun a lot, and it's going to create a lot of problems for you. So by the time you finish doing your healing and growing and all of the things that you need to do, then it may be time, right before you close that door forever, then maybe you can reach out to her and find out if she's intending to go. But I'm trying to tell you, if a year goes by and she ain't contacting you at all, and she's not leaving the door open for you to be able to contact her, grieve it, shut it down, and go on about your business, because she's done. A woman that wants to come back, we play them mind games with people and all the rest of that. But if she's making it impossible for you to be able to reach out and get in contact with you, it's because she don't want to be in contact with you, dude. Brittany, we, like I said, we had nourishment here and change, wisdom, self-love, abundance, self-reflection, patience, and power. This is literally you doing what you said you was going to do. Like you said, you parted from your partner and he went on and did his thing and he got his thing going, but you realize you don't really want to start a relationship right now. You're focused on yourself, your spiritual journey, your daughters, and being a spiritual guide to them. And in doing that, that moment of spiritual nourishment and reflection and all of that, it's allowing you this self-love. You getting ready to step into an abundant season. Now I know what you said you saw, but I want to show you what the card said they saw too. 666, self-love, boundaries, needs, good vibes, wisdom, and understanding. Nurture yourself, your needs, desires, and boundaries. Let go of things that are weighing you down. Make space for something meaningful, and expand your spirit to all areas of your life. That big love, opportunity, or job needs to squeeze in somewhere, and it's 6666. Okay, now I'm really gonna say something that you're on. Are you on unraveling more and more layers to this? If she's done this before and then she came back and now she's leaving again, even if she wanted to come back, have some self respect. No, let it go. You deserve better than to spend your life pining after somebody that don't quite frankly give a damn about you. Now I'm sorry, there I said it. How long you gonna keep letting somebody dangle you by the short hairs? You deserve better than that. I'm faithful, I love her. I'm faithful, I love her. But this is her second time leaving you. No, no. And you ask the question if she's obsessing over you. No, bro, you are obsessing over her. And quite honestly, might be your obsessing that ran her the hell away. I don't know. Because I know you're not being completely honest and transparent with us because more information keeps leaking out. It keeps leaking out, and none of it's really good. The longer you talk about this situation, the more toxic it's becoming. On again, not saying there was cheating. I'm not, but there's more ways you can destroy a relationship than cheating. Not allowing people space to breathe, not allowing them to be their own individual person, trying to hijack their spirituality, being too clingy, too obsessive, too permissive. A lot of those things, if you don't respect yourself, a person will not respect you. And I promise you, I don't care how good you are, how fine you are, how good you throw it down in the bedroom, how much money you got. When a woman loses respect for you, she's done. She may stick around for a while, but she's going to behave in disrespectful ways, even if it don't involve cheating. And if she's got upset to the point of leaving your marriage before, and then she came back, and now she done got upset to the point that she's leaving the marriage again, either one of two things are happening. Either you are annoying the ever living fuck out of her and she's done with you, or she's not what and who you think she is, and she's out there living her best life, and then coming back when the world and got through tossing her around and she ain't got nothing better to do. Then she'll come back to you for a convenient, comfortable space to land, and you need to have more self respect than to continue to allow that. If somebody is not making you their priority, you should never allow yourself to be their option. She's turned you into an option instead of a husband, John. It's not about giving her space. She gave you space. She left you. You ain't giving her space. She took her space. And you're still standing around like you're calling the shots. She done left you, bro. But you keep letting her come back because you don't have self-respect. Because why would you continue to allow her to turnstile herself in and out of your relationship when she feel like it? No, the first leaving and coming back, okay, you loved her and you wanted back. She done left again. Her ass need to be out there now. She just gone, and you need to get over it and move on. You deserve better than that. And if you don't believe you deserve better than that, you need to go somewhere and level up spiritually to where you do truly deserve better than that. That's allowing somebody to use you like toilet paper at their convenience when they ain't got shit better to do. No, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're assuming a whole lot of stuff. You leaving the door open for her. You let her do whatever. You're giving her space. No, the hell you not. I don't know you, and I ain't lived with you one day. And that kind of talking nonsense would have ran me off. She's a grown woman. You ain't got to leave nothing open for her. Allow her shit. She left because she wanted to. For you to be arrogantly sitting around talking about you're giving her space after she chose to leave, no, you're delusional. Sorry. You need to, like she said, go to some of those. um there are several very good therapists, actual licensed therapists on YouTube that are giving decent solid. I ain't talking about following up with the manosphere and all that foolishness as far as relationship advice. But bro, you got something going on egotistically in your mind. You're not seeing the situation as it is. And the longer you, until or unless you fix that, she ain't never coming back. I'm sorry, she's not. But Again, but being as how this the second time she done left inside of a decade, you shouldn't even want her to come back. You should be healing and moving on. How many chances do you think somebody's supposed to give? Don't get caught up in that 70 times 7 Christian nonsense, especially not in a relationship. No, that's just somebody that don't really care about you. They come back to you as a convenient landing spot when whatever they working on out there in the street goes south. Don't do that to yourself. And don't even allow her to do it to herself. She need to go on and figure out what she gonna do and stop leaning on you in the downtime as a convenient landing place, because that's what that is. Brittany, back to you, my dear. You had the quadruple sixes. You also have here 1515 and 1818. 1818 is achievement, success, striving forward, prosperity, go getters, courage, luck. Wow, significant events are on the cards for you. You will progress in your endeavors and gain new experiences. The right people and resources will be put on your path. An excellent proposal or change is coming up. You're destined for greatness. And then 1515 is here: innovation, focus, creation, progress, forward movement, skills, and goals. An opportunity, help, extra cash, or other support is coming your way. So keep going and have fun when performing your tasks. The most tremendous success comes from passion. All efforts will be rewarded big time. Yeah, I love that for you because I know what you're working against. I know kind of what you're working with, all of that good stuff. What's Athena's channel? Because I'll definitely go check that out too. What's her name? Athena Raven. That's the name of her channel. I'm gonna write it down too, because we all can learn and grow and all of that good stuff. Okay. The deep code. Okay, I'm glad you put that there. All right. Now let's continue on because I did pull several for you, so we're gonna run through them, and I got some that got the book meanings, but I wanted to get these out the way first. Action: take steps that lead you closer to your dreams. You are doing that. Generosity: be generous with your time, energy, and resources. We kind of sort of talked about that too. Um, when they come, we know what you like. I say we made a plan for what to do with it, so you understand when it, well, like I said, when it comes, what to do with that. Create harmony in your relationships and surroundings. You've been working on that as well. Trust the process and your journey. So even though you feel like you ain't doing enough or isn't happening yet and all that, that's just us doing that thing that we do, that self-doubt, self-deprecating kind of thing. Cut it out, spirit says. Love yourself. Self-love is the foundation of attracting love from others, and trust that the universe has your back with this faith card. So, yeah. Now, we got here love, divine source is the idea that no person, place, or thing is your salvation, only love itself. You knew that? Yeah, that part. Individuality, every person has their own personalized study plan in this earth school. So, you're doing better than you know. It's just that we're so used to looking over the other people. Like I said, we're looking on somebody else's paper. We don't know that they failing too. They failing and we ain't. Truly, that's what I used to understand. Copy on. If you don't know, if you're not quite sure, what would make you decide to copy off somebody else's paper? Because they might be dumber than you. That part. Companionship, giving someone your complete presence is an astonishing gift. And I think you are manifesting beautiful companionships. So, yeah, inner child is here. Allow me to give compassion and love to that little one. Let me attend to its deepest needs and feelings. And I think you are attending to that. Like I said, even the channels and things that you pay attention to, I know is self-care and getting to that point of inner health, inner child health, inner teen health, all of that good stuff is important to you. Trust. Allow me, divine, to give you my deepest longings, trusting you to know exactly how to handle them. hmm Your path, dear Lord, help me trust that there's a plan far beyond what I can see through my fears and illusions. Oh, that part, fear and illusion. And liberation, the doubts and fears still come up. You don't believe anymore that they're you. So, and then you do, like you said, when you catch, we catch ourselves more often in that spot because we know we have to talk ourselves off the ledge a lot. We do, because here's the thing, we're still stuck in that negative self talk based on who we used to be. Very often, we haven't even acknowledged that chick died 2 or 3 years ago. We ain't even the same people no more. But we haven't given ourselves credit for even that transformation. We're at the doorway of another transformation. We ain't even acknowledged the fact that we've already been through 2 or 3 rebirth cycles. That person that we're doing that self deprecating talk about is miles in our rearview mirror. Liberation. Yeah. It's like I said, it's doubts and fears based on the past. We have trustworthy guidance here. You received a wonderful idea as an answer to your prayers. This idea is real and trustworthy. You can safely move forward with it, knowing that we're with you every step of the way. Ask for and be open to receiving our support for anything that you need related to in this area. You said that part, exactly, CC, that part. And that's why I say I'm putting us in it because we all do that. It's human nature. It genuinely is. Our whole lives, people been telling us we ain't shit. Think about it. As a child, be seen and not heard. Sit down. Who do you think you are? What do you think? Da 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 da. Blah blah blah. You too big for your britches. Da, 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 all of that other good stuff. Then we get to the church house and they tell us we really ain't shit because if it wasn't for Jesus, we'd be worthy of death and blah 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 blah. And if you ain't careful, you still might be on the way to hell and blah 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 blah. And then we get down to the job and they really tell us we ain't shit because you ain't nothing but even if you a supervisor, you still got a manager and you got to answer to this and office politics and all the rest of that. All that negative chatter in our heads make it very hard for us to accept the fact that guess what, at the end of the day I really am kind of a big deal. I am. And the more I turn towards spirit and all that, they spirit be steadily, the angels are reaching out trying to tell you a big deal. But it's the programming, everybody around that really had to make themselves feel better by trying to make somebody else feel small have had their foot on our neck and their other foot on our cape, so to speak, to keep us from taking off our whole lives. And then we turn around and learn to do it to ourselves, and we got to stop. Life purposes here. The purpose of your life is to serve in a way that brings great joy to yourself and others. Don't worry about finding your purpose. Instead, focus on serving a purpose, and then your purpose will serve you. You say you can read people too. That's true. Yeah. And it will come and go. And truthfully, she's more intuitive than she understands. And honestly, with the things that she's got in mind and her kids and all that, everybody ain't called to do this. Some people are, some aren't. I didn't I didn't expect to be doing this, but I mean, they are super. Both of these sisters are super intuitive. Um, they just don't have the confidence at this point because again, and I'm not saying that they need to. It may not be their calling to be a tarot reader. Everybody ain't called for it. They're gonna serve in different ways. They got other gifts that open up. Their clairs are opening up in different ways, and it's gonna manifest out into something different. It doesn't mean they're not spiritual because they ain't reading tarot. They're super spiritual. They just it's expressing in a different way. Giving and receiving, the entire universe operates in cycles similar to your inhalations and exhalations. When you only exhale or give, or only inhale or receive, you become out of rhythm with the universe. For optimal health, energy, and replenishment, balance each inhalation in your life with an exhalation. It's random. But again, I also thought about it when I finished saying that. I wanted to read that first and say it. If I still had minor children at home, I seriously doubt that I'd be doing this either, because I struggle with maintaining the energy level that it requires to efficiently do this, even as a single person living alone. I'm not sure I would feel like it would be right for me to devote as much time and energy to maintaining my level of energy to do this if I had minor children that I was still guiding. My children are grown and gone, so I'm free and clear to do this, but I don't think I would be if I had babies at the house. I really don't, because that's that priority, especially when you got the ones that you get, that's a full-time gig right there, tending to your energy and spirituality and helping them explore theirs and guide them and all of that in and of itself, because those two young ladies are going to do something amazing in the world, and that's your first priority, and I don't blame you. And again, like I said, if it comes in at random, so be it. And you may be, like you said, that street prophet. You out in the grocery store and bring somebody a word today, and you don't even know it's on some of that that's so raven type stuff. You got it and give it to them, and then go on about your business. That's perfectly valid too, because I was that way for a long time. The ocean is here. The deep blue sea speaks to your soul, healing and soothing you. Even the act of imagining yourself dipping into its healing womb brings about desirable efforts. Better yet, spend time physically near the ocean. Allow its power and beauty to wash away all cares and concerns. I don't know if you can get used to water, get near water. I know you used to live in St. Pete, but you're in the Carolinas now. I don't know how far the ocean is from you, but if you can get a chance to get out there, do so. Perfect timing. Now is the perfect moment for you to act on your inspiration. The doors are open while you walk through them with us by your side. Don't delay or procrastinate, as all the ingredients are ripe for your success. Everything and everyone is on your side, supporting your positive outcome. You will, like you say, imagine it while you can. I need to get to, so I can't get to the ocean either right now, and God knows I miss it. I miss Sarasota so bad. I miss it real bad for that very reason. And I didn't even go to the ocean as much as I should have, even living when I was living by it. But even just being able to smell the salt air, feel the ocean spray and all that, yeah, I miss it a lot. What do you desire? You now have the opportunity to write the script according to your heart's true desires. Once you clearly decide upon your true desires and know that you're ready and deserving of them, they'll rush into your life as if by magic. Honestly, I think you and I are kind of in the same boat. We both still doing our little cleanup work and working on our little spiritual stuff that we got to do on the side and all that. But honestly, we don't want to sit around and wait. And this is the part that makes it the hardest, because you know pretty much what you want to do. You're literally waiting on a windfall that allows it to be possible. That seed that allows you to get started with it. You know what you want to do. You just need the, what do they say, air and opportunity. You got the air together. You just need the cheddar to be able to make it, bring it into fruition. And I'm kind of right in that same boat with you. And why it ain't coming right now, I don't know. That's the hardest part that makes it hard to line up. But I'm with you. I'm gonna try to get me a ticket for Saturday. I'm not giving up either. We one or the both of us. Hey, look, split it right now. I don't care how I go about it, because that's, like I said, it's enough to get the party started big time. Yeah. Now, when it comes down to, this is what I also needed to look at here. We got the fairies over here and the Akashic Tarot, and I want to take a look and see what they're talking about on the larger scale. Oh, goodness, hold on. Ooh, I am glad I'm sitting here though now, because I done got hungry again and I would have been done messed up. So I am grateful for something to do. You say you know what you will do and how to manifest everything. Right, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. But it still takes that initial seed money, however big or small at this point, for real. But you've seen the windfall. I've seen one too. So It's literally like kind of just waiting to see when spirit gonna let you have it, release it to you, so that you can do what needs to be done. I get it. Meanwhile, you have to keep doing the things that we do, but yeah, it. I understand the frustration. And honestly, that's where the self doubt comes in, because am I missing something? Is there some other point of spiritual something that I should be doing that's actually delaying this? Or is it just a natural delay for some other reason? That's where the biggest part of the question comes in. Am I right or right? That part. Because you like, I don't mind waiting as long as I know that it's not something that I should be doing, that I'm not doing, that I missed something somewhere that's causing the delay. That's the part. Exactly, Brittany. And truthfully, you're gonna probably wind up writing a course or something. But I've been manifesting for other people. It's a little harder for me to manifest for myself, and that's the part that keeps me in that self doubt. And who do I think I am? And do I have it wrong? How do I? What I look like creating a manifestation course, and I didn't even manifest my big one yet. That's really literally what it boils down to. I don't want to be seen as a hypocrite. I don't want to be seen as whatever. I'm sitting here in financial lack, and I understand part of the reason for it, but I'm still not quite out of it. How do I reconcile that? That's why I'm saying I understand it. I get it. Right there with you. Right there with you, sis. Now I'm trying to find out what all these damn scrolls is about, because in the Akashic Tarot, it started out with the Queen of Scrolls, the Queen of Scrolls, diversity, which is the five of scrolls, the six of scrolls, which is the sands of time, and then we had the three of roses, which is the three of cups, um, and then some major arcana. So we're gonna take a look at those and see what all these damn scrolls is about. Which the scrolls are the equivalent of the wands. So we're gonna start out here with the five. Diversity. Now, the Five of Wands is competition in the traditional tarot. In the Akashic Tarot, is diversity. With this card, you'll find it's time to diversify. There are many options for you to consider, and you should take a look at them all. Allow yourself to try new things, go new places, learn new subjects, break out into different directions, and meet new people too. Don't worry about scattering your energy too thin. You're in a period of expansion, so use it. Let yourself go farther afield than you planned. In the end, you will diversify in ways that introduce you to a whole new you. Honestly, Brittany, I don't know. Look, I don't want to say it. I do want to say it, but I don't want to say it, but I gotta say it anyway. We are so much closer than we even know. I think I would not be shocked or surprised if one of us did hit the big one. Like, I honestly would not be surprised at all. That part. This is super super close. You're getting these angel numbers about not let great change on the way, this and that, all of that, all same. I promise you, same. People don't understand. I can't even start naming the folks because I know that fools gonna fall out. That we know, like I said, the trolls be up in places too. This channel not so much, but I got to thinking about that. I have to send out an email and ask everybody for us to meet up on WhatsApp or whatever, because we couldn't have that conversation in YouTube. But I promise you, I've given great thought to that. I'm like, there's some folks, about 20 of y'all, and well, I don't know if it's quite that many. You still have to be. Well, I will still help them though, just by virtue of the fact that they are Soul Tribe and they've started been like said in the support system here. But I mean, as far as core teams starting to put organizations into place and stepping out and creating foundations and doing that, like the basically the first board of directors for the foundation, I've already given thought to that. And I know you have too. I know you have. And I believe the way these cards are lining up, I think it's so close. Yeah. Let's see. We got the Six of Scrolls here with the Sands of Time. That would be the Six of Wands. So that's coming in too. In some matter of importance, time is of the essence. This could be an opportunity that you don't want to miss. It may be a project situation, a personal connection that requires action or even completion. You might have had some delays, or you might have been highly active and industrious for some time. Either way, keep going. Your focus and effort are still required in order to get to the end game. Don't let worry steer you from your goal. There is more yet to do, so don't give up. Exactly, because you get used to sitting in that energy of the fulfilled, and like I said, the thing that really throws the hitch in the giddy up is when you get in, like you say, when you open the bank account or check the ticket or do whatever, and it's still not here because you could have sworn it was. You've been dreaming it, imagining it, seeing it, feeling it. It's shocking that it is not still here because you're living in the wish fulfilled. So when is the damn wish gonna fulfill? Damn it, that's what they. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but I completely understand. We also have the King of Scrolls and the Queen of Scrolls here. So we're going to look at this. The Queen of Scrolls is a woman of higher mind who you may already know or have yet to meet. Her purpose is to help you move through the entryway to a new level of wisdom and understanding. She could be a teacher to you in some way or offer a friendship that could develop into a deeper love. Hold on. Oh, yeah. This woman could be helpful to you in some project requiring communication. She may be an author, a marketer, or a publisher. If you're a writer, she may be someone who assists you in getting published. The Queen of Scrolls could also represent you or a woman in your life getting a position in a field related to communication or academics, such as counseling, teaching, marketing, or publishing. This card indicates a phase of deepening understanding and readiness to learn. It's the perfect time for personal growth and expansive learning, whether it's mind, body, or spirit centered. Open the mysteries that are hidden in the Akashic Scrolls and step through the door of knowledge. Wow. I know, right? I was like, I wasn't trying to put myself in your reading, but hey, the King of Scrolls is also here. This man may be present in your life already. If not, you'll be meeting him soon. He may be an author, teacher, or communicator who will assist you in some professional way. He could also be a friend who brings wisdom through his own studies and spiritual practices. Be open to the guidance this man offers, for it could help lead your life in exciting new directions. As with any of the kings and queens, the King of Scrolls may also be a new love interest for you or another, depending upon his location in the spread. His wisdom is compelling, and there are likely to be many interesting and lively discussions. This card may also represent you or someone you know who is longing for deeper understanding and a greater clarity of thought. Now is a great time to pursue new interests, perhaps even enroll in some classes or attend a lecture or two. A position in teaching, counseling, advertising, writing, publishing, or the like may be on the agenda now. A treasure trove of discovery is awaiting for you, so let your mind and your life soar. Okay. And you know what? I was sitting there thinking about people like Bro 100 and Antoine and Weston and those. Yeah, you don't have to know, but like I said, it's somebody that's going to show up. It may be a mentor. Once you actually receive that windfall, it may be some celebrity or other teacher or whatnot that comes in on the scene to help. Who knows? It does. You ain't like say we ain't got to know. It'll become evident when it happens. I just love the fact that it's kind of pointing to a lot of that stuff, and I do love the fact that, like I said, we got a bunch of really connected spiritual sisters here. But I love the fact that there are some brothers with some really high flying energy in our group as well. Bro 100 be on his stuff. Boy, look at here. That bro, I don't even know if he young, old, it don't even matter. He be on it. He be on it. And I love that. We got the Three of Roses here. Loving elementals are here, let's see, although many people don't believe in the elementals, nature spirits of all kinds do exist, and they have more power than can be imagined. They live in the elements of earth, air, wind, and fire, and they're willing to share the guidance, well being, and inspiration of the Akashic records that exist in the natural world. This card is here to tell you that joy will soon be increasing. It also encourages you to have fun. Bring more playfulness to your daily life. Let yourself sing a little and laugh a lot. Call on the elementals to inspire you in this and in other areas. They are a font of fun and upliftment that can expand the joy in your life in great measure. All right. And now we're going to jump on in here to the Arcana and see what they talking about, and then get your fairies, and we'll be done and be on the Mississippi. We got the scribe here. This card indicates a great upsweep in mind and study for you. If there's any subject which you'd like to acquaint or reacquaint yourself, do so. It's not just for the sake of study, although that's always a good thing. This period of higher mind and higher learning is nothing less than a change your life or even change the world opportunity. I have literally not pulled and read that. I haven't used this deck in several months, but I haven't used it along with the book meanings in probably close to 2 years. So wow. And we're talking about a change your life or change the world opportunity coming in. Just as the Wright brothers began by studying the flight patterns of birds, you can rise up on wings of discovery now. There may be a teacher or even an entire school that can help you with this upliftment. Be sure to seek out the right person or place of learning. You could also become a writer or teacher yourself at this time, elevating and contributing to others. If you're involved in any legal matters, there is a person who can help you with this. Let your great vision guide you to him or her. This could also be a time when you might find yourself writing proposals, grants, essays, blogs, articles, or books. Notice what compels you and be sure to answer the call. Now, I heard as I was reading that, my mentor told me years ago, and I haven't been able to afford the classes yet, but I will eventually take some from them. There's a spiritual school of learning called the Vesica Institute. Who knows? You might wind up getting a few courses from there. I don't know, and or some other place. But as I was reading that, the Vesica Institute came through my mind, so I'm sharing it. Uh, the Muse is here. This card shows a time of very heightened resourcefulness and inventiveness for you. Any creative project, new or old, can receive exceptional energy now, both from you and from the universe. Call to the spirit muses and let them join you and the creator within to lift your project to the skies. Mm-hmm. And add some is, I was looking at the reverse meaning, but it didn't come in reverse, so I ain't even got to go there. Exactly. Well, truthfully, teaching is a form of healing. If you can share information with other people and help them, I mean, our spiritual gifts can expand in so many other ways. You may not be a hands on healer, but like you say, you know that you're meant to teach. Not a school, of course, not a school teacher. No, no, no. A spiritual teacher, a life teacher, counselor, common sense. Teaching again happens in all kinds of ways. Teach them, and honestly, that's what a healer is. These people that get caught up out there talking about I'm a healer, I'm a healer. Honestly, healers don't heal nothing. They allow energy to flow, and that person believes and taps into that energy, and we allow the energy to. We facilitate healers facilitate people being able to open the pathway to heal themselves. We don't actually heal a damn thing. We don't. And a real healer will tell you that. That's why I ask people when they want Reiki healing from me, Because if they are not open to it and they don't believe in it, I can hold my hand up to the screen all day. It ain't gonna do nothing for them if they're not ready to receive it. All I'm doing, because I was attuned to that energy, is allowing it to flow through me and through the quantum field to reach those who have chosen to allow themselves to be quantumly entangled with me so that I can be a conduit for that universal life force energy. But if they don't believe in it and they don't want it, it ain't gonna do nothing for them. I can't heal them against their will. 22, add some is here. A candle casts light on an open book held by a young woman sitting at a desk. Her eyes are drawn to the candle as if she were distracted from her reading by a curious thought or someone nearby. She is surrounded by several people, many of whom are somewhat translucent and glowing. An angel bends and whispers, "Add some. I arrive. I am here. I attend you." Adsum is a single word that has many, many meanings. First, it affirms your own strength and focus in the present. You can use it as a command word whenever you find yourself distracted from what's at hand. Say, Adsum, I am here, and feel yourself attend to the situation or person before you. This word also declares your arrival at goals and all your wishes coming true. Say, Adsum, I arrive, and take a moment to see yourself reaching your goals absolutely. Whenever you get this card, know that you're on your way to the results you seek with the help of others and the glorious help of spirit. Wow. This card also reminds you to be assured that no matter what's happening in your life, spirit is always there for you. They reach out to you, here, sharing their light and power and serving you in every way. From the least to the highest, from grandma to the divine, an eternal community attends you. Say Adsum and take some time to attend to them too. You can act on your promise to God as spirit lifts you upon their shoulders. You are present for each other, and together you arrive at your dreams. Telling you, girl, you are on the threshold, like on the threshold, on the threshold. Yes, it is. It's on its way. It's on its way. Now, last but not least, you said, what kind of healing is that? Reiki healing. Reiki is universal life force energy, John. It flows through us and to us. And some people can naturally do it. I mean, you may have seen people do like hands on healing or some form of energy healing, but Reiki is a way of actually kind of attuning in with some symbols. Master Yusui created a system in Japan like a couple hundred years ago, or a hundred, whatever, how long ago it was. But basically, tapping into it allows you to flow gentle healing energy to people. And you can do it as an in person healing, but you can also do it as distance healing. Once you're attuned to it, to understand or be able to do that, you can send distance healing halfway around the world to somebody if they're open to receiving it. All right, now we're gonna see what the fairies are talking about. He of the fiery, or is it he or she of the fiery sword? Let me see. I think it's he. This is the active principle, spiritual will, justice, and protection. When the song comes into any of the manifest worlds, the world of fairy or another, it first encounters two principles, sometimes called yin and yang, or masculine and feminine, or great god and great goddess. He of the fiery sword is the primary manifestation of the yang principle, action, will, movement, force, fire. We see him in many ways, each one an aspect of his total being. All of the great gods and protectors are aspects of this power. The fiery sword is the archetype of all magical and mundane swords, and written upon the blade are the words, draw me not without cause, nor return me without honor." A member of the Oracle group notes his fiery sword illuminates truth and dispels not truth. We can call upon the master of the fiery sword when we have difficult things to do, when we need to take action that is going to require much of us, both in will and compassion. Another of the oracle group says that he will do what he needs to do, be done with love. Honestly, this reminds me of like the Ace of Swords of all Aces of Swords. The presence of the fiery swords master in a reading can indicate that there is or there is a need for clear and focused will and a determination to carry through on decisions, even if much effort is required. Or he can tell us that such will and strength is present in regard to the issues under consideration. We need to consider how he is expressing his will and strength and how that expression may be enhanced or improved. It is this singer's energy that enables us to burst the bonds of an outgrown way of being and move on to the next level. He indicates that this is the time to take action based on clear spiritual will. His presence indicates great strength and great potential for good. It also reminds us that if we call upon him, we will receive assistance. The presence of this card in a reading radiates strength and willpower to the cards around it. And then the next card we have is a mickle, a muckle. Let me see. Everyday blessings, or these are mixed blessings. Lighten up. What's needed here is the benefit of a childlike, trusting heart and childlike wisdom, seeing directly into the true nature of things. Don't complicate matters. What you see is what you get. Don't look for hidden and subtle meanings and motivations because they're not there in this case. Go to the heart of the matter, the simple core hidden behind complexities. Don't be so caught up in thinking about the future that you can't see what's happening now. Welcome adventure into your life. Try something you've never done before and take some time to play with Mickle before you turn into a grumpy glump for a worn out word. In other words, just lighten up. It's happening. Okay, Cece. You said, wait a minute. Can you tell the retirement you got from job and put it in her bank account some years back for place with her? No, John, we spent quite a lot of time on you right now. I'm in the middle of Brittany's thing, and you said this was years ago. You nitpicking at stuff just to be. You're obsessed with this woman. Let it go. Y'all were married. You want to know what the retirement you got from the job? You put it in her bank account. You gave it to her. Then, truthfully, whatever she did with it ain't really your business. You chose to put it in her bank account. So how are you gonna second guess her years later about what happened to the money? You gave it to her. But I'm gonna finish up here with Brittany. We got the maiden card 14. This is auspicious beginnings, birth, growth, joy, and hope. The maiden signifies new beginnings and growth. You couldn't ask for a more auspicious card than this if you're beginning something new. Spontaneity, joy, growth, exhilaration, and promise for the future are signified here. We must note also that in early stages of any process there is vulnerability and a need for protection, shelter, and guidance, but there's also a magical impetus toward burgeoning growth. Trust the process, but take care of the details as well. The maiden is also the inner child who needs to be under the supervision of a competent inner adult. So, in order for her to feel secure and loved, she is not happy when we spoil her. Consider what is growing in your life. Make a list of your hopes, dreams, and plans. Look for the growth within you and think about how you can cherish and nourish that. Bless the growth you see around you. Love that. And then, Lady of the Harvest. This is about harvest, but also about release. It's time to accept change, to move on to the next phase, power and strength in the present and future coming from releasing the past. This is a time of liberation and we might as well cooperate with it. It will happen whether we want it to or not. Release and liberation may be painful or joyful depending on the circumstances. Cry if you need to, be joyful if that is appropriate, but in either case, trust the process. Acknowledge what you feel and be prepared and prepare to move on. So I get what you were saying about it being hard and kind of sort of wanting to know and why is it happening and why ain't it happening and all those other things. And it's kind of like you've transmuted a lot, you've shifted a lot. There's a lot more changes to be coming, but we just unfortunately don't get to short circuit the downtime. There is a delay. Unfortunately, we see it, we know it, we live in it. It is what it is. But we have the singer of initiation here also, which is passage through trial, triumph, and a new level. Drawing this card notifies us that significant change and challenge are both occurring in our lives, with the potential for moving into a new realm which involves a new way of being. This major change has been building for a long time, and the moment is now here to meet this challenge. Excuse me. We may already be aware of the initiation process, but perhaps have only seen it as bad luck or fate. It is neither. It is an opportunity to see if we have deep down truly learned the lessons we have been working on and are willing to apply them in our lives. Okay. Often, just knowing what the initiation is about can seem one of the most difficult aspects of the process. However, once passed, it eventually will all become clear in hindsight. For now, we only need to know, as this singer said to one Oracle group member, it can be done. Look with your heart. This presence of the singer of initiation in a reading often presages a period of success, of seeing, accepting, and using our own powers at a higher and more ethical level. We move into greater fulfillment of our potentials. It also means taking on a new level of responsibility for ourselves and in the world. The gate is open to us, but we must take the action of stepping through it. Grab some water. And then we have solace here. This is knowledge, consciousness, synthesis, and spiritual empowerment. Solace is radiant, energizing, vitalizing. This presence in a reading often indicates that something new is being brought into being in our lives, partly through our own efforts and partly through the help we're receiving from other realms. Miracles may take place. Movement into the light is occurring. This is a time for taking action, passing on our blessings, and learning, passing on our blessings and learning, and for service given from a position of strength. Love that. You got a bunch of singers showed up, and Solace isn't truly a singer, but it is here with the singer, and I guess it is. He is a singer. Yeah. It says here Solace stands midway between the realm of the singers and that of manifest reality, the realms of fairy, this world, and other realms and dimensions. The singers dwell in a cosmos without boundaries or differentiations, but we and the fairies live in worlds where there are limitations to overcome the boundaries, to identify and expand, which helps us grow. When we don't know what we need or who to turn to, Solace will help us if we ask. So I love that. He's the bridge. We also have card 8 here, the Singer of Courage, bravery, sublimation of fear, and moral strength. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's done. It said it's, and I again I pulled these cards, so I'm just going through them, but it keeps saying the same thing. I know it's been a long time coming, but a change is gonna come. Don't, and I mean, I know that's the old gospel song, but that's really what it's saying. We get it, little one, that you're kind of sort of looking for it and you kind of sort of frustrated because you ain't really seeing it yet. But trust us, it's on the way. It still may be a little bit of wait time, but don't give up. And again, that's honestly, in cases like this, that's what why I think these types of readings are encouraging and important, because you have been putting in the work and you have been doing all that stuff. And when it's still not coming, it does help in the wait time to get those nudges and encouragement from spirit, because we don't know their time. Their time ain't our time. Time is not linear, and it only matters to us because, yeah, but I get it. But it's on it, like I said, literally at least 10 times it's been saying it's on the way, it's coming through 5 or 6 different decks. The confirmations are there. um, Most people have decided by the age of 3 or 4 what they must do in order to survive. From this decision, This belief about how the world is, most of our fears and self limitations grow. Have we the courage to discover and break through these limiting beliefs to awaken greater possibilities and go for our objectives? We need to transcend our fears and accept the gift of courage. And honestly, I think the only reason you're gonna need courage when when it does come together, because like you said, we've been waiting for it for so long. When it finally comes, the enormity of holy crap, I've actually manifested this, and now it's a new learning curve to learn how to operate within that level of power, abundance, and mastery so that you are a faithful steward or a responsible steward, if you will, of what's being released to you so that you can get maximum use and growth out of it, to put it into place so that it continues to expand and to make sure that it's a lot that comes with that. That's why I think a lot of us got the downtime too, because whether you people realize that no, you might not be swiping a time clock, but you're gonna be a busy little bee. You're gonna be working your butt off. I mean, it's a wonderful way to work. It's working for spirit, it's working for humanity. You signed up for it, you want to do it, you're excited, but it's a heck of a responsibility and a lot of work. Yeah, that part too, being seen. And there ain't no way you're going to step into all of this and continue to not be seen. So that's one of those last vestigial things that you're gonna have to kind of work on and get rid of. Because by the time you finish doing this, trust and believe somebody gonna want to stick a camera in your face and know how you did it. They're gonna want you to tell your story. They're gonna want, and honestly, in order to do like the crowdfunding piece and the philanthropic pieces and all of that, media is the way to go. You're gonna have to be out there and doing that. Or like you say, if you really want, you're gonna stay in the background as long as you can. You rather be the one that's writing the check behind the scenes and pushing other people to, and you can do that for a time, but eventually you're going to have to get over that and be seen. And I think that's why the singer of courage is coming out for you here at this point. 54. I didn't want to be out here and be seen either, and I still don't, but truthfully though, the vast majority of the people in the world are cheering for you and really, really want you to do well, and we just have to learn and accept and understand that. But again, we're our own worst critics, so I look funny. Am I this? I'm too short. I'm too fat. I'm too skinny. I'm too. Look around. You ain't no different than nobody else. You ain't scaring babies when you walk into a room. So the rest of them folks can get over themselves. I'm sure you beautiful, and you like you say, you own your thing, losing weight, doing you. There's no reason whatsoever for you to have that level of stuff. Now that said, we all do it, so I'm not blaming or fussing at you for it. I'm just saying that's just noise in your head. Yeah, that part. Yeah, you're gonna be seen. Trust me, you're gonna be seen. Do you really think you could go in? Now you can do the anonymous thing, and you're gonna claim it through a trust, and you're gonna go in with a mask and the glasses and all the rest of that. But for example, this is just as for example. Do you really think that you would win $1.7 billion and nobody's ever gonna know? As they say, there will be signs. And eventually you're gonna have to come and come out the cave and into the light, Carol Ann. This is about growth. It talks about doing this inner shadow work. It talks about depression, madness, and growth. But this she's a sphinx. This is Dorcha. This is Epana's wild daughter, and it says she her well, Epana's wild daughter Dorcha is the Sphinx whose riddles must be answered lest we be destroyed by our own internal conflicts. Dorcha reminds us that we cannot go forward until we face something buried within us that is holding us back. Her presence in a reading tells us that finding and working through this is a task of some urgency. We can expect help in this from other people, from the fairies, and from our dreams, but we must be open to those difficult questions and answers and be ready to face things about ourselves that are not as we would wish them to be. She urges us to heal the unresolved issues about who we really are and what we truly want to be. This is part of the required course in Self Transformation 101 that we're all enrolled in here on planet Earth. Yeah, that part. And honestly, we were talking about that not wanting to be seen and what's holding us back and all that. That's a little bit of just doing some shadow work and kind of, like I said, facing the bits about us that we don't really want to look at. That's all it is. And there'll still be time for that. I mean, that's something I think we all kind of work on over and over a little bit. We each got our own thing to deal with. But honestly, when you get to a point that you unleash this abundance, this seed to you, that you got at that point, it'll kind of sort of be, you know what? It'll be a moment of self talk, something like this. It'll go kind of like, Brittany, get over yourself. I got to figure out how to manage this. This is legacy producing, whatever. We got a project for humanity to do, and so many people that I want to help and go and do, and this and all that. I may stay in the background for a little bit, but the devil is a lie. I got to get out here and do what I got to do. Just get over yourself, chick. That's kind of what that self talk is going to look like at that point. Cause get or better yet, like what is it? Dave Chappelle when he doing the Rick James impersonation. I'm Rick James, bitch. I'm rich, bitch. At that point, you got the money, so who cares? At that, you know what I'm saying? We will still have a point of ego. We all kind of sort of do, but when you actually start hitting pay dirt and it's time to move out into that purpose, I think that will go a long way to helping you get over that part because that's just a little niggling thing. It's nothing major. It's just a matter of our ego and pride and like I said, that self-deprecating thing because we can't see ourselves as other people see us. So we've been in our own head with that negative self-talk for a very long time. You have no idea how beautiful you are, and it's kind of good because we don't need to be on that egoic blech, nonsense that makes us unattractive. So I get it why we can't see ourselves to that degree, but I promise you, you're beautiful, mama. And guess what? If you ain't beautiful when you're rich, you're gonna be beautiful to the whole world. Like, what do they say? You can never be too skinny or too rich. Yeah, that part. And I'm laughing about that because we genuinely there are people that are wealthy and are ugly souls, but you ain't that. You was beautiful before you got the money. I don't think money gonna make you ugly. It ain't. You know what to do with it because you even understand it ain't even all completely yours. You're asking the universe to allow you to be the steward of something that can bring massive change to a lot of people. There's no room for in that scenario for ego because that's the way I feel. Well, like I said, whoever he gets it, it ain't mine all by myself because I understand if I try to do that, they're gonna take it right back from me. I know who I can't give it to, but other than that, I know a whole bunch of people I am gonna give it to because that's what I ask spirit for. And when they finally tell me, yeah, and unleash it to me, I can't no take backsies on that unless I really, really want spirit to lower the boom on me, and I don't want that. No, no, no. I don't want them kind of problems. Cece, my love, are you back yet? Are you back yet? I know I can't sing, y'all. Don't worry. I ain't gonna try to sing. That was as far as I'm going. Honest, exactly. I'm gonna set up a trust or whatever for my children. So, and truthfully, for me, that's kind of a do-over as a parent. All the things that I couldn't give them when we were going through that karmic cycle of poverty with that deadbeat and all the rest of that stuff. I want to make sure that they're gonna be good even after I close my eyes off this planet. But like I said, the vast majority of what I'm doing is focused on helping other people, making sure that they're good, and setting up these foundations and the directors of the foundations, and going out there and I'm my brother's keeper. What can I say? And you are too, and I know that. So I could. I couldn't sleep at night on $1 billion knowing that people are. Now I know I can't solve all the problems in the world and feed every single body. But that was one of the reasons I think the ideas were given me for ways to expand that through crowdfunding and all of that other stuff so it continues to grow no matter what we do. Because I I genuinely could not ever come across that level of money and not help a whole bunch of other people also get on and prosper. How do you do that? And again, ain't knocking the folks that can. That's on them. I'm talking about me personally. I couldn't sleep at night if I wasn't doing things to help as many people as I could if I came up on that. Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate you saying that. And like I said, I'm not saying thank you for my personal. I'm saying thank you for the confirmation because it's to me it is too. I mean, it was like because we hear about angel investors, but I'm like, no, we got to come up with a way to continue this on so that the pot never runs dry, so that if we put it in place and put the right board of directors and trustees and stuff on it, even like you say, even if we live to be 300 years old, it'll still be going strong. And after we close our eyes off this planet, it'll still be going strong. And our grandchildren's grandchildren will still be benefiting from it. That's the kind of stuff, that's the generational wealth and stuff the only way it will go down is if all of the monetary systems on the planet went poof in this puff of smoke. Because I wouldn't tie that kind of wealth to any one currency. Yes, the dollar is strong, but so is the euro and the pound. And I might even throw something in there with the yen, even though there's a little bit of whatever. Gold, silver, basically spread it far enough and wide enough and thin enough that no matter what happens, that seed will never completely dry up. That's what I want. Then I can go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was downloaded. Like I say, I know I kind of sort of think I'm smart, but I ain't that damn smart. I got that straight from my spirit team. Yep. And I used to call, I even thought about it for a while. They said Shark Tank, and I was thinking about Angelfish Tank, or like, it is. It's like literally being like an angelfish tank instead of a Shark Tank. All right, all right, all right. CC, you back yet, baby? See if I can get an answer real quick for John. Oh God, I got a pain. I don't even know why, but not the right time. Nope, guess not. Hold on. Opportunity. Choose a new direction. It's kind of again. I ain't trying to be rude or mean. Again, too much water under the bridge. Too much time. Spirit ain't even giving me a straight yes or no. It says not the right time. Choose a new direction. Opportunity. So, in other words, that question you asked about what your wife did with the retirement money years ago, let it go, bro. Let it go. You just picking now because you still obsessed and wanting to hang around in her energy, asking questions about stuff that ain't really got nothing left to do with you on that. Let's see if they give me anything further. Detach from drama. Sound to me like she already did. Retreat into nature. Yoga is here. Listen. Focus upon your strengths. In other words, stop looking at her stuff. Focus on you. You say it's crazy how accurate the cards are? Yeah, it is. Again, that's why I did get a little bit aggravated only because with that dude last night that came in talking all that noise, because he's deliberately trying to create doubt. He's going into people's rooms trying to create doubt based on his doubts and fears and his personal experience. But I'm like, you don't ever know when you could stumble someone, excuse me, who's genuinely supposed to be in here and getting a word from spirit, because again, when I finally got over my own self doubt enough to say, be able to say, you know what, I'm a pretty nice tarot reader. I don't say it from a point of, like you say, no point of ego on my part. I just understand the cards be coming out in ways that be having me going, oh wow, and getting goosebumps and stuff. I be tripping just as hard as y'all do, because that's what happened if you set the intention for it. And the way my guides work with me, and as long as I keep my energy clear and ask my guides to show me what I need to see, let me say what I need to say, and I get myself out the way, them cards be talkity talking. I love it. That's exactly. I don't even do tarot on that channel, and he jumped in there and had something negative to say, and basically admitted that he was out there scamming people. So he gonna decide that tarot is a joke and it's a scam all the way around for everybody. I'm like, no, bro, that's you. Honestly, though, Brittany, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the dude from New Zealand that was in on another channel, because he peeled away from me for a long time and I let him be gone and I'm done. And I saw on his one where he was talking about something, he said something about Source Infinite or something. He had like one little AI generated reading on there. He's pulled almost all of the content off of his channel. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was messing with me that way. Um, Whoever it was though, and he ain't even been reading for the whole year. He literally had picked up his first deck of tarot cards in like October or November of last year and gave it a shot. Ain't got no patience to even develop and become a decent reader or any of that. And again, he tried to got mad at me because I wouldn't turn my life upside down based on one turn of his cards. And I'm like, do you understand that I've been reading cards for 5 years now? And if I'm telling people don't turn your life upside down on even on one turn of my cards, what will make you think you're going to walk in here and tell me I need to go leave my man because of what you saw on one card? Not even a whole reading, one card. He might not. He might have been lying. Again, I don't know whether that was the same dude or not. And again, I didn't even bother to go to his channel to see if I could figure him out. I think I wrote his his handle down, but it's amazing to me the way people want to project their own spiritual sickness on the other people. He admitted out of his mouth that he was using Barnum, whatever he said, and Barnum was a charlatan, a crook, and he admitted that. So now he gonna decide that's everything and everybody. There was nothing there. Okay, that's the thing that get me. The people is so critical on YouTube, ain't doing nothing nowhere, ain't got no content posted. They're not frequent commenters on anybody else's stuff. They ain't did nothing at all in their lives with nothing, but got so much to say about people that are doing this. They have no idea how much courage it even takes to get up here and turn the camera on and get in front of it. And I think that's the thing that irritates me so much about the people that jump up and want to physically attack people's appearance. I'm like, what grown people do that anyway? Do you go to the grocery store and just start openly criticizing people because you don't think that they're attractive? And what, like we mentioned before, only really unattractive people ever do that. Only really unattractive people ever do that. When I was in a unhealed, imbalanced thing, I used to like to go to the mall and people watch, but I'd be sitting off just me and my friends. We might be laughing at some really weird, goofy stuff that we see, laugh to ourselves, but we would never be like loud or laugh or talk about nobody where they could actively hear us. Never would I do that. That's just horrible. Who would do that? Now that I'm in a better place, I don't even sit around and laugh at people like that. Now, if they bring some real crazy sideways looking stuff at me, I might look at it sideways because I'm only human. But I don't go out of my way to laugh and talk about people because it's just foolishness. But they do. They come on, and I mean, and again, like I said, being in other people's live streams, the things that they say to me are mild compared to some of the stuff they say to other people, and it ain't got nothing to do with their size or nothing else. Like that tarot reader that I was talking about yesterday, she had like a real cute little pixie cut, and whatever somebody got on there was talking about her haircut. They said something about her. I think they said something about the gap in her teeth. Then they was talking about her tattoos and stuff. They were just going off and just horrible, horrible, horrible people. That exactly. That's why I'm like, you don't know me from a can of paint, but because you ain't got nothing better to do and you got a phone in your hand, you just say, "Oh, let me jump in here into the live streams and see who I can insult today." That's somebody something seriously mentally wrong with them for real. I went on the page for the dude. Now I was curious as to why he was doing what he did, so I went to his actual channel, and even at that, the way I feel about body dysmorphia, fat phobia, whatever the heck you want to call it. Me personally, I don't like displaying my obese body out there to the world in ways that invite people to talk about them. However, I do understand that some people want to make their money and they make themselves an object of ridicule. They do that. He's 1,000 pounds. What else is he going to do in his life other than exploit his weight so that hopefully somebody, so he was up there exercising with his shirt off and doing his thing and all the rest of that, and people will pay for that. I'm not gonna knock that man's hustle. Hey, Miss Sarah, how are you? How are you? Welcome in, welcome. I'm glad you came in because I was just about to get gone because I've been waiting to see if Cece was gonna come back, and I've called for her twice and she ain't responded. So, is there something that I can pull for you in the interim, and then maybe by then Miss CC will be back? Only reason I say that because I've been live streaming for about 7 hours now, so I'm gonna pull cards for you, and if CC doesn't make it back by then I'm gonna go ahead on and shut it down for the day. Did you have a question for the cards, or were you just jumping in to say hi? You say you think people do them. Exactly. Do them, and they ain't hurting me. I'm gonna leave them alone. If I don't like the content, I'm gonna just keep on scrolling, go on about my business. So you just want a general message from Spirit, Sarah? We can certainly do that. Let me get in here and see. This deck is in my hand. I think it wants me to pull a little from it, so we're gonna see. Be generous with your time, energy, and resources, and live your truth authentically. Seek wisdom and learn from every situation. That's kind of general, but we're gonna get in here and see what that's about a little bit further. Here we go. Reflection. You're being asked to reflect on your recent choices. What lessons have they taught you? Reflection is the mirror to your soul's growth. Use it to deepen your understanding and your intuition. Mm. You're being asked to open up your heart to another, to let down your walls and trust that they want what's best for you. Your life will open up in wonderful ways once you decide to open up. Oh. Consider the options. You've narrowed your focus to one desired outcome, and you might be missing a bigger opportunity. Open up and let the universe send you the highest possible result. Miracles at the bottom of the deck, though. You're being asked to pay extra close attention to all the big and small miracles that have already occurred in your life, and also to those that are currently occurring and are still to come. Miracles surround you. Be on the lookout for them. See what's at the top of the deck. Acceptance. You may be disappointed with a recent outcome. Remember, if one door closes, you're being redirected to one that will soon open to your true soul path. So, is this a tale of two suitors here? Or romantic options? I don't know. We're going to see. Mm-mm-mm. Or it says reflecting on recent choices and then asking you to open up your heart if it's not a choice but two job offers. Okay. Okay. I know it's a choice between two something. I didn't know. Okay. All right. Let's look in since it's about jobs and we're gonna get some career advice and stuff. A leg up just came out of this deck. Imagine. Clean it up. Yang. Wait a minute. A fork in the road. You really stuck trying to figure out which one of these to do. And I'm trying to figure it out too. Go the distance. Milk and honey. Tick tock and breathe. One of them seems like it's more familiar what you've been looking at to do. I mean, what like one seems like it might be a little more in your comfort zone. One is probably a little bit better money or a longer range opportunity, but you're not sure if it's what you're supposed to do because there's something else about it that makes it seem a little bit either out of your league. Maybe there's more distance involved, maybe, or maybe it really is more from the passion spot, but it doesn't pay quite as good as the more familiar one. This TikTok breathe and go the distance with milk and honey though makes me think that for some reason that whatever your underdog choice is might be the one you're supposed to go for. But let's take don't let's not leave it just yet. We're gonna look a little further. Hold on. Nope, that's not what I wanted. This is not a money deck here, but I'm trying to see. It may still give us a money answer or two or three. But let me look here. That's love and career and money moves. We're gonna take a look at both of them and see what comes up out of here. And maybe even the tarot might tell us, but we're gonna see. One seems easier or familiar, but the other one is more difficult, but it might be better or less. Yeah, you might feel less qualified. There's something about one of them that is giving you some pause, but honestly, I think the one that you think that you're concerned about, whether you want to accept or not, might be the one that will be the milk and honey scenario for you. I'm wild too, because like I said, I wasn't sure it was two or something. I just saw that like just telling you to consider your options and two or something. I didn't know if it was a relationship or not, but I'm glad to know it's a job. Hold on. Well, it said it's okay to feel confused. Your angels want you to embrace your differences. And it talks about news and social media. Spend less time taking on the drama and trauma and that's being played out in the 3D. So I don't know what either of those will mean for you in relation to this issue. Maybe one of them has a little, seems like it could be a little bit more dramatic than the other. The office environment might not, might have more potential for kind of drama and nonsense, or dealing with people that's going to be a little more problematic. If don't nothing else come out of this one, I'll go back through this again, then that means that that's all that needed to come out of here. That's just talking about pure water, so you might need to just break the cycle. You are the light. You can stop intergenerational behaviors. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Cece, I'm glad you're back. In compassion, no one is perfect, so give yourself a break. So, Spirit is definitely saying it's okay to be confused and not have all the answers. What is this? Gratitude. Raise your vibration and attract good into your life by consciously thinking thoughts of gratitude. Let me see what this come up with. Bear with me just a little bit because we're gonna, whoa, heal a retirement dream job. Ooh. Now this was again, oh, this here's that deck over here. Dream job came off of here. Did you ever think you could get paid just for being yourself? And then working hard can be a thing of the past here, or healer. You're able to provide great comfort and support to those who are on a healing journey, whether their pain is physical, emotional, or spiritual. But that wasn't, oh, let me see. It's talking about fortune here. With this milk and honey card and fortune coming out, which one of them has the longer term potential? If are you looking, are like I say, is one of them working from the have to and something just to carry you over? Does one of them have longer term career potential? Pressure. Be aware of how family influences and social pressures are influencing your career choices. And self care. If you want to live like royalty, start by treating yourself like royalty. So you still have some new skills to acquire before you can really advance to the next stage of your career. I'm getting a lot of just a feeling of have to. And I think that's your biggest question is looking at the shorter term gain versus longer term potential. The milk and honey is a manager salary position, the other is a better server job. A tip job actually might make more, less responsibility and more money. There you go. Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Now, and that's why I said that's why this card about pressure and self care came out. Now I'm gonna pull another one from this deck. No, it's too many. When you wholeheartedly embrace the attainability of your dreams, you will find the courage to exceed the ordinary. Leader, as a born leader, you can truly bring out the best in others by guiding and inspiring them. Dream job, did you ever think you get paid just for being yourself? That came out again. I'm gonna pull some more cards before I say what I'm getting ready to say. I'm gonna say it anyway, but I want to pull some more just to make sure. Poker face, mask emotion, master deception, control the table, win the game. Odds and ends. In the game of chance, the odds are ever shifting. Focus on what you can control. Control your play, not the game. Let's see, what is all of this? Money waves. The waves of greed are perilous and deep. Avoid the lure of quick gain. Temptation of light. When drawn powerfully to something that seems bright, carefully consider if it truly benefits you. Choose wisely. And then vacation. A pause in routine can unveil paths to prosperity and hidden pitfalls. Watch the signs. And time crossroads. You will soon arrive at a temporal crossroads where significant decision will shape your destiny. Choose your path wisely at time's junction. Now let me see. Fully immersed, stay in the flow. Surrender to the rhythm of life. Remain open to opportunities and lessons as they naturally unfold. Talks about making a change, answers unfold. Embrace growth, seek new paths, welcome transformations with an open heart. And new worlds. There are many more things for you to discover, so don't give up. Now I really think I know where this is going. Money skills here, talking about investor, taking risks, face value, self-made, fame, exposure and reputation. We're talking about a business contract, documents, gifts of money, staying put is also mentioned here with the seal. Let me see. Pendulum, fluctuating income, new strategy, seasonal work, job change, making choices. Okay. Obviously, like I said, you are at a fork in the road. It could go either way. Oh, that again, I would like to say that that's going to change my mind or what I will say. It doesn't. It honestly solidifies what I was getting ready to say to you. Your family, friends, and for all intents and purposes, from what we've been told and thought and ought to know, would tell you that the managerial position is probably where you should suppose to go, right? But here's the thing. As a server, I mean, are you at a point where when working shifts like that, being on your feet, does being on your feet hurt you at all? Is it bothering your back? Is it bothering your feet? Are you having any kind of mobility issues with serving that would make you not want to do it, or no? And the reason I ask that, because honestly, okay, you're 43. Okay, Ann, but are you 43 in good health or are you 43 in bad health, Sarah? That's the question. It's okay. The reason I asked you that, because been there, done that too. It's crazy the people that come to me that we had the similarities. I understand why you're considering the management position at 43. However, I would say to you, even when you said it, the position is 2 to 10, 5 days a week. Ill is right. Because guess what? If it's a salaried position, that 2 to 10 is going to turn into 1 to 11. And whenever they say, and then it may turn into 6 days a week, and it may turn into trust and believe it's not going to stay at 40 hours a week. It will not. That's why they made it a salary position so they can work the hell out you and still not pay you no more money. That's first thing. Second part of that is you're very right. As a server, you very well could make more money than you would be at that position. Less hours, more money, less responsibility, more money. But you're feeling doubtful because of your age. You feel like you should go and do what society would say would be the responsible thing and go get the management position. There's two things wrong with that. Number one, if you're 43 and you're still able to serve and being mobile and moving around, you probably come home and have to soak the puppies and all that, because I was serving at 43 too. For about 4 years, I served at Colonial Williamsburg. And if I hadn't tripped on them big raggedy behind skirts and hurt my knee, I would have stayed around a couple more years longer than I did, because it was good money. Okay. So I trust me, I know what servers can make. And if you in a even in a mid-range restaurant, you're gonna make your money. Um, but at the end of the day, once you take that desk job, that managerial position, it's gonna age you. Sitting at being chained to a desk, it's gonna make you mentally tired first, and then it's gonna make you physically tired, because by the time you finish dragging your behind into that office for 2 to 10, 5 days a week, you're not gonna want to be at the gym, riding a bike, doing yoga, Pilates, whatever it is you do to keep your body right. And you've been working as a server and used to being active, and then you go to sitting down at a desk 40 hours a day, and the stress. You ain't never lie about that. The stress of it and everything that comes with it. That job is not gonna be as cush as you think it is. So, like I say, it looked good, and I love the fact that Clean It Up came here, because, like I say, in the hospitality industry or somewhat, that could even be a nod to saying that that's the route you're supposed to go. And here's the part that I wanted you to consider as well. Even though it may not seem to have as much long range security, neither does the management position. Not really. No, nothing in corporate America is solid anymore. You could literally work that job 6 months, come in and be told to pack your desk and get out in 15 minutes at any point in time. So just because they offer you a contract and they offer you to this and to that, doesn't mean it's going to actually work out to be that way. Whereas even in the serving position, you can take on extra shifts. You're going to have holiday times and this and that where you can stack your paper. And because you're working shorter hours, you can also get a side hustle going, create your own business so that you can be this leader and be this boss. You can engage in your self care and all of that. But ultimately, you can find a way to get into this dream job scenario where you create a position for yourself. You can use that server job to finance whatever it is you need to do, whether you need to learn something as far as, I don't know, maybe you want to do some kind of digital marketing, Amazon, whatever, something in the digital online space that can really make you enough money that you ain't got to worry about it, and you can stop serving when you get ready. But you can finance those sorts of things from it. Trust me, if I could still stand if this knee, I chose not to have surgery, and I'm paying the price for that. Between the inflammation, the weight gain, the injury, and all the rest of that, serving is no longer an option for me. But if it were, sitting here in Atlanta, trust and believe, even at 57, I'd go and get me a server job any day, because I know the money that I'd make. As a good server, you already know. Now, like I said, if somebody that don't know what they're doing, but as a good server, you're gonna be making 40, 50 grand a year, regardless what you do. Right? You said that there's no job has security. It's a new position, yeah. And just like it's a new position, it can get phased right the heck out real quick, there's no security in that management position. Quite honestly, from the way these cards have fallen, in my humble opinion, and don't shoot me if it turned out the way you don't want it to, but in my humble opinion, all that glitters ain't gold. I honestly don't think that that management position is as sweet as they is you think it's gonna be or they think it's gonna be. Again, I get it. Traditionally, it would seem like the more responsible thing to do at your age, but genuinely, Spirit is saying it's up to you. You can go. It can go either way. But let's see. What's with the server situation, Spirit? There's a yes at the bottom of this deck when I asked that specifically about the server situation. But let's see what comes out. It, if you believe. So yeah, you may want to reconsider. You were thinking reconsider is here, but you were thinking that that office thing, the management position, is what you're supposed to do. This is romance. That ain't got nothing to do with the situation at hand. But yeah, I honestly don't think that it's what you think it's gonna be. Ask your angels. I would meditate on it if you have a chance, but in this day and time, whatever allows you the most time freedom will allow you to replace an income or make a lateral move to create additional income if you want to. Or you, who knows, you might decide you want to learn how to day trade, invest, whatever. You'll be having enough cash flow as a server to keep um, your life going, but you can still turn around and invest in something else that's going to lead to this dream job leader position as opposed to being chained to a desk for 50 hours a week. Or it ain't 40. They're telling you 40, but as a manager, I guarantee you it's going to wind up being at least 50. And you know it. And you already, like I say, you know. So, yeah. Mm. The card that was at the bottom of this money deck was hand, manifesting money, reaching goals, financial assistance, hands on work, help getting a job. You wanted to serve one? Yeah, good. That's honestly, that's what I would do. And I just believe in bringing more practical because here's the thing for many of the chosen, and you're here, so that includes you, whether you know it or not, that corporate office in the all of that that doesn't even work for us no more. We don't even fit in them environments no more. You are an empath. You know how to serve people. You know how to schmooze them and this and that. And if you worked as a server before, you can do that all day, even though your body is tired, your mind ain't fried. Going to those office jobs where you sitting on your butt all day, but you come home and your mind is completely fried. That's harder than serving. And again, as long as you keep moving, unless you got an injury, you aren't the serving thing. You could serve probably for another 10, 15 years if you chose to. I don't think you're going to be serving 10 or 15 years, but I'm just saying you could do that if you chose to, as long as you keep moving. It's when you start chaining yourself to a desk that it's going to start weighing on your body. It'll take its toll. Do keep your shoes good. Get your weight down if you need to or whatever. But yeah, honestly, I would go ahead on and take the server position too. You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. All right, CCC, you still here, baby? You need sun and sky. Yeah, exactly. And you ain't gonna get none of that tied into it. It's gonna be like you say. You gonna get up in the morning. What you gonna really do is get up in the morning, be hating life, knowing you got to go into work. Oh my God, I'm gonna try to do the da 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 da. And then noontime, you're gonna go on and get ready for the job. You ain't got time to really go nowhere. But you wake up 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, where you gonna go and what you gonna do? So you really not getting the sun and sky you need. Then you're gonna go into that office and it's gonna be 10 o'clock every night or later, every single day when you get ready to come out. By the time you finally do get a day off, you're gonna be so fried and tired that you'll fall asleep. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, to be honest with you. Yeah, the money might be good, and if you was in a position where you needed to take that position out of some form of desperation, like got babies at home that you got to take care of, whatever. But as a server, if you're physically able to serve, I tell you, go get that paper all day, boo, all day. Cece, holla at me, girl, because I would hate to have to close this live stream after all this. You done patiently waited and bopped in and out and back. Put something in this chat, girl, so I can see you. Pull your cards. Oh no, she done dipped out again. I tell you what, and Brittany, remind me if I forget. I don't think I will. I don't have CC's email. I don't think she's emailed me yet. Last time I checked in my email, I didn't see one from her. But if I have to close this, then she can email me or whatnot. Maybe. Well, who knows? I'll be back in here. Today is Friday. Tomorrow evening, I'll be doing tarot. So if I don't get her today, I guess tomorrow night I can pull for her. Um, Cause yeah, it's 6 o'clock now. This is hour 8, and my bladder is saying I'm gonna have to get up from here shortly. So I may just go ahead and close out this live stream, and hopefully she won't be angry about that. And when I jump on tomorrow evening, then maybe she'll be able to get a reading then. Anybody else or CC? Well, like I said, CC or Niana, I think were the two that I was waiting on. Are either of you in here? CC or Niana? Nope. Okay. I hate to do it, Mama, and I'm hoping you'll see that look at the live stream once it uploads to understand that I'm trying to, but I've called for you 3 times now and you're not answering, so that tells me that something happened and you had to step out of the live stream. So that said, I am going to. Oh, you're welcome. You are so very welcome. That's why I was trying to wait around to see if CC was going to come back. But I get it. People have to duck in and out. But I will be on um, Modern Mystic Messages tomorrow morning. I'm going to try that. If it doesn't work, we'll switch back to the regular next week. But I'm going to try to do the spiritual session on Modern Mystic Messages in the morning and then do tarot in the evening on this channel. We'll see how that goes. Okay, awesome. Have a beautiful rest of y'all's day, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. And until next time, peace and blessings to you. I love you. Namaste.